A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, looks like the energy this fantastic morning is a little low than expected. Let's bring out the best energy that we have for everybody who is right here in the hall. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, here comes the best energy this morning. Firstly, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being right here. What a lovely morning this is. And we wholeheartedly welcome each one of you for being right here. Before we get started with anything, I'd like to extend a heartfelt thanks for your valuable time. And before we move on with anything, I request you to give a big round of applause for yourself for being right here. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence with this lovely morning, I want to ask everyone, how many of you right here feeling extremely energetic? Make some noise. Extremely happy? Make some noise. Lovely. And the ones who are feeling really great, put your hands up and clap really loud. That is a lovely energy right here in the house. And we assure you that today's day is not just going to be memorable, but once when we complete the day, it's going to be lots of learning, gaining, sharing. A complete day dedicated to all the fantastic people right here. As we set the context for this wonderful morning, we welcome you to Momentum'26. Well, to set the context, Momentum'26 is brought to you by HirePro, a leading AI-powered recruitment automation platform founded in 2004 by CareerNet. HirePro is transforming how organizations hire at scale through intelligent evaluation and expert-driven services. Ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of HirePro's approach is its commitment to fearless hiring, a bold new standard in talent acquisition powered by the platform's cutting-edge technology, 22 plus years of deep domain expertise and a fearless approach to solving complex hiring challenges. With that, it's time we officially begin Momentum'26. So let me ask everybody right here, ladies and gentlemen, tell me, are you ready? Let me just ask the people sitting only right here. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Not together, tell me, ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? Well, with that high spirit and great energy, marking a great start to this lovely morning, the new era of talent has definitely dawned. Companies are definitely increasing and prioritizing AI-ready talent and the new opportunities for those prepared for this shift that have never been bigger. Well, AI here is to augment human potential, and institutions that prepare students for that reality are the ones that will define the next decade of talent. A degree still opens the door, but in the world where AI can code, what wins in the room is no longer the syntax. It is the purpose with which intelligence is definitely welded. Momentum'26 convenes at the center of this transformation beyond degree, beyond stream, and beyond code. Well, over the course of the day, everyone right here in the room will definitely help us write the new playbook of learning, hiring, and employability in the age of AI. With that great, wonderful start for this lovely morning, I truly take the pleasure, and it's definitely my honor to invite on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands up as I take the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Anshuman Das, CEO and co-founder of CareerNet Group, to please join me on stage for the welcome address. Let's hear a big round of applause for Sir, and let's welcome him on stage. A hearty warm welcome to you, and it is such a pleasure to have you right here.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Okay. So before I begin for the day, to set the context better, let's play a audio-visual clip, and so that we have a better view of how the day is going to look like. Once again, a very warm good morning. Good morning to all the distinguished guests, industry leaders, academic leaders, faculty members, students, and my dear friends. It's a privilege to welcome you all to Momentum 2026, the third edition. The topic for today's conversation is Beyond Degree, Beyond Stream, Beyond Code. And the topic is deliberate. We are meeting at a time when the world is changing faster than most institutions can adapt. The decade of 2020s has been extraordinarily eventful. As we all know, in just 6 years, we have experienced a global pandemic, unprecedented digital acceleration, geopolitical conflicts, an energy crisis which we are going through, disruptions in trade, and now the rapid emergence of artificial intelligence which is reshaping and redefining every industry. Many decades witness one transformation. This decade has witnessed several. And when such a thing happens, and when the world changes this quickly, education systems cannot operate on a playbook which was designed for a different era. And that is why the conversation which we are going to have today is not about a routine discussion about curriculum or placements. It is a discussion about India's future competitiveness and the role that education must play, and we look forward for that. Let me begin my speech by highlighting three of the many fundamental shifts which are redefining the world around us. And these are not regular shifts, these are some tectonic shifts. These shifts are about geopolitics, technology, and business models. And together, they are redefining what employability will mean as we go forward. The first shift, I think the global supply chains are being rewritten. For the last 3 decades, as we all know, globalization has been largely about efficiency. Countries specialized, supply chains became distributed, and talent moved across the world with relative ease. But that era is changing very rapidly. Today, resilience is becoming equally important, if not more important. Rather, nations are actually prioritizing resilience over efficiency. Today, topics like energy, semiconductor, critical and rare earth minerals, space technology, defense system, and AI infrastructure are increasingly being viewed as strategic assets and potential choke points also. Nations are asking a different question, not that what is most cheapest or efficient, but what is critical to the national security. And India is no different than like any other country. And that's what it creates a challenge and historic opportunity for India and for many other countries. And as you all know, India cannot afford to be completely import reliant in these areas. At the same time, we must recognize a hard reality. In several of these sectors, India is not yet the global leader. Neither we have the level of capital to dominate the race overnight. So what do? Some of the investments will and may not deliver the spectacular short to medium term returns for our corporate sector to be excited about it. But yet, they are essential for long-term national resilience. Another important change which is happening is the talent mobility. Talent mobility is no longer being viewed the same way as it was a decade ago. And as you all know, immigration policies across many countries have become far more cautious. On an immediate basis, India, which has been a massive global supplier of talent, may stand to lose. But in medium to long run, we will have a great pool of talent residing within the country which can do wonders. And with this kind of a background, I think India does face a dual challenge as well as an opportunity. And if I have to name those two, the first, how do we build domestic capabilities in strategic sectors? Second, reintegrate ourselves into evolving global and talent supply chains. So what does this mean? How will this happen? This means new investments, new industries, new category of jobs that did not exist at scale a decade ago. The talent required for this transformation cannot come from traditional thinking alone. This has a direct implication for all our universities and institutions. The talent required for this future will not come from one single stream. It will require engineers who understand policy, required scientists who understand manufacturing, and technologists who understand geopolitics. So, and if we in this room believe that these sectors will shape India's next decade, then the real question is not whether jobs will be created. The real question is whether our institutions will create the talent which those jobs require. And I think that's a very important shift which we need to discuss about. The shift two is the complete new reset of the IT industry talent model. And as we all know, that IT industry is almost like 3 to 4 decades long. But if this shift is far more immediate for us, India's IT industry has reinvented itself multiple times. And if we trace back in the era of 1990s, the talent focus was largely on aptitude, first principle problem solving, and intent. Then came the era of the 2000 and late 2000, where the focus moved towards skills, writing code, knowing software development lifecycle, and deliver at scale, keeping economics in mind. And then the last decade, it was a decade especially with SaaS and digital wave happening, the focus was having capabilities around building product, platforms, being very data and digital native. And the whole startup ecosystem is a big testimony of that. We have already witnessed these three major shifts. And the good news is, repeatedly we have reinvented ourselves over the last 30 years to keep up pace with that. And now comes the fourth shift, which is the AI revolution. In the age of AI, another transition is underway. While India may not lead the, and as we all know, will not lead the core infrastructure or the large LLM race of AI, but India will play a very significant role in the application economy of AI. As a nation, we are yet to build and own platforms which are very heavy capex driven and which West owns. But our knowledge economy will play a mega role in application of these core platforms. And the last 30 years, repeatedly again I have said, the last 30 years of continued success and growth of IT industry is a big testament of the same. However, like the previous occasion, this time also a pivot is needed, and a pivot is needed in our talent model. With the new AI in picture, I don't think a traditional approach will work. A new approach is needed to harness the power of AI and stay relevant. The core differentiator is no more about just writing code. It is about domain understanding, business context, customer success, decision making, and the ability to define the right problem. Writing code does remain important. Building products remain important too. But they are no longer sufficient by themselves. AI can generate code, as you all know. AI can accelerate execution, as you all know. But AI cannot replace judgment, cannot replace context, and cannot replace accountability. What AI struggles is understand the nuanced business intent, industry context, customer behavior, regulatory constraints, and the human outcomes. In other words, the knowledge economy is moving from who can execute tasks to who can create value. And this is why one of the themes for today's event is beyond code. The future graduates will be evaluated not only on technical skills, but also on context, curiosity, communication, collaboration, and the ability to work with AI as a partner. The key question today is, are we geared up to embrace this new reality? And I think, once again, are we really there? Now let's talk about the third shift, and which is far more interesting, which is a journey of moving from outsourcing inputs to owning outcomes to owning global mandates. The third shift is perhaps far more consequential and far more transformational. For many years, India's success was built significantly on large-scale IT services delivery. The model was often based on managing inputs, people, hours, processes. However, again, AI is changing that equation. Global corporations are increasingly moving towards insourcing critical capabilities, owning platforms, and demanding outcomes rather than just inputs. With AI tools being available, building products and systems has become far more easier and faster. The bottleneck is no longer only execution. The bottleneck is defining what should be built. And many global corporations believe that they are positioned themselves best to define the problem statement. And that is why one of the key reasons why we are witnessing the massive rise of global capability centers, the so-called the GCCs across India. India is no longer seen as a location for execution. It is increasingly being seen as a location for engineering ownership, innovation, and strategic business decision making and ownership. The center of gravity is clearly shifting from just solve the problem for me to help me define the right problem and also own the business outcome. And that's a very fundamental shift. So hence the question is no longer, can a graduate perform a task? They can obviously, but the question is, can a graduate help create value, solve a business problem, and own a measurable outcome? I think the intent in the boardroom is quite clear. Move beyond outsourcing towards global ownership. And this could be India's moment to become the global front office and not back office for innovation and decision making. The question therefore in front of us is whether the change is coming or not. The question is, how will this mega Indian IT services, GCC ecosystem, and the broader knowledge economy evolve, and what kind of talent will power that evolution? So if we combine and if we reflect upon all the three shifts and put together, a new picture clearly emerges. Entire industries are being created, existing industries are being redefined, and the demand for talent is changing faster than the curriculum cycles. And this creates a very profound responsibility for the education sector. And as we all know, the private sector or the corporate sector operates with an economic lens, and right so for the right reasons. They worry about competitiveness, productivity, shareholder value, all in good spirit. But governments do operate with a very broad lens. They put forward national interest, security, resilience, and large-scale creation, which is a priority for them. And these objectives frequently overlap, but they do not always align perfectly. What do we do in that? There are times when their interests are at loggerheads. In such moments, the education institutions cannot simply react to the latest hiring trend. They must set their own course. They must understand industry needs, but as well as appreciate national priorities, and at the same time, create graduates who remain relevant and over a working lifespan, which may pan out right from 30 to 40 years. And in that process, they must clearly ask, how do we prepare students for careers where formal job descriptions do not exist? How do we move from producing graduates to producing adaptive problem solvers? And that is why precisely today's conference matters. Today, we have an exceptional set of speakers, industry practitioners, policymakers, academic leaders, and innovators who will help us to explore these questions from multiple perspectives. And my hope is, by the end of the day, we move beyond discussing employability as a placement matrix and begin viewing it as a national priority and a national building exercise. The institutions that will adapt early will not simply produce employable graduates, they will help determine India's place in the emerging global economy. And that is why this conversation matters. Thank you. Thank you to all of you once again. And I wish all of us a day of meaningful dialogues, bold ideas, and practical action. Thank you. Have a great day ahead.
Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think we should give a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Das, for that very compelling start and also for setting the context for today. Ladies and gentlemen, that calls out for the first conversation of the day, the fireside chat, which looks outward to the minds shaping how India thinks about knowledge and technology at their most fundamental level. I truly take the pleasure, and I'm deeply honored to welcome an eminent name in the Indian academia. Join along with me as I have the pleasure to welcome on stage Professor Rajesh Gopakumar. Professor Gopakumar is a theoretical physicist, a distinguished professor, and a director of the International Center of Theoretical Sciences, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in Bengaluru. His work with Kamran Vafa of Harvard led to the formulation of what are now called Gopakumar-Vafa invariants in mathematics, as well as the discovery of what is known as the Gopakumar-Vafa duality. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a big round of applause and let's welcome Professor on stage. A hearty warm welcome to you. It's such a delight and such a pleasure to be welcoming you on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, making this moment even more graceful, I truly take the pleasure now to welcome Dr. Rohini Srivatsa to please join us on stage, a board member, adjunct professor, and an advisor to startups on business and AI strategy. With 3 decades of unique breadth of experience spanning research and development, strategy consulting, and technology leadership, she's also a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering as well as the Indian National Science Academy. A big round of applause for both the dignitaries right here on stage. I would like to leave the stage to both of you to take the discussion forward.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me? All right. So first of all, welcome everyone. I know a brief introduction was given, but I would like to give a few words about Professor Rajesh. He's one of India's foremost theoretical physicists, as you heard. His career reflects both scientific excellence as well as commitment to building research ecosystems. Professor Gopakumar studied engineering physics at IIT Kanpur, famously scoring JEE rank number 1. A fun fact, before earning his PhD in theoretical physics from Princeton and then joined the Society of Fellows at Harvard, rather than pursuing a long-term career abroad, Rajesh chose to return to India, first joining the Harish Chandra Research Institute and later becoming a founding faculty member and eventually director of the International Center for Theoretical Sciences in Bengaluru. Under his leadership, ICTS has become one of the world's leading centers for fundamental research. His contributions have been recognized through the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize, Infosys Prize, and election as fellow of all the 3 India's national science academies. Today, we will explore not only his journey, but also why fundamental research matters, and how India can nurture the next generation of scientific talent, and what successful careers look like in the age of AI. So join me in welcoming Professor Gopakumar. So Rajesh, let's start with your reflection in your journey. Have there been, I'm sure there have been moments which were pivotal, which were decisive. What were your drivers and what were the mental models you used at some of those pivotal moments in your own career journey?
Thanks, Rohini. Thanks firstly for that very generous and kind introduction, and also to the organizers, Anshuman, Rohit, Pashupati, and others for having me as part of this gathering. I think I bring a slightly different angle here, but perhaps it's of interest to start a discussion. So thanks, Rohini, for agreeing to chair this. So in terms of my pivotal moments, well, I think one was probably when I was in class 10 or so, when I decided I would do physics or mathematics, but primarily leaning towards physics, which I felt was what would be a vehicle for me to penetrate deeper into the universe, to understanding the universe. And you know, one has only one life, and you want to sort of dedicate it to at least the feeling that was very strong within me was you want to dedicate it to a sort of a larger purpose and a larger quest. And it was very liberating to think that because it freed me from having to think about many practical things, if you wish, or even having to get worried about many of the things that my classmates were worrying about. In fact, I was planning to study in a college in physics, and I called myself an accidental IITian who ended up studying physics at IIT Kanpur, but because I learned, and that was actually a very good decision, because IIT Kanpur had a wonderful physics department, and I think it's some of the best years of my life over there. But you asked about mental models, and so I recall reading a biography of Einstein at that time, and the person who wrote that biography was actually another well-known physicist. And there was a sentence there which struck me, which was he called Einstein the freest man he had ever known. He didn't say the smartest man he had ever known. He said the freest man he had ever known. So that was, and I think that's often I think we sometimes overestimate smartness, but I think the freedom of thinking differently, and is something I think that has always appealed to me, and been a sort of at least something to strive towards. And it's I think you liberate yourself in stages, and I think that's something I feel has been something that I have tried to strive towards. And in the course of these years, I mean, I think I have been now a researcher for 30 plus years, and one of the things which I didn't appreciate at that time when I chose to go into research was something I didn't appreciate was the marathon nature of research. That it's really, I mean, Pankaj here is our expert runner in marathon, so he'll probably resonate with this idea that it's not about how fast you sprint, it's about that staying power, that you go for a long distance, you pace yourself, you kind of, and it puts you in a different state of mind. And there was a quotation I came across some years ago by a writer, which I liked very much, which is, he said, "To be a writer is a journey in humility. It is to be defeated by ever greater things." So that's something that has also, that I think put into words something I'd always felt, that it's true for a scientist as well. It's a journey in humility because you're constantly being defeated by ever greater things. And there's a dignity to that, that you tackle very big problems without necessarily knowing whether you will overcome them or not. And I think your ambition should be to be defeated by greater things. So that's just to answer from my personal perspective.
So you spoke about freedom. You spoke about being able to have that long-term ability to have that sustenance for the long term, and be willing to be defeated by bigger questions. And some of those become, in my experience, also tenets of what research means, especially in fundamental areas. Having lived your career following these tenets, where do you see India today? And what do you think is the role of fundamental research in India? Because as you said, some of these have a long period for gestation in terms of what you might call impact in the traditional economic sense, if you will. Why should India invest in it, and how do you think about fundamental research in India, in particular from your vantage point at ICTS?
So some of the things that I mentioned, which I think guide me at a personal level, I feel are applicable to society at a large, to the country as a whole. For instance, that long-term thinking. I mean, we are a very old civilization, and we should, I mean, for us, what should 5 years be, 10 years, 20 years? It's nothing in the blink of the historical perspective, the evolution we've had as a civilization. So I think we should regain that sense of investing in knowledge for the sake of knowledge. I think that tradition was very much alive in India, to understand the universe. And the remarkable thing, which I think the last few hundred years since the Industrial Revolution certainly has shown us, is that investing in that research ultimately benefits us all in ways we couldn't have dreamt of. So in fact, the founder of the Institute for Advanced Studies at Princeton, where Einstein spent his last years, he had a wonderful essay called The Usefulness of Useless Knowledge, and this was written in the 1920s, and then later my colleague, the former director there, Robert Digraff, he updated it to show how what was true in the 1920s has only gotten more true in the 2000s. And if you now talk about 2025, it's even more true. And there has been a continuing, so even that knowledge for knowledge's sake, I think, should be a value system which we as a civilization should definitely not ignore. But even apart from that, from a purely utilitarian point of view, I think that useless knowledge, supposedly useless knowledge, has continually turned into things that have transformed our lives. And we often are not cognizant of it. We take it for granted. So I like to tell the story of a politician who once visited Michael Faraday's lab and looked at his experiments with some coils and magnets and everything, and said, "What's the use of all this playing around?" And Faraday replied, "One day, sir, you will tax this." And so that's the electricity. But then in the 20th century, we've had quantum mechanics, which by some estimates is responsible for 40 to 50% of the US GDP, because the underlying
We don't realize that. We don't realize that at all.
We don't realize that at all, because every little thing, these smartphones, the laser pointers, the computers, the chips, everything is built on the laws of quantum mechanics, which were discovered for the sake of understanding atoms, for understanding why the world is made of atoms and what kind of atoms are possible, which led to modern chemistry, which led to biology, the molecular biology, and of course all the technological developments with the transistor and so on. Even more contemporaneously, even the AI developments were at some level for the sake of understanding how can you model cognition in a non-biological setting through computers. And it has had 50, 60 years of gestation. The person who got the Nobel Prize in Physics for 2 years ago, Hopfield and Hinton, both of them were influenced by ideas from physics to study neuroscience and came up with these ideas of neural networks. They were at least inspired loosely by models that would try to capture some aspects of neural connections in the brain. And I think probably the next paradigms of AI will build on these things. I think we need to be aware that our imagination is always limited, even that of the scientists. But collectively, as a species, by investing in these, in curiosity, in knowledge, and penetrating into the universe, I think we unlock new things that we couldn't have dreamt of. AI is, of course, an immediate example. We couldn't have dreamt of the kind of things that it's doing right now. But then there are so many other aspects of life as well, which are maybe less evident, which will get transformed by things like maybe quantum computers will transform computation in a different way. Maybe quantum materials will do miraculous things, and so on. So, so I think fundamental research should be a keystone in India's sort of developmental strategy.
I want to probe a little bit on the first question. You know, you mentioned about India's heritage in probing after the fundamental questions, and somehow you were able to imbibe that in your journey and keep that as an anchor, in some ways keeping the physics as being able to go against the norm, if you will, and keep that journey. How would you advise youngsters today to take inspiration from both the way you thought about your decisions and India's heritage?
I think when I was growing up, I was very inspired by the stories of some of the early pioneers of Indian science in the 20th century, like C.V. Raman or Satyen Bose or Chandrasekhar and so many of these people. I felt at that time that there was a feeling, and they were even though India was a much poorer country then than it is now, but they were doing fundamental research. They were trying to understand stars. They were trying to understand atoms and behavior. And it came from a sense that we are the inheritors of a civilization that would like to understand the mysteries of the universe, and we can do it as well as anyone in the West. And so there was a sense of national pride, I think, pre-independence, which motivated a lot of these people to sort of be equal in some ways to the British colonial masters at the time, and that drove fundamental discovery. So Satyen Bose's discovery is behind the laser, for instance, and many of the new developments which will feed into quantum computers like cold atoms or trapped ions come from the ideas of Bose-Einstein condensation, which follow from his work. So he would never have dreamt of the laser or these other things. He was doing it purely from that sense of curiosity. But so I think that tradition definitely played a role in inspiring me, and I feel we will not go wrong if we build on it. And we can see our neighbors China, which in the last 30 years have invested full spectrum in the sciences, from very applied things. They are the leaders in batteries and solar cells, but they're also want to be the leaders in the basic fundamental science. They realize that you need the full spectrum. You cannot just be at one end of it and try to kind of shortcut your way. You have to kind of generate the knowledge and then sort of create that whole ecosystem.
Yeah. And given on that point that you really need that entire spectrum of knowledge from the fundamental to applied to engineering, how do you see engineering and science itself evolving? Because many of the traditional thinking, if I may use the word traditional somewhat loosely, of disciplines are human constraints, if you will, on nature. Nature doesn't think in terms of biology and chemistry and physics. Even if you kind of take from there and say problems are becoming more cross-disciplinary, problems are becoming more interdependent, how do you see research and engineering evolving? We were speaking about a few examples, and how do you see that as a guiding phenomenon for people who are starting in their careers and the professors and institutes who are here?
Yeah, I think we have to be evolving, adapting, as Anshuman said also. We have to be continuously adaptive since the silos that we create are very artificial. In fact, at ICTS, we don't have departments of physics or mathematics or computer science or biology. We have a unitary faculty. They're all talking to each other about areas, so biologists talk to physicists, and in fact we have a very interesting interdisciplinary program that we are running with the National Center for Biological Sciences called the Physics of Life. So of living systems, how ideas from physics are helping to elucidate things ranging from neuroscience to the developmental biology, how cells differentiate, how they grow into complex organisms, to ecology, the study of ecosystems. So these are complex systems so an ecosystem has many determinant factors entering into it, whether it's the climate, the number of species, the adaptation, the laws, the mathematical laws that govern the balance between different species, and how some things can tilt tilt ecosystem into one direction or the other. So you need people from multiple areas to come together and collaborate in something like this. And so that's one of the, I think scientists are very excited when they see their work be part of a larger set of interdisciplinary connections. In fact, that's one of the very exciting things in a scientist's life, I think. Yesterday we had a public lecture at ICTS which was about entanglement, quantum entanglement from superconductors to black holes. So the speaker was talking about how the same ideas that might help to explain how you can create new superconductors, which are materials with very little electrical resistance and therefore would be fantastic for many technological applications. So how to create superconductors which are superconductors at room temperature as opposed to very cold temperatures which they currently are. In fact, there are superconducting levitating trains. In Shanghai, for instance, they already have the train from the airport built on the superconductors. So ideas of understanding superconductivity, the underlying fundamental quantum nature of superconductivity connects with ideas from black holes, which look completely different. And it's, but the very similar theoretical ideas that govern our understanding of some of the puzzles of black holes that people like Stephen Hawking worried about, connect with very practical things like superconductors. So that's an example, I think, of how, that's another example of how interconnected areas can be and how developments in something abstruse like black holes can maybe help you to build better superconductors. So this is, I think that interconnectedness of knowledge is something we should be very aware of. Our teaching systems, I think, should adapt to that. In fact, as one of the things I like to say is that our engineering departments are still frozen in the categories that were there about 100 years ago. We have civil engineering, mechanical engineering, aerospace engineering, and so on, electrical, etc. But there are completely new areas, and some places, of course, are evolving to that. You have bioengineering, for instance, but you should have quantum engineering. I think that should be a new engineering area, which would which would help you to build some of the new quantum devices that actually are around the corner, that I think will again revolutionize many aspects. There are very high precision quantum sensors that can change how you detect magnetic fields and therefore can change medical imaging. There are others that can be used for targeted drug delivery as alternatives to GPS. There are so many things, I think, just around the corner, and our departments should be geared in a way that can address these challenges rather than be stuck in the silos that were defined about 100 years ago. Because after all, these terms, they are not God-given, as you said, whether it's civil engineering or mechanical engineering and so on. And we have to be nimble and try to change this. This is at least something I feel.
Given that point that things are interdisciplinary and careers also evolve, how do successful careers might look like, and how are they changing? You were giving some examples earlier of people in ICTS who've moved across very different fields to be able to find those dots that they could connect. It will be useful to hear how would careers look like, even while the education system catches up to the fact that the world outside is changing. But even as people who are graduating today, and they navigate their career in the world where things are becoming interdisciplinary and their journeys could go in different, how do you see that evolution?
Yeah, it's of course difficult to predict, but one thing that is a trend I feel that is probably obvious to many of you here as well in the educational and career sectors, that people cannot be static. I think earlier we had this model of you go to school, then college, and then you're there for 4 years, and then that's your learning is done, then you do something for the rest of 30, 40 years. That's not, I think, how it's going to be. Probably even the whole system of education might change. Education might be going in parallel throughout your life. You start working on things and you learn along the way and you evolve along the way, and the tools are now there. I mean, I think the fact that we have this system of schools and colleges and the 4-year degree is a historical accident. It is because of the way in which these learning could be imparted in person and into small groups. And so there was a kind of a designated time. And then also things were relatively static. So what you learned would be relevant for the next 30, 40 years. Yeah. What you learned in those 4 years or the previous 10, 12 years. But that's not going to be the case. And so you have to, I think the companies also will need to realize that they are investing in people who can continue to evolve and who will need to be given the opportunities to evolve in the sense that they learn along the way. There are tools, long distance learning now. There are tools of, if you properly curate knowledge, there's a lot of very good knowledge available online. And of course, AI can also, again, properly harnessed. It can be a useful tutor. So I think we have to change our models so that people work and learn in parallel throughout, and the companies should see that they're investing in people who can do that, who will continue to learn, who have the desire, always the drive to keep learning, so in some sense you're looking for people with the right temperament, who can, I think, because otherwise things will be. At some level, it'll be unpredictable, but what is predictable is that you will need to adapt. So it's that quality, I feel, that careers will have to more and more.
Could you give examples of a couple of people in ICTs that you've seen who have adapted in this way and have been very successful?
Yeah, so there have been one of our, the deans, one of our senior professors, Professor Rama Govindarajan. She is an IIT Delhi alumnus. Some of you know her. She's a distinguished alumnus, actually, of IIT Delhi. She was the first Indian woman to receive the Bhatnagar Award in the engineering sciences. So she was trained as a chemical engineer in IIT Delhi. She then worked with NAL right down the road here for some years in the aerospace, and then decided she wanted to do a PhD in aerospace engineering, and so she studied that. She worked with a very distinguished professor at the Indian Institute of Science in aerospace engineering, and but then over time she evolved, so from chemical engineering to aerospace, and then afterwards she moved into understanding just fluid dynamics and turbulence, and which is a fundamental problem. Any of you who have experienced the clear air turbulence in planes know that it's something that we still don't know how to predict or control very well. So turbulence is a fundamental phenomenon that appears in many contexts. So she was studying that, and then in the last 10 years or so, she has been adapting that interest to understanding climate and the weather systems, and in particular the Indian monsoon and the role that the Indian geography plays in the Indian monsoon, and can one try to understand patterns in the weather. So it's a very interesting kind of a journey in which you sort of tackle new problems as you go along, and so I find that sort of And so she started collaborating with some mathematicians at ICTS and computer scientists, because again, weather is another problem which requires, and the climate change which is affecting us. So in particular, we may not always realize, but if we had the ability to predict the breaks in the monsoon, I mean, it hasn't been raining for the last 10 days, right?
Yeah.
But we don't know why, which 10 days it will not rain, or when is so then there might rain continuously for another 5 days, and then stop and not rain for 20 days. So these breaks in the monsoon itself are rather unpredictable at the moment. And knowing them will impact our agricultural productivity because the farmers need to know when to plant. They don't want to plant and then let it get washed off or have too long a dry spell and so on. So these very, I mean, in some sense, technical questions about the weather have direct impact, and you need people with the kind of disciplinary knowledge across many areas to be able to make headway into it.
No, that's a great example of, and I can see which dots got connected along her journey as well, in terms of, it was not like it got wasted in terms of what she was doing here, right? So those dots got connected, and what she's working on obviously has a direct impact. That's a great example. We talked about AI, and we cannot leave the conversation without addressing the AI issue. And you mentioned it is changing the way in which we learn. Of course, it changes the way in which we work and our everyday lives. How should young people prepare themselves to not just thrive, but grow in the age of AI, not just compete with AI? How do they think about really being that ahead of the curve in terms of having that mindset that, you know, that they're empowered with AI and not catching up, you know, that mental mindset? How do they think about that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a very nice way to put it, because I think people should not be afraid of AI. I think if you're afraid of it, you see it as a competitor. If you see it as something that will take over things from you, then you're not going to, then you're essentially, you've lost the battle before you even started fighting. I think we need to remind ourselves that AI is still, at this stage, still a sort of a shadow of what we are as human beings. AI currently is built on very sophisticated language models, very sophisticated and some amount of sophisticated reasoning models, but these are just some aspects of the multidimensional nature of our thinking as human beings, which I think we should not lose sight of that. So we should not be trying to copy AI. I mean, AI is at least at this stage, we should view AI as something complementary to us. And I think the young people who will probably be able to utilize it best as a enhancer of their own unique abilities. So I would say cultivate your uniqueness as a human being, as a original thinker, and you know, all of us are unique. I think we all have our own unique perspectives and crazy thoughts, some of which may not pan out, but some of which will. And so we should not be afraid of our uniqueness. We should actually embrace that as the thing that distinguishes us from AI. But even when you're writing something, yes, it's always tempting to ask AI to kind of write out something for us. It will write it out in very clean prose. It will look very well structured and everything. But that's because it's a kind of an assimilation of all the text on the internet, and it will look very, but it doesn't have you in it. So try to put that you into that text. And even if you let it draft something, that's fine. But try to always be thinking, where is the you that you can, the individual in you with your thoughts, your feelings, your hunches, your individual perspective. How can you bring that into it? And don't let AI dictate to you what you are. I think a self-awareness of what, I mean, the AI will pick up on your language and say, oh, okay, yeah, it might even surprise you by giving you some insights about yourself. But I think you have to cultivate a self-awareness which allows you to see the limitations of AI and how you can transcend those limitations. And then you're adding to it. So I think people who can do that successfully will be the people who will be valued, because that's what will make it unique and different, rather than just very industrial scale sort of ideas which AI is good at and you should use it. But yeah. So I would say cultivate your uniqueness, if you wish, the message.
We'll move a little bit and I'll ask you a few rapid fire questions. Get to know the person behind the professor. A book that you would recommend everyone should read?
Well, I mean, there are many books, I think, which are my favorites. I don't know if everyone would like it, I mean, there are books which were very important for me and for my physics, mathematical sort of evolution, but perhaps that's not to everyone's taste. But a book that I found it's a little known book. Maybe I'll mention a book that is not as well known, I feel, as it should be. It's called An End to Suffering by Pankaj Mishra. And it's about, the subtitle is The Buddha in the Modern World. And it's very interesting. It's a kind of a historical plus personal sort of a journey of Pankaj Mishra, who's a writer, about him engaging with the ideas of the Buddha 2,500 years ago and how it is still of relevance in the modern world. And he talks about the sense of the self and other things which I think have a lot of resonance for us, and especially I was rereading it in the context of the AI, this thing, and I think it has maybe many things to say to a modern reader.
Yeah, true, very relevant. I hope you watch movies. What's your all-time favorite sci-fi movie?
So I like sci-fi movies, so I do watch quite a number of them. But perhaps I felt a very, again, deep exploration of what of humanity in the sci-fi is a movie called Solaris by the Russian director Andrei Tarkovsky, which is about a planet which it kind of can read the thoughts of the humans circulating it, and how it sort of, it's a very interesting
I have
novel.
to check out that movie now. A misconception people have about scientists.
That we are very boring people. Maybe. I think scientists are not just one-dimensional.
Scientist, living or dead, you'd like to have dinner with?
Yeah, I think Einstein is certainly a person, as I mentioned earlier, that idea of freeness appealed to me a lot. I think he was very, original in a way that, again, I want to emphasize that there are lots of, and I've met many smart physicists, mathematicians, and so on, but the originality comes from a very different source. And that has always, what is the source of original thinking is a very different, and I would definitely like to talk with him. I think he's one of the very original minds in our this thing. So yeah, as a civilization. In fact, I think Gandhi himself was not a scientist, but as a thinker, again, I find him extremely original, even if I may not agree with everything that he says, but I think he's had a different way of thinking. And I like to understand people with a certain orthogonal thinking.
Yeah. It's interesting, the book that you mentioned, and one of Einstein's quote I was recently reading and had a chance to think about is, he talks about how he spent hours and hours thinking about a problem, and when he stopped thinking and let it just mull in silence, the answer came to him. I just found that. I was reading something.
I think AI can't do that yet. So.
Yeah, I found that very, very interesting. We'll end this with the reflection, perhaps, that if you could leave this room with one mindset that may remain valuable for the next 30 years, regardless of how AI evolves, what might that be?
I think, again, maybe touching on some of the themes we have already, I think the courage to be oneself, I think liberating oneself from various fears, I think a self-belief. I think maybe our Indian education system, as it currently is, often instills a sort of a herd mentality, which I think one should try to break out of. I think our education systems should also try to break out of that mold of creating carbon copies of the teacher. So I think, but people themselves should. I think Kabir or one of these poets had this thing of the human being as being just a lump of clay, which you keep molding. And so I think we should not see ourselves as static human beings, but as continually being molded like a pottery, like the way a potter shapes some clay into a new thing. So I think throughout life we can evolve, and we should have that. We should have that self-belief that we can evolve. So yeah. So maybe if you wish, I would say belief that you're not a static person. You're not defined by everything that has happened so far. There is an open-endedness, and you can still mold your life and adapt it and shape your own pot.
Maybe that's the quantum scientist in you speaking. Thank you so much, Rajesh. I really enjoyed the conversation. I hope all of you did. Let's thank Professor Rajesh Gopakumar.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I must definitely add on to say what an interesting fireside chat this was. Let's give a big round of applause for both our dignitaries right here. Thank you so much. Well, definitely you have given us a scientist and a strategist view, and it was a wonderful conversation. I would now like to request, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand and let's welcome Anshuman Das on stage to kindly please capture a wonderful moment as he felicitates our dignitaries right here on stage. Time to I would also like to request dignitaries on stage to pose for a group photograph as they capture this lovely moment. Thank you so much to dignitaries on stage. Thank you so much for your valuable time and for a wonderful fireside chat. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, a special announcement to the teams from Google and Myntra. Well, your exclusive Academia Leadership session is just about to begin, so we kindly request you to join the room. As we get started with our very first panel discussion for the day. To set the tone for that conversation, we would like to play a short audiovisual. On that note, could we have the AV, please? Ladies and gentlemen, our panel discussion on the topic, New Roles, New Frontiers, Inside India's Specialization Revolution. Well, this conversation brings together leaders to discuss the forces reshaping India's talent landscape and the emerging roles that will define the next era of growth. Well, join along with me as I take the pleasure of welcoming the moderator for the session, Mr. Pankaj Rai, Group Chief Data and Analytics Officer, Aditya Birla Management Corporation Private Limited. Let's hear a big hand and let's welcome Mr. Rai, a senior leader with a diverse portfolio of experience. As a Chief Data and Analytics Officer at Aditya Birla Group, he enables the analytics maturity journey across a group of companies by solving problems through data science, creating horizontal data platforms, and developing people capabilities. Let's give a big hand and let's welcome Mr. Rai on stage. I'd now like to take the pleasure of welcoming our panelists on stage, starting with Mr. Arora, Managing Director, Astellas Pharma, GCC, an accomplished business leader in the life science industry, having invested more than 30 years in a multinational, multicultural environment and built several brands and businesses in India and Europe. Ms. Arora also serves the board of companies as a certified board director and is deeply engaged in the GCC world and pharma industry. A hearty warm welcome to you. I'd also like to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Rajiv Kapoor, Country Head, Curriculum Associates, a business operations and shared services transformation leader with over 2 decades of rich, impactful experience that include developing and leading diverse cross-functional teams, driving operational excellence, providing site leadership experience of scaling, and leading large teams of over 3,500 members. A hearty warm welcome to you. I'd also like to extend a warm welcome to Ms. Deepta Veerapaneni, Chief Innovation Officer, Deloitte South Asia. Mr. Deepta translates innovation into business results by scaling technology-led platforms that accelerate growth, improve margins, and strengthen Deloitte's competitive position. A founding architect of the Deloitte Center for Innovation and Technology in Bengaluru, she has led multiple marquee first-of-their-kind engagement across South Asia. A hearty warm welcome to you. Also extending a warm welcome to Mr. Venkat Kamath, Managing Director and Head, Future Standard India. Well, in his current role, Mr. Kamath is responsible for executing the strategic and operational functions of India COE. He brings over 2 decades of experience leading engineering and technology transformation initiatives across leading global financial institutions, including Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and Barclays Capital. Let's give a big hand and let's welcome Mr. Venkat. Also extending a warm welcome to Mr. Vinny Trivedi, SVP, Gillette Capabilities Center, Gillette Sciences. Mr. Trivedi is a global transformation leader with 26 years of rich experience in building and leading global capability centers across life sciences, medical devices, engineering, manufacturing, and ITES industries, where also he's a renowned GCC leader and contributes to many industry forums as an advisory board member. Let's hear a big hand and let's welcome him. With that, I would once again like to thank all the dignitaries on stage. Thank you so much for your valuable time. I would now like to leave it to the moderator to take the discussion forward.
Thank you very much and welcome everyone. So starting up from what I just heard sitting out there. So first of all, Rajesh and I are the same batch. So you know the JE ones, in those days at least, they were the Shah Rukh Khan and the Amitabh Bachchans. And I had always heard his name, that oh, there's this guy called Rajesh who went to study physics. I ended up meeting him only last year, so I've kind of now gotten to know him, so forth. And by the way, Rohini has also followed a similar career path that Rajesh described. Trained as a PhD, worked in BCG in consulting, worked in Jana Bank, and whatever is not talked about beyond Microsoft and all, she's an expert in Sanskrit, she's into classical music. So I think we already have, folks from our previous panel represent what Rajesh spoke about, an interdisciplinary, much more wider way of things. Unfortunately, in the day-to-day that we live in, all of us where we get our salaries from, we have to live in the next 3 years and not the next 30 years. So while we'll keep all that has been said at the back of our mind, we will get down to more brass tacks on what we can do tomorrow and day after and all of that, while keeping in mind what Rajesh and Rohini led us to think that we should figure out ourselves, we should also mold ourselves, all of those things. But how do we also earn the bread and not get laid off is the focus of this panel will be, right? Because, you can't have a conversation with the boss at the end of the year. I was trying to mold myself like a clay. I'm so inspired by Einstein. Great. Please do it at home, not at my money, right? So we will focus on these practical things. So before this panel, we all got together and we said, which are the things that we should talk about? And we identified sort of 3 themes that we'll explore. And usually every theme is sort of, these days, very binary. So we said we'll look at it as a continuum. So first theme that we picked up was, we keep hearing about this whole generalization versus specialization. So in the GCC world, many of us started long ago. We were all generalists. We were the GCC leaders. Over time, functional specialization, industry specialization came along. And if you look at this, people here represent everything. You have people representing banking, financial services, healthcare, functions like IT, everything. So you have the entire breadth here. So we'll ask them about what is this thing about generalization versus specialization, because now people are again saying, actually we need generalists again because AI will be the specialist. So what is that thing about generalization versus specialization? The GCC will explore, number 1. Number 2, like someone said, we can't do any conference without AI. So will AI steal our job or will it enhance us? What is the experience at the GCCs that we have? We'll speak about that. And the third, about the Indian talent, which is the bestest and the greatest, but half of them can't get employed. So what is true and how do we think about talent and academia collaboration? So these are the themes that we will explore. And like I said, I think it will be contextual. There will be no one right answer. So with that background, let me start with the first one, the generalization versus specialization. And we'll let each panelist share their perspective and get to learn from them. So Venkat, why don't we start with you on this topic?
Thank you, Pankaj. Am I audible? Hello? Yeah, okay, great. No, it's a pleasure being here. I had thought about some ideas about how can I talk about concepts and some of the theses, but I think Pankaj said we have to be really practical and make sure all employable. So I need to rethink about my answers. But look, I think to your point, Pankaj, about how the roles have changed and evolved over GCCs. Like, when I was playing, in a GCC role like 15 years ago, the roles, I think Anshuman referred this in his opening remarks, so primarily were back office roles, right? Where you would basically run some end of day jobs, and the value chain was lower in the value chain. The roles were very, I think one-dimensional, wherein I call it as more of a I-shaped technologist, where the stroke of I represents an expertise in just one domain. So you could have roles in, back-end engineering, some risk, or infrastructures, or operations, etc. Now, fast forward, dramatically the expectations and the roles have changed, and I think now we need to shape ourselves from what used to be called as I-shaped technologist to more of a T-shaped technologist, where the one stroke of T, which is the depth, it really represents the expertise in one technical domain. And the broad stroke, which is the stroke of the other half, the T, which represents really in a horizontal, where you need to have fluency in more than one domain, and that's the ask from these companies are. So essentially, even the role of AI to some extent, the roles are becoming like you have to wear multiple hats, where you are expert in one technical domain, but you need to understand the business, and you have to wear multiple hats as we really navigate this firm. So I think. I feel like this is an excellent opportunity where there's a huge opportunity to move from those back office roles to more front office roles, where the real value is, because that's where you enable value and you have an impact to the bottom line. So in my point of view, if you are able to really build a depth in one area and then build that fluency in AI, fluency in business domain, I think you will really be a well-rounded technologist.
Yeah, and again, going back to your point, Pankaj, I have 2 professors sitting in front of me, so I'll be very careful in what I reply. But essentially, from the world that I come from, right, which is the consulting world, the typical way the skills sort of have evolved is to say that you are a journalist when you're starting off. You would want to learn, various elements of the business and then sort of get into a specialization. But having said that, not here to talk about any frameworks or any concepts as such, but some of the experiences that I have lived with, maybe that is something I wanted to share. And this is something which we started within Deloitte a couple of years back, which is called the Purple Club, which is essentially a combination of people who are tech and domain, and that's where the color purple which comes from, which is red and blue, a combination of red and blue, right? And this Purple Club is essentially to say that I will teach domain to folks who are technologists, and the other way around, right? For people with domain skills should be able to learn technology as well. And if you see the recent context in the last maybe couple of years since Anthropic and OpenAI have taken over our world, essentially they came up with this concept of forward deployed engineers, right? And when I see the job description for any forward deployed engineer, it is everything, right? It is a combination of someone with domain skills, someone with deep technology skills, who understands the platform very well, and a lot of other skills, right? In terms of earlier you used to have only a full stack developer or a JavaScript engineer like that, but now I think it's a combination of everything that clients are also looking for. And when you look at the description of a forward deployed engineer, it is like a unicorn. I don't know how many people will actually fit the description. Maybe it is a hype. At some point, it will settle down and it will go back to people with specialist skills as well. But going back to the context of the Purple Club, I think essentially that is what we will look for, as we progress as well. That people who understand and bring technology and business together, that is something I think, will make a lot of difference as we move forward.
Hello, thank you, Pankaj. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me. So, the uncomfortable truth is that there is a gap, right, between what we are seeing from the academia, let's say an engineer or an MBA specialist coming out of college versus what GCC specific talent or professional that we have seen. Having set up 3 GCCs from scratch and have seen some of the career growth of people who succeed in GCCs, I would say that essentially we are looking at business outcomes focus. So understanding business, domain, technology, but ultimately business. What is the end product? What's the end value that you're generating for the business, for your customers, for shareholders? That's very important. So that whole value chain focus is full stack for me. Not just the full stack of skills, but full stack of value chain is full stack. Second thing that I constantly hear about from functional leaders globally is that we are not today demonstrating ownership. Professor Rajesh pointed out something about curiosity, about freedom, and then about ability to make a change, ability to make something at a global level which is scalable, ability to understand upstream dependencies, the neural networks that we talked about. Because organizations are actually also a microcosm of nature, right? They are so interdependent. There are hundreds of moving parts. It's not departments. And therefore, to be able to navigate through these interdependencies requires a lot of focus on the outcome. So that's second. And the third thing I constantly hear is this behavioral density, which is cultural fluency, which is about ability to speak up, being assertive about your architectural choices, ability to say why this choice will work in a global platform, how this will impact, and ability to say no. Those are some of the things as well. Again, we discussed in the first session that maybe our education system is, training us to be doers and not really owners. And that's where the ownership needs to come in. So it's It's a lot of things together, domain, technology, plus a little bit of behavioral ownership as well, so self-ownership, to be able to focus on the ultimate value that we generate.
So I think my fellow panelists have already taken a lot of points. So what I would just like to kind of emphasize upon is slightly different points. I agree with all the things that everyone has said. The new wave of GCC, especially who are coming in the last couple of years, we call that this is like GCC 3.0, where it's kind of directly getting into the core, you're getting into product, engineering and everything. It all comes with the added responsibility, as Mukta said, around knowing the domain. So my company is in the business of K-12 education in the US. We hired a bunch of smart engineering people, but it's been a journey where now the people who are building some products are saying this is from an educator persona, this is from a student persona. That means they have now understood the domain. So it is outcome versus output, and I think the faster we learn that, that's very important. Another thing from a talent readiness perspective, which I think is also a little cultural in terms of how we've kind of been brought up, is the art of storytelling. I have met a lot of my colleagues who will explain a very kind of a complex topic in a very simple fashion. You could probably see that in Professor Gopakumar a little earlier. But I think a lot of us get bogged down with details and you're not really conveying the key message. So domain, along with the ability to share that in a simple fashion which is understood by your kind of audience, is I think a very, very key requirement.
Thank you, everyone. And I think the only name which may not be familiar on this slide is Gilead Sciences. I recently joined Gilead 3 months ago. We are not yet in India, and that's something which we are going to bring our footprint in India very, very soon. But I had experience like Mukta working and setting up 3 GCCs in last 20-25 years. And I think the panelists covered pretty much most of the point. I'll bring 2 different elements to it. Number one is, Venkat, you talked about the I and the T model. I'll take a little bit of abrasion on that. Maybe I would call it as V model, because even when we go deeper, our depth also need to increase. So we have to become broader, but need to increase the depth. So rather than, I would say, T and I, we also need to think, especially in the current scenarios, new GCCs are coming. They also want to take the leverage of what has been done in India GCCs for last 20 years. So for that, most of the time we are looking for those V leaders who can have both the things, because in a startup environment, you have to do many, many things by yourself. Another element, I guess, when we talked about depth, and Rajiv, you touched it very, very importantly, empathy is something, especially I come from healthcare, life sciences segment. What we are seeing is there is a lot of tech coming in, domain is coming in now, but our empathy should not be taking the back seat, because when we are designing solutions, how we are looking at our patients, our own people who are working as our internal stakeholders, having those happy paths which we are trying to identify through technology. Because I'll give you a very disruptive example maybe. Look at what the technology is doing. We can use technology for having more debates. There are disruptions happening, wars happening. So leveraging a technology to kill people versus leveraging a technology to have the right empathy to treat the diseases. And especially in Gilead Sciences, we are working on life-saving diseases. Most of our medicines, whether it is on virology, oncology, or inflammation, all of the diseases which we are working on life-threatening. Our motto itself is, if it is difficult disease, that's what we take on. So for us, when we look at some of these AI solutions and how we look at the skills, we really look for that empathy in the candidate who can think through saving. Imagine someone who is suffering from cancer, unfortunately. We all understand how difficult it is for the treatments. The journey of that patient itself is difficult while you are getting through the treatment. And also, if you can add more days to the individual life, how meaningful it is. So leveraging technology with empathy is something, Pankaj, I would like to mention.
Thank you. And being the moderator, I can now put a framework in place. So this is a framework which I use in my own team. So our education system famously trifurcates our people into humanities, commerce, and science. So I tell my people that you are science, but you have to add commerce and humanities and become a full stack human being. But you have to start with humanities. Absolutely. What needs to be done, understand the commercial, and then use technology to solve it. So I think that's a framework I think we can all probably embrace, because many a time we hire engineers and scientists who have no connection to commerce or humanities, and I think adding all these three layers to become a single member unicorn is something that we can aspire for. So thank you, panel. Now I'll reverse, because someone will say that I don't get a chance to speak. So on the AI question, on what has AI been doing so far, and in your case you are a new GCC. In fact, yours is the most interesting one, that the company has come here and told you develop a business and do the GCC both. We don't care, right? So that's a new phenomena which might happen in future. So help us understand the role of AI so far and in future. And again, we'll go reverse.
Sure, Pankaj. Thank you for that. As I mentioned, Gilead Science, we do not have our footprint in India yet. So we are bringing our business plus our GCC together. We are going to bring that. The approach, and these are initial days, I've just joined, I'm working on the strategic leadership team, and we are looking at GCC not only in India. The role is to look for across the world, what are our needs, and develop a global strategy, what will make sense where. We are not going into the immediate run, which I have seen in my earlier last 20 years of going and starting with the cost arbitrage and then going further. The mandate which we are creating is very clear, that looking at the lens of our AI. We don't want to hire people or build the capabilities which will be moving away very soon. So looking at the process, and when we look at the process, first we look at the patient and that. I'll give you an example. Just building on the previous example I was talking about, if we can save time. So these are life-saving drugs. And if you look at some of these diseases are very, very crucial. The accessibility also is one of the challenges in many of the countries. So how do we look at the holistic, whether it is in our drug discovery, drug development, or drug delivery as well? So we have categorized all our AI efforts into this. It's not a broad approach to implement AI on everything. There are very, very specific 20 use cases, something which we have identified in these three categories, which helps us to reduce the timing when we are doing our some of the experimentation modelings which are happening, then we can be faster and nimble. That also helps us in a way on ESG too. If we are able to do the same thing so that's what, as of now, Pankaj, we are trying to do from our AI, especially into our Gilead Sciences.
So I think we are an education company, and AI is going to play a very, very key role. We are looking at AI from two different angles. One is obviously using it in a product. Second is to really improve our workflows and business flows. And for that, as Vineet said, we've also got 9 use cases that we are really trying to kind of AI enable as a company. But I'll kind of take a slightly different angle. We are in the business of education, especially K-12. So our approach has been to really kind of use AI very responsibly. We serve the US market. So our approach has been to really have the educators who are AI enabled. So a lot of AI related aids, whether it's a teacher aid, whether it's in the content, whether it's in their lesson planning, whether it's in any kind of analytics basis, a lot of student data that they get, it is going to enable the educator. We are, as a company, we have taken an approach not to really kind of expose children directly to kind of AI, except we've got a very powerful voice AI engine which really helps them with their speech and phonetics and pronunciation. So that's been our approach. We are really kind of using AI to make sure that we get those 10x kind of gains, where what I mean by that is whatever is, let's say, on our roadmap for the next 3 years, how can that be fast-tracked earlier? And we're seeing kind of goodness on that, at least in the areas of product engineering and services.
Yeah, and likewise in the healthcare pharmaceutical industry, I think for us, sense of urgency and outcome focused are two very important purposes, right? Why we exist. Patients are dying, we need to have medicines come to them faster. So, you know, in drug discovery, computational chemistry, computational biology, in situ work to make sure how molecules interact with our body, and how we can have more predictive analytics on that. We are using AI platforms a lot to fasten our journey to bring the drug to the patients who are waiting. Second is, of course, about our efficiency improvements, literacy being improved for AI tools, for everybody to use it as a catalyst, to use it as a tool to help them do better. So a lot of interventions in supply chain, in manufacturing, in general systems. But again, as I say that, you know, that it's easy to see tools, but how to make those tools actually work in an environment which has a legacy, which has a cultural footprint, which has a global footprint, is you know, judgment. It's a lot of wisdom. It's a lot of judgment. It's a lot of negotiation. It's cultural sensitivity. So these are tools, but to make them work is human. And that's where, you know, we are wanting to see how we can build the organization to actually use the catalyst as a catalyst.
I think from a Deloitte standpoint, right? I think without AI, I don't think there is any you know, going forward or a future. There is nothing like skills that are only technology skills or strategy skills. So AI is definitely very, very important from our kind of business as well. But few things that we are doing to sort of make sure that the entire workforce. So for example, Deloitte in India is almost 1 lakh people, and just the Deloitte India business is about 53,000 people. To make sure that these are AI ready and upskilled, I think there are a number of programs that we are running currently. For example, and this will tie back to some of the academicians who are sitting here as well. We run a program called Embark, which is essentially to say that I will invest in the students who are coming into my workforce and make sure that they are upskilled and trained on some of the things that are relevant for me as a business. Right? That is a major investment that is happening, whether it is being done by the college or the organization itself, but it is a very important aspect to sort of look at. At the same time, I think AI for us has been to look at two lenses, right? One is to look at from the lens of a service delivery transformation, to say that the way I service my clients, is there a way I can bring in efficiency? I can make it faster, better, and I wouldn't say cheaper. I wouldn't say it is coming at a lower cost or anything, but at the high quality that we are looking at. And especially if you look at Deloitte as a business, we are also an audit organization. So we want to make sure that the quality that we deliver to our organization, to the clients that we serve, is top notch. So for example, we built something called as Research Avinya. Avinya is the short name for, or the Hindi name for innovation, which basically, has taken some of the large language models, and we have fed a lot of the audit related policies, procedures, companies laws and all of that. And it has been able to be used by the practitioners in a manner that it is like a research insights tool, right? And it is a very simple idea, but what has resulted out of that is the teams are able to save millions of hours in doing the research work that we usually do. So that's where some of these are important for us to look at how, I think Professor also spoke about it, and Mukta, you also mentioned that how do we make sure that this is going to help us rather than looking at as an enemy or something we have to fight against. I think there is nothing like fighting against AI. It has to be used as an augmented intelligence. And I see it as if every organization, every employee of an organization has that augmented capability and the intelligence, I think it's going to only help us do things faster and better.
Cool. I think in the context of financial services, there's obviously a lot of investment that the frontier, AI companies are doing, because it makes sense, because in the financial service world, there is so much manual operational work that we do. I think there's bigger ROI when it comes to using AI for automating and trying to, make an impact. But having said that, given that we deal with people's money, I think our approach to AI has been that, we should use it in a very responsible way. I think governance plays a big role. Obviously, we are regulated entities, so there are various regulatory bodies that really dictate in terms of how AI should be used. So we need to be careful in making sure that we adhere to all those compliance regulations around how we use AI and what are the use cases. Making sure there is always a human in the loop, any of the business processes, so that AI can generate the output, but there is always a human who actually looks at data and makes a judgment call. So, for us, especially, I think, our sort of maturity of AI adoption, I think we started off with, we figured out that AI coding tools are probably the most mature of all the tools, because, everything is about generating code. So I think a lot of frontier labs did train their models of how you can write better code. So I think we see a lot of, I think in the last, I would say 12 months, we have really seen huge, efficiency gains and productivity gains in just how these code assistant tools are able to write code, analyze code. So we started obviously with prompt engineering as to how developers can write a prompt and generate a code for a given problem. And then off late we are seeing something called loop engineering, where the LLM models or the agent harness is not just writing code, it's also actually deploying the code, it's actually testing the code and then fixing. So the whole loop of how do you actually iterate through a software development life cycle is actually emulated by these AI coding assistant, and that's fascinating. I think we see generally stats of around 60 to 70% of the code now is AI generated, and a lot of our developers' time is actually spent in just reviewing the code and making sure the code adheres to certain software principles and tenets. The next one that we see is for business users. I think there's a lot of generic tools out there, so-called AI agents. I think those are, a great tool to have. Of course, you need to have the right guardrails, but giving an ability, a playground for users, business users, to actually upload their documents and data and use that for more analysis and helping you get some insights. I think that's probably the next big curve. And we also did some AI hackathons where we just identified a couple of business use cases across, gave it to our engineers and said, hey, solve this problem. And we see that though general purpose tools have their own limitations, I think there is opportunity where you need to customize certain agents, and that's where I think agentic development comes in, where you need to build your own platform using SDKs and agentic AIs to actually build business workflows that really meets the needs of your organization. And I think that's probably the third evolution. And I think, look, we are learning. I think some tool that we built sometime a year ago, I think we just had to throw it away because that was purely a prompt engineer based model, and now the world is moved towards more agentic React and action loop. So I think it's rapidly changing. Technology is real. We need to be careful about tokenomics, because I think you've probably heard, it's easy to burn the tokens. I think you need some governance around how do you really control those limits and how do you use it for. But I think the technology is fascinating, and I think we just need to embrace it and start playing and experimenting with as we go.
Thanks. So I think I'll probably go back to reflecting on the same framework of a full stack human being. So I'm thinking if there's a full stack organization, and if I look at the knowledge of humanities, commerce, and tech, the top two reside usually in senior people, older people, and the bottom one reside mostly in tech teams or the younger people. So I think the opportunity now is how to bring all of them together across functions, across geographies, all of that. And I think that's where the bigger aspect will be. Today, I think more or less it's happening very tactically. A few things are being done. We are at a yellow belt level. We need to go to the black belt level. So thank you for that. I think last question is related to the academia and the talent and so on and so forth. Now I'll start with Mukta in the middle. Your thoughts on how do we think, and you have seen many talent evolutions and you have changed your hiring practices. What would you tell the academic institutions? How can we collaborate better? How can we bring them together to create a new breed of talent, which is ready for the next 30 years, as Professor also articulated? What can we do there? And what are you doing? And what are some ideas that others can take away? And same question for all.
No, it's a fundamental question in front of us, and my humble 2 cents here, and I'm sure the panel will add a lot of value to this. Um, as I said, when we look from industry lens and from success lens, okay, it is about looking at the ultimate outcome. So how academia can do is break these silos about subjects, bring that interdisciplinary knowledge, bring that curiosity through projects, but projects that really are real life projects and challenge them for failure points, right? So what can fail? Because we are talking about, if you join a Fortune 500 company, you're talking about a very legacy, complex scale up. You are talking about stakeholders that are embedded into the system. You're talking about stakeholders that are multicultural. You're talking about legacy outcomes, regulators, data privacy, safety, cybersecurity, hundreds of things on one platform or one solution that you want to globally scale up. At that time, you cannot be like restricted to like one particular cell. You have to be systems thinker. You have to think holistically, and you have to think of the interconnectedness. So have that kind of interconnectedness built through the projects, challenge them more with what could be the domain specific, like a banking, for instance, a solution for banking. What does it entail and how can it fail, right? So the ability to identify risk, failure points, complexity of that, if we can embed in some of these projects or the low touch and high touch things that we are doing with industry, that will take them to the next level. Yeah.
So I think building on to what Mukta said and Professor Gopakumar said earlier, it's like a little bit of a dichotomy. On one side, we definitely need specialization, understanding of the domain. But within the domain, again, today, anyone can write a code, thanks to Claude, thanks to any of that. So I think the whole idea is to really be problem solvers, have that curiosity to really look at a problem, and then you've got the resources at your disposal. So be kind of innovative to keep trying that out and solve it. I think the organizations are going to become fundamentally much leaner as we go in terms of the hierarchy as I see it going forward. There will be people who will be doers. There will be people who will kind of own outcomes of a particular business process. And then there will be a small group of people who probably, again, that roles will keep interchanging, who will be kind of thinking on strategy and the long-term plans. But I think folks will probably keep exchanging the roles from time to time. But the key thing that will kind of keep everybody in the race is that curiosity and that problem-solving kind of.
Sure. Thank you, Mukta and Rajiv. I'll build it on from another element, which is on emotional quotient. While we are going deeper into the tech side, but what I believe when any of the global organizations or new talent is joining in, it's not about EQ teaching or learning one subject, clearing the exam on EQ. I think EQ is embedded. Pankaj, you alluded to it. Keeping human in the center, not as one of the work streams to work around it. So I think EQ, I'll give you an example. Most of the time, being a student, when I was in college, most of our curriculums are wherein we are individually working. I'm doing my assignment, I'm working individually, but what happens the moment you join in the organization? You clear your interviews, you are campus done, you join. The expectation is you should be working in the team. So whatever 90 to 10 ratio was there, 90 individually and 10% of you working in a team, collaborative environment, in the moment you join a global organization, it's other way around. And it's not only India, multicultural. I think Mukta alluded to those some of the pointers earlier. So how do we help our academia can help the new talent which is coming to be ready for that? I'll give an example which we are trying now on the AI side. One of the big gap generally comes, everybody we have 18,000 people in our organization, and we realize when it comes to the coaching, it generally goes to some of the senior management, middle management layer, but you cannot have coach assigned for everybody. So leveraging technology for coaching, so we have an AI solution which we are using called Nadia, which is a coach given to everyone. You can actually do a lot of conversation even when you are going for preparation of your goals, to your one-on-ones, even not only manager to other one. So that's where I'm saying EQ can be really helpful, because if you look at Pankaj, especially when we look at the organization, how the performance is evaluated. It is not only the performance, it's the behavior side as well. But in our academia, it's only one side. But some of our students get deja vu. Oh, I did it best. I'm the best. Yes, you are the best, but your team has to be also be the best. And I think that's where it would be really helpful in a global environment. Yeah.
Yeah, for the next 30 years, I don't know, Pankaj, but I think what we can do now is something I can speak about, because I think the landscape is changing almost every hour, every day. So, for example, I'll tell you this initiative that we do with campuses. And every year, Deloitte goes to campuses and we hire interns who come in for a fixed duration of, let's say, 2 months or 3 months. And typically what has happened, and I think all the organizations will associate with it, the interns come in, they take their own sweet time, the organization takes its own sweet time to figure out what work needs to be given to them. And by the time it is figured out, it's time for them to leave the internship as well. But what we did this year was quite path-breaking, I would say. We ran something called as Hacksplosion, and HirePro was a partner in that with us. We essentially went to 60 colleges, and many of them probably are in the room as well, across the country. And we launched this Hacksplosion program, where the idea was to give use cases that are relevant from our standpoint, that are relevant from our client standpoint. And we also give you the platform on which you build this, right? Otherwise, typically a lot of the innovation that is done is on disparate systems, and there is no ability to scale that innovation subsequently. So that's where we gave the use cases, we gave the platform to them. Around 21,000 students applied as part of the Hacksplosion. And out of that, I think 18,000, we trained them on the platform that Deloitte owns right now, which is called genw.ai. And essentially, 21,000 out of that, 150 students were shortlisted. They were brought into the Deloitte office. They presented their ideas. We had the CEO and, the chief operating officer. All of them actually sit through some of these ideas and identify the top winning teams, right? So while this was the whole process, I think what happened at the background was that this was the first time I've been with, in this consulting world for the last 15, 20 years. And this was the first time I saw, practitioners or teams actually fighting for the interns. They wanted these interns because what we created was something which is very valuable for the organization. These are people who now have some core new skill which is the need of the hour, and that's what they brought in, right? And now I think almost 150 of them who have joined, all of them have expressed that they want to continue and expand their internship beyond the 2-month duration. They want to do actually a 1-year duration internship, right? So again, that was a win-win for the students, for us as an organization as well, because I mean that's the way I'm looking at it, that if we can create an impact which is here and now, and learn some of these new age skills, I think that will be just the new future for us.
Yeah, look, by no stretch of imagination, I want to feel like you are in a kindergarten class. But look, in terms of my analogy about how the role and the expectations are changing from people, we started with like I shape, right, to T shape, and then thanks, Vineet, you added the V shape. But I think for students, I think the aspiration is to become a O shape, right? Which is basically well-rounded, right? You need to have, I think jack of all trades. AI is making us more of a generalist, not a specialist anymore. I think my fellow panelists mentioned you have to be more like a problem solver. Like no more you will call yourself as a software engineer, a backend engineer, or database engineer, UI engineer, right? You are just a problem solver. You have to use the right AI tools at your disposal to solve the problem. So imagine a world where the role would change, where you will have to wear a hat of someone like a product manager who will take the business requirements. You will do a quick prototyping using AI tools. You will then go and build it. You will deploy it. You will support it, right? So no more handoffs between different set of people. I think you have the complete ownership end to end, from all the way from taking the requirements all the way to shipping the software and having an impact. And that's what AI tools are going to help you. But I think at the same time, we should also be cognizant of the fact that don't just succumb to these AI tools where in college and academics, you still have to learn the fundamentals of engineering, right? And it's important to understand the basic tenets of, in the case of software engineering, data structures, object-oriented principles, how does various big data problems are solved, how distributed systems are solved. Because AI can help you, but at the end of the day, you still need to own the system architecture. You need to own an enterprise architecture. And that is only possible when you really know the fundamentals. Somebody really gave a good example of, if you used AI tools to just build systems, it's as good as building a skyscraper in a desert, right? Where the sand is so fragile, the building is bound to collapse. I think what is important is the foundations, right? Need to have the right data foundations, right? To need to have the right governance, software principles, and then you use AI to amplify your data and use it for analytics. So I think it's important to make sure that people still focus on fundamentals and build AI on top of it.
So my takeaway is this I and T and W and U and O. And maybe O with an arrow that continuously evolving and evolutionary. So time is up, but one last question for all of you. So CV is a manifestation of our skill set and talent. And it says beyond code, domain, discipline. Imagine we are in 2030. What would your CV look like? Will it still have education from this place and domain and this, or what kind of CV would you? So give me an imaginary CV in 2030. What will it contain different from what we do now? Because we are going beyond code, beyond domain, discipline. Start with you.
I think, build curiosity and be a good problem solver.
But how will you put that in a CV? I'll ask you for your CV. You'll say, I'm a good problem solver and I'm a curious person.
Passionate problem solver.
Okay.
Yeah, very tough question, I would say. Next 30 years.
This one is out of course. We didn't discuss it, so I put them on a spot.
Yeah. Yeah, sucker for knowledge. I think I would say that.
See, now the CV has become a phrase. Okay, go ahead.
Impact I've created and failures I have had.
Okay. Experience in kind of solving diverse problems, showing a consistent track record around curiosity.
Opportunity creator and taking people along.
So when the time is up, ask a tough question in the end so that they have nothing much to say. And thank you all. Great having all of you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for all our dignitaries right here. Thank you so much for a fantastic panel discussion. I would like to request everyone to give a bigger round of applause as we capture this lovely moment. I would like to thank our moderator and our panelists for such a wonderful discussion. I'd also like to request Harsha Goyal, Senior Vice President, CareerNet, to please join us on stage. Hand a moment to us of appreciation and a lovely moment to all our panelists and our moderator. Starting with Pankaj Rai. Mukta Arora. Rajiv Kapoor. And a heartfelt thanks to Sudeepta. I'd also like to request dignitaries on stage to kindly please pose for a group photograph. Let's capture a lovely moment. Well, to all our panelists for a dynamic exchange of ideas and setting the stage for a deeper inquiry throughout the day. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time that we quickly break for some refreshment. The tea counters are open, requesting everyone to please help yourself. Well, we request you to please be back on time so that we can get started with the next session. Once again, a heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries on stage. Thank you for your valuable time. Request Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a very refreshing and a relaxing break. All set to get started with our next session. But before that, let me ask everyone, are we all refreshed? Relaxed? Rejuvenated? Fantastic. Then let's do a quick number challenge. It's just to get your attention right here. What we do is when I say 1, I want everyone to free your hands, put both the hands up in the air and just clap once. When I say 2, you clap twice. And when I say 3, you clap thrice. That's it. But it's just that, let's see how well you do this without missing the numbers. Here we go. 1. Together. 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 1, 0. See? I told you, you're not listening. Let's try this once more. Here we go. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 0. Fantastic. Which means all concentration right here on stage. We get started now with something really exciting. Also to remind everyone, ladies and gentlemen, the day has a lot more exciting panel discussions from the industry leaders, academicians, and leaders who are going to share thoughts for a lifetime. Well, other than that, we also have something very interesting, that is the unveiled report of the college hiring report that I'm sure you all don't want to miss out. A lot of exciting things planned up for the day, which keeps us intact and makes this entire day with lots of learning, sharing, and gaining. With that, we now move on to the session, which gives us details about the Hack Vega 2.0. A felicitation, which is definitely going to bring a smile on many of them. In our very first panel discussion, the question was, what's new? Specialized roles that look like inside organizations. Well, this next segment is going to answer this question right behind it. Where does the talent actually come from in the very first place? Well, join along with me as we celebrate right now the winners of Hack Vega 2.0, the nationwide hackathon to find the brightest star of the tech brilliance. The emerging innovators who have battled it out through multiple rounds of real-world problem solving, and today they truly stand as a testament to the future of India's tech talent. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands up as I request Mr. Neelab Shukla, Chief Business Officer at CareerNet, to please join us on stage, who will preside over the felicitation. Let's give a big hand and let's welcome Mr. Shukla on stage.
Hope I'm audible. Is it better now? Okay, this one should work. So, no problem. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcoming you all to Momentum'26 once again. Hack Vega, as Afshan mentioned, is a flagship nationwide engineering hackathon that discovers, assesses, and showcases the top student talent. Let's start with the journey of Hack Vega 2.0. What an exciting and a power-packed second edition it has been. We had a very enthusiastic participation and we saw roughly more than 50% more participation compared to the last year. And at the end of the whole student community trying it out, getting challenged and solving problems, we finally have the winners.
Level, and what I really liked about it was each one targeted different skills. It wasn't just about problem solving, it required critical thinking with proper time management. It really pushed my limits and the whole experience was incredible. Also, the platform was seamless during the rounds with zero inconvenience.
Winning Hackwager 2.0 is more than receiving a trophy. Every round challenged us to think faster, code smarter, and adapt to the new problems. I believe future belongs to the engineers who don't wait for change. They create it. Thank you to the Hype Pro, My Career Net, the organizers, and everyone who made this platform possible.
This journey was both amazing and challenging. Each and every stage has taught me something new. I'm really grateful to the organizers who organized this competition so well designed and made the experience so memorable.
Winning Hackwager is a proud milestone for me, and it motivates me to continue learning, building impactful solutions, and pushing my limits. This hackathon challenged me to think critically, solve complex problems, and apply AI-assisted development in real-world scenarios. I am grateful for Hype Pro team for organizing such a well event and providing us a platform where students can showcase their technical and problem-solving abilities.
Participating in Hackwager 2.2 was a great, amazing experience. Each round was thoughtfully designed and challenged me to think critically and solve real-world problems and perform under time constraint. I would also like to appreciate the Hackwager team for organizing such a smooth and well-structured events, and it was a great platform to learn, connect, and compete with talented participants from across the country.
And now on to the brightest of the star. The winner is Harshita from IIT Madras. We have Harshita here with us. I would like to welcome her on the Once again, Harshita, the stage is all yours. We would want you to share a few words.
A really warm good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I'll just like to give an introduction of myself. So I am Harshita and I am currently pursuing my BTech in Mechanical Engineering from IIT Madras. So this having participated in this competition is such a good experience for me. It helped me grow in multiple ways to perform under pressure, like to think better and faster. And I really appreciate Hype Pro and My Career Net team for organizing this event and inviting me for this event. Yes, thank you all.
Thank you, Harshita. A big round of applause. based on the total participation, the performance of the participants, the outcomes and the overall engagement. No particular order. Our SRM Institute, Shri Vishnu Engineering College for Women, requesting the delegates of colleges to come up to the Professor Sanjay Jindal. Both of us have come. I thought he will also come. Sanjay Jindal, right? Sanjay Jindal. If Professor Sanjay Jindal is here, can he join us on the stage, please? Can please come to the center? Okay, no problem. Now, HackVega 2.0 was curated and hosted on MyCareerNet platform. In past 3 years, since the Momentum 2024, 2025, and 2026, the key theme has been around industry academia. And the discussion is not over because the central fulcrum of the whole thing basically is the student talent. So that's how basically the MyCareerNet platform was thought through originally, and we basically have been taking it from one height to the other. MyCareerNet, it's a unified platform that blends talent communities, academia, and the employer engagement to create the career-ready talent. So that's what the key theme of the platform is. MyCareerNet is a unified platform that focuses on employer branding to attract, engage, and convert the top talent. So that's what the basic theme of the platform is. Can I get the remote for the slide movement? Through this platform, through the years, we have had opportunity of hosting some of India's biggest hackathons and contests. So you look at the really large one, Flipkart is among the largest in the nation. About 165,000 registrations is what the hackathon drove last year. The Grace Hopper conference and the hackathon associated with it, so on and so forth. We would also like to acknowledge and recognize the employers who came on board to engage with us and the talent on the platform. This is a partial list, but we are very thankful for all the employers who basically have been the key force behind taking the platform forward. Now, as I was mentioning, the talent is the core of this universe. Now, this platform focuses on readiness for that talent, giving them tools which are required for the transition from a college to an enterprise, gives them the engagement opportunities in form of contests or hackathons or events, and gives them the real career options for them to transition from a college to an enterprise. Now, to take this forward, we are also very excited to announce a curated internship program in association with VLSI Society of India. This program aims at connecting students who are keen on the career in the VLSI industry with the leading semiconductor organizations. We have Dr. Satya with us in the hall today. I would request him to come to the stage and share a few words. Welcome, Dr. Satya.
Thanks, Neelab. Thank you so much, Neelab, Rohit, and obviously the good friend Anshuman and Rishi. I have been involved with this team from basically inception of the CareerNet, probably about 25 years back. Very glad to see how they have progressed and basically made an impact basically into the talent ecosystem. So how many of you are from the talent acquisition area? Can people raise their hands? How many are employers? Okay, so I believe that this conference attracts most number of talent acquisition people, right? So I'll say basically talent is not just about the acquisition of talent, right? And there is A, B, C of talent, okay? Obviously the end goal is the talent acquisition, but there is B and C also. So we have to start with the talent creation. I'll just take a few minutes to explain basically. I think a lot of discussion today happened around AI and education and all those things, right? So talent creation happens in our great institutions, more than 1,000 engineering colleges in India. As AI is creating an inflection point, we have to also change how talent is created in these institutions, right? So first thing starts with basically a modern age curriculum, which basically suits the need of the students and need of the industry. Today, whenever I go to college, most of the places, the curriculum is for the faculty, it's not for the student, okay? They want to put the courses in the curriculum which they know about, right? Not about what students need, right? And this is pervasive basically across our whole ecosystem, right? So I think we need to basically create modern age curriculum. Also, our students are very smart. So when basically curriculum design exercise is happening, we need to make them part of that, okay? They can basically tell what works for them, what doesn't work for them, right? So that's how we create the fundamental knowledge, whether it's basically through the fundamental courses or AI or whatever tools you want to use, that's fine, right? But the curriculum has to basically modern age, right? Most of basically large companies, right, want to hire basically students as soon as possible. Some places they go to hiring at the beginning of the 5th semester only. So that means basically first 2 years are critical. And if you look at the traditional curriculum, basically we say 1 year is common to everybody. We are going to teach the same damn subjects which we basically did in JEE and all of those things, right? I think we need to get away from that. Start the core courses. If you are an engineering student, you need to do basically some engineering stuff. If you are electronics engineering, do digital electronics in the first semester. Don't wait till second year, right? Because that gives you room to complete all the fundamental courses by second year. So when you go to basically recruitment in fifth semester, you will at least get some stuff, right? So that's the talent creation. The next is basically talent booster. Once we have done basically good work in the curriculum and initial teaching, right? We need to provide them opportunities to basically whatever they have learned, hone through basically projects and industry experience. And in today's world, I think the internship has become the best tool for hiring for most of the companies. India is catching up, but in US, any of the large companies don't hire without internship. You have to first do an internship at that company and then you get basically offer in that, right? So, and third is basically once these students are ready, then basically talent acquisition. And you guys are doing fantastic job. So this collaboration with, so VLSI Society is already working on more than 100 colleges for VLSI design and semiconductor education, curriculum, in-course projects and all of those things. Today, in partnership with basically CareerNet, we are announcing the talent boosting platform, which is basically an internship platform, right? Today, the problem is that basically, since our institutes are basically spread across country, every nook and corner of the countries, right? Most of the companies are not able to reach them. And same basically, most of the students are not able to reach the companies. There may be nuggets everywhere, right? Whether it's basically Arunachal Pradesh to basically Coimbatore to any place in the Srinagar, right? Typically because of the operational cost and everything, we are not able to reach all of these students for basically internship and choose the best out of them, right? So this platform is basically going to provide every student an opportunity to participate in this internship mela or what we want to make it, right? Is that on the other hand, the companies get basically very selected and filtered students out of this internship platform, and their operational costs, their quality, their reach, all of that will improve, right? So we are calling it a Silicon Gateway. Right now it is targeted for VLSI design and semiconductor students. We hope to basically in the first year target about 500 internship through this platform, and as we go along basically I think we will increase the amount. Today semiconductor industry hires about basically 8 to 10,000 freshers every year, right? So we need about twice that amount as an internship to basically get the best talent out of them, right? So there is a lot of opportunity, and this 8 to 10,000 is basically growing at 10% every year. So probably by 2030 we will be looking at basically 20 to 30,000 people to join, with basically industry growing itself, Indian government's effort on basically product design and manufacturing. So I think with that, I would like to announce the Silicon Gateway. We have put in VLSI Gateway, but I would like to change them to Silicon Gateway because we do everything in the silicon, whether VLSI or other things and so on and so forth. So with that, I'll give it to Neela. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Satya. So India, in certain sense, has been a very unique country, right? So if you look at it, and if you look at the adoption of mobile phones, in early 80s, the penetration of landline phones was very, very less. And India looked like a nation which didn't even have the basic telephony facilities. And then suddenly 5G, a few years down the line, and we are the largest nation, the cheapest data and the internet. Similarly, if you look at this economy of software development before doing a whole lot of work into manufacturing and the basic industries. And those of us who were there for the first session, the physics and the mathematics, we directly kind of jumped into the coding jobs. Now, eventually, I think we are catching up again with a whole lot of backward integration in certain sense, with a whole lot of semiconductor mission 2.0, a whole lot of focus on manufacturing, electronics, so on and so forth in India. We believe that's a good hope for a large population which is yet to join the workforce in India. Now, from this platform, the objective is that this needs to be like an ecosystem. So we spoke about employers, right? So Dr. Satya spoke about how many of us are TA professionals. So that's basically the part of the corporate. We did focus a whole lot more on figuring out how academias are, what they're doing, how does the intersection of AI needs to change and things like that. We are also very proud to launch today one more offering from our end, which we have not had so far as a group. We are launching Academia Solutions, Carrot by MyCareerNet. This is something which basically has been in the works since last year, Momentum. A whole lot of feedback basically which came by was that while we can continue to talk about readiness and how do we basically bring industry academia together and is there a way to change the curriculum, but those were still very theoretical and a high level concept. We wanted to basically get down one level deeper with the platform because we have this whole lot of access to the student talent community. And there's a genuine eagerness to basically learn and do better. So that's where, with the 4 key focus areas to start with, once somebody gets into the college, assess them, figure out where the gap is, help somebody bridge that gap, re-evaluate and see where they have gone in that journey. So we get an opportunity to work with the community for 3 years, 2nd year, 3rd year, 4th year, and we hope that with these interventions together, we'll be able to bridge the gap much faster. A lot of us end up saying that we have been talking about bridging this gap forever. It is not like that you basically build a flyover and then the work gets over, the bridge gets built. Especially the folks in Bangalore would be able to connect better. So many flyovers, but we still don't get to one place to the other. So that's where it's a continuous journey. And in this journey, we believe this will be a super highway, which will basically help us to bring the whole community together faster. We have got Shaladitya, who has come on board to lead this initiative. We have a booth outside. He will be a familiar face to a lot of folks in academia. He joins us from the SHL and the Aspiring Mind background. So thank you so much once again, everyone, and look forward to an engaging day. Afshan, back to you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to take a moment and request Mr. Shukla to please remain back on stage for a moment. Well, I would like to call upon the top performing institute who missed out to join us on stage a segment before. Let's give a big round of applause for SRM Institute of Science and Technology, requesting the representatives to please join us on stage, and let's capture a wonderful moment. I request Mr. Shukla to please do the honors and capture a lovely moment. Hearty congratulations, the SRM Institute of Science and Technology, and thank you so much, Mr. Shukla, for your valuable time on stage. Well, indeed, Hackwega 2.0 has truly been a strong showcase of India's emerging talent. If Hackwega 2.0 just showed us how far raw talent can go when given the right platform, our next conversation, ladies and gentlemen, truly asks the question that follows very naturally. How do we evaluate and place that talent very fairly at scale in a workforce being reshaped by artificial intelligence? We now move on to our next panel discussion titled Reimagining Talent and Evaluation in an AI-Enabled Workforce. Well, to set the tone, let's have a look at the audiovisual. Could we have the AV, please? As we move forward, I'd like to take the pleasure of welcoming our moderator for the session. While join along with me, as I truly take the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Alvin David, Global Head of Talent Strategy at Newgen Software. Mr. David brings over 28 years of rich experience in talent management, talent acquisition, and organizational development. He stands at the forefront of building and scaling Newgen's Pan-India campus hiring ecosystem, strengthening the organization's ability to attract, engage, and develop high-potential talent from premier institutions. Well, with that, a hearty warm welcome to you. I'd also now like to take the pleasure of welcoming our panelists on stage, starting with Ambili Chandran, Recruiting Manager, India Scale Delivery, Google. Ms. Chandran defines, executes, and solves Google's RPO strategy for India. This involves driving successful partnership and performance of RPO partners with overall accountability for delivery across tech, non-tech, campus, and internship programs. A hearty warm welcome to you. I'd also like to take the pleasure of welcoming on stage Ms. Ashwini Ramdas, Senior Manager of Talent Acquisition, Microsoft, a recognized leader in building future-ready talent ecosystem. Ms. Ramdas leads Microsoft's early career talent strategy across India, partnering with senior executives to identify, attract, and develop the next generation of innovators who will shape the future of technology. Through her leadership, she drives large-scale talent transformation initiatives that strengthen Microsoft workforce, accelerate business growth, and cultivate diverse and high-impact talent pipelines. A hearty warm welcome to you. I'd also like to extend a warm welcome to Ms. Megha Kapil, Director, Talent Acquisition, PwC Acceleration Center, India. A senior talent strategy and workforce transformation leader with 22 years of rich experience shaping high-impact hiring ecosystem. Ms. Kapil leads over 300-member team across experience and campus recruiting, recognized for combining business strategy, talent intelligence, AI-enabled transformation, and inclusive leadership, while she has built scalable talent models that truly strengthen enterprise capability, accelerate growth, and elevate employer brand in competitive markets. A hearty warm welcome to you. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to take the pleasure of welcoming Ms. Ruksar Julekha, Regional Head of Talent Acquisition, IMEA Turkey at AAB. Ms. Julekha is an award-winning HR leader and seasoned talent professional with 14+ years of experience in driving people strategy, building high-impact teams, and enabling business growth. While recognized for her strategic mindset and people-first approach, Ms. Julekha thrives on transforming talent functions into business enablers. Well, let's give a big hand and let's welcome you on stage. I'd also like to take the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Vishal Bansal, Senior Director and Head of Talent Acquisition, Thought Focus. Mr. Bansal brings over 20 years of rich experience leading TA functions across technology, digital services, product, manufacturing, and consulting organizations, while he specializes in building hiring engines that span high volume, niche leadership, and early career hiring across multiple geographies. Let's give a big hand and let's welcome Mr. Bansal on stage. With that, firstly, thank you so much to all the dignitaries for your valuable time right here. I'd now like to leave it to the moderator to take the discussion forward.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Is there anyone in the room? Good afternoon, everyone. Great. Good to know that there's an audience in the room. So we are very happy to be here, and thank you, HirePro, for getting all of us here for this very interesting and very, very timely discussion. So I'm very happy to welcome each one of you to Momentum 2026. And I remember I was here in 2024, and if I'm not wrong, it was a revival of Momentum because there was a break, right, Anshuman? And then we started off, and I remember I was very much there on one of the roundtables there, and I remember the kind of engaging speakers that were talking about Gen AI. And at that point in time also, there was a construction happening outside this hotel. And today also, the construction is still not complete. And our discussion from Gen AI still remains on AI. And I still know that all of us are still evolving to realizing the potential and the power of AI. So what we are here, we've given a task to debate on a topic which is reimagining talent and evaluation or assessment in AI-enabled workforce, and we have exactly 35 minutes. I've been told that we're running late. We'll try and conclude in this 35 minutes, and we're fundamentally rewriting the playbook for both educators and employer. So to understand the scale of what we are dealing with at macro level, we only need to look at the latest global industry data, and I'm talking from McKinsey's State of AI 2025 report, where they say corporate AI adoption has surged significantly, with 88% of organizations now regularly using AI in at least one business function. And the other report by World Economic Forum, again in 2025, 37% of young workers around the world are currently in entry-level roles with a medium to high exposure to AI-driven disruptions. So, and we all know that it is scaled, the AI absorption, and it is executing tasks at a level that we never anticipated. This brings us to a critical crossroads for our universities, which I've been told is a major part of our audience, and to our hiring managers, the other part of the audience. Traditionally, when evaluating entry-level talent, we would like to restrict our discussion to entry-level, considering we have academia here. An organization relied heavily on deep academic performance, specialized theoretical baselines, but today AI can write clean functional code and run complex diagnostic simulations or optimize blueprints in seconds. The exact task we traditionally assign to entry-level hires to prove their technical competence are being rapidly automated. So the fundamental question for our esteemed panel here today, and I'm talking of computing all the experience in the panel here, so we're talking of 100 years of experience, and we'll bring in that experience, and I would like you to please be glued into the discussions or a dialogue that will be shared, because I'm sure that's going to be pearls of wisdom by the experienced folks in talent acquisition. How is AI changing what organizations actually value when they hire talent, specifically at the entry level? So if base technical execution is commoditized, what becomes the new premium? But before we begin, I would like to make an ice-breaking question to all the panelists in terms of by asking, what is one thing that is not there on your LinkedIn profile? And what is your favorite AI tool that you use on daily basis? Quickly, we can start from you, Megha.
I think the number of active hours that I spend on LinkedIn is not showing there. And one tool that I use is the Copilot in Microsoft. So that helps absolutely to arrange all my important emails on top, which I need to take action when I'm out like this.
Super, Vishal?
What's not there on LinkedIn?
Yeah.
I think if there can be more collaborative or interactive with the audience out there, that will be great. In my profile, I do a lot of data analysis, so I use Claude like all the time.
Awesome.
In a day, twice I finish the limit for Claude also. That's what.
Ambali?
Yeah, you'll have to call me biased, but Google Gemini, I think day in and day out, it's a tool that I use. And most recently, Notebook LM, and especially the feature called Audio Overview. It basically automates all your day-to-day content together and brings it to you in a podcast, conversational talk type. And I think for all of us who live in Bangalore and spend so much time on traffics and, like Neelav said, on flyovers, it just helps me to listen to these podcasts. So Google Gemini and Notebook LM, that's one tool.
Super.
Well, what's not on LinkedIn, I don't know the number of people I try and follow. I think maybe that's not captured. But yes, of course, loyalties to Microsoft, it has to be co-work. I think that's definitely a tool that's helped streamline so much and make things so much more simpler and faster. So yeah, definitely a new favorite.
On my LinkedIn, I think just because LinkedIn has become this place that everybody is connected with everybody, so I would say my actual network is not on my LinkedIn. It's on my phone, probably through contacts. And just like everybody else, we have our own AI. So I use Abby, which is ABB internal AI. This is more for official purposes, but I'm very regular, like everybody else. For personal tasks, I am into still ChatGPT.
Awesome. So now we know, let's dive into our first discussion topic of our panel. How is AI fundamentally changing what organizations value when they hire talent, especially at the entry level? To give you a context here, global studies state that new tasks added to the AI exposed roles are 2.5 times more likely to rely on human skills like judgment and creativity. Vishal, I would like to begin with you from a perspective from tech and services side.
What you're asking is like how organization is primarily looking at the early talent. From someone like who is hiring a talent acquisition point of view, primarily leading, especially in terms of company thought process as well, what we see early talent consumption point of view, the layer or the entry level bar probably has increased far what we were seeing two or 3 years back when there was a lot more discussion after COVID as well. The requirements, jobs, still there, but what we look for now in early talent primarily is someone, the maturity, what we used to find earlier 2 to 3 years experience as well. More emphasis is on judgmental, someone like who can have a higher reasoning skill sets, someone like who can think it through, someone like who can articulate the problem statement and look for the solutions also, instead of those hard skills which are primarily being filtered through the normal assessment tools what we have been given or like what we are revealing right now as well. That's a fundamental change. A few months back, one of my business leaders also came and it was very profound input that he mentioned that in near future, I won't be hiring based on development skill sets. I will primarily hire those who can think it through, who can articulate clients' issues, and come back how do they want to basically deal with that. But in my function, we may not be able to prepare how we evaluate that very, very fundamental level. That's where we are dealing with the issue. But I think the nature of the job, the nature of the expectations have changed fundamentally, and it is not going to go back to the original level.
Awesome. So Megha, with your experience with Oracle, JP Morgan Chase and PwC, what is your take on this?
I think this is a very important question that what is organization really looking for when we use the word value, and I want to address this because in this room, I think many of you are looking for that answer from an organization perspective. Earlier, the question when we were as a recruiters talking to the business leader was, what can the freshers do? So there used to be a list of activities which used to be basic technical activities or execution that we used to say, if this is the work, let's get the freshers, let's get the entry-level talent. Now the conversation is changing. The entire goalpost or the value proposition of a fresher has been changed by the evolution of AI. And now the question that we all are supposed to answer for the freshers is, how can they bring the critical thinking? Are they able to learn quickly? Can they frame the problem statements correctly? If the problem statement is solved, right, are they really looking at the solution from an ethical point of view or from an outcome point of view? So these are the questions that are coming where the focus is moving from the technical execution. So I think that's where from an academia perspective, we will need more of your help because the technical execution baseline has become the baseline. It's not the differentiator anymore. So each hire that we are looking now has to look for the differentiation that Vishal already mentioned. So the curiosity, can they think critically? Can they learn faster? Can they implement AI tools? How are they bringing that differentiation? I think that will be difficult, and this is what we need to solve together.
That's a great idea. I remember a discussion with our CEO wherein he mentioned in terms of before coming to me for asking of numbers of position to be open, first BU heads needs to let me know in terms of how best are we deploying AI to do that kind of work, and then start looking at those numbers. So we do understand that when the machine can execute the task, the human premium lies in deciding what task to execute next. So let us take this thought forward into how we actually measure this potential. So my next question is to Ashwini from Microsoft, wherein we are saying for decades, grades, ranks, and pedigree served as proxies for potential. With grade inflation, exam-related controversies, and AI democratizing access to knowledge, can employers still trust these traditional metrics? Or is it time to redefine how we identify talent?
I think, Ashwini, I think the first thing that we need to do is to understand that the world is changing. Every round challenges us to think fast, code smarter, and adapt to the new problems. I believe
Thank you, Alvin. And I think this is a question that a lot of us in this room ask ourselves as well as each other around, to say, how do we measure talent and how that's evolving? We all talked about how AI is evolving and how AI is replacing it. But I think what stays and what rather should stay at the fulcrum is the absolute bare CS fundamentals. There is a great deal of AI that can get embedded into a curriculum, or agentic behaviors can be encouraged within the student cohorts, which I'm sure a lot of the institutes are today driving across. But I think the one piece of how and what will still and should remain at the fulcrum of all the assessments is just the core CS fundamentals, just the core basics of, and Omega spoke about creativity and critical thinking and growth mindset. So in this entire cloud of AI, I think the differentiators will be, very simply put, just how our candidates and the talent today, especially the early talent, is able to build using creativity, a growth mindset, critical thinking, and just human ingenuity at scale, right? I think that's what people are saluting to today as organizations, and that is the differentiator today. So yes, it is going to be the bare, authentic skills first, superimposed with what today and what's changing today from the industry point of view.
So Ambali, you at Google, how are you moving from knowledge testing to true reasoning for this early talent?
Sure, and I just wanted to add on to what Ashwini said. I think grades and ranks are going to become static in the future. At Google, I think we'll continue to, assess our candidates based on structured, behavioral, and hypothetical questions. This is known in the industry. So I don't see a transition that's going to happen from there. But personally, I believe that we will also emerge into a space where there will be a more scientific way of evaluating candidates through, say, online assessments. The other shift that I also see is, when a candidate comes for an interview, how we assess them during the interview is through asking them questions. But I feel that going forward, we will just offer them a blank screen and then, have that, captured with a whole lot of codified databases and provide them an AI assistant to help them review the AI fluency of those questions, right? So I just feel that assessment will also progress to an AI assistant providing assistance to the candidate during the assessments. So I see that shift happening too, in addition to what just Ashwini mentioned.
And I think it is fair to admit, to acknowledge the fact that all of us are transitioning the way we view the talent as of now that is coming from colleges. And I think the problem or the answers is not lying anyone, even in corporate or the academia. And that's exactly where the major handholding or handhold or a shake hand needs to be done between academia. And we need to co-create the talent that we would like to absorb in the industry and the one that you groom at the academia level. So this brings me to my third question to the panel. And Rukhsar, I would like to take your pick on this. The question is, if AI is becoming a co-pilot for every employee, should organization redefine top talent as those who can best harness AI, learn continuously and adapt faster than change itself? How should this influence our hiring strategies?
So I think quick take is, if you would have asked this question 1 year ago, 1.5 years ago, at that time, everybody, when we were evaluating candidates, we were running away from candidates who were using AI. Why is this candidate using AI in the interview process? Can we figure out if the answers are more AI generated, etc.? But now if you look at our hiring strategy, and I want to give you something very basic, and you'll keep hearing these things in every conversation because we are having this conversation every now and then, that up until few months ago, it was uncertain, not few months, but probably a year ago, it was uncertain on what to do with our hiring strategy. Where is the organization heading? But if you look at large organizations, small organizations, the first thing in the hiring strategy is to look slightly forward and see what are you exactly looking for, not immediately, but also in near future. What are your immediate skill capability requirements? What are going to be your future requirement? You can't now figure out, I have a 5-year hiring plan. The world is changing within few months. So one is your workforce skill projection, capability projection is where the hiring strategy is going to play. The other thing is that in last few years, organizations have realized that we need to move away from the college degrees, the pedigree, the number of years of experience, you know, the categorization that we mainly still have in job descriptions, but organizations are slowly shifting to a skill first, and you'll keep hearing this in every conversation, skill first, reskilling. Organizations are now realizing that what someone brings to the table also comes from their, let's say, experience, continuous learning, like you rightly said. So second would be probably focusing more in the hiring strategy, that as a talent acquisition or as HR conversation should shift gears from software engineer to a more capability driven job descriptions, that these are the skills that I need as an organization, these are the skill focus hiring that I need to do in near future. This could come from someone who has never done, let's say, coding, but can figure out coding through assistance of AI, for example. So moving into more skill competency. And one thing that you very rightly said, people keep hearing this, that it is important that we hire or look at people, or our strategy includes AI as fundamental as Excel. You know, in few years from now, I think you'll keep hearing this, that we always ask MS Office, right, from people, from freshers, for example. AI is going to be that very soon. That, you know, you have a whole portfolio of how do you work with AI, how quick are you with the changes, how do you leverage AI in your day-to-day work. So very soon we are going to shift gears in the hiring strategy, moving from Microsoft Office, let's say, to a more AI kind of skill category. I would say as a talent acquisition leader, I would more focus on, when I'm probably developing a hiring strategy, into someone who's more agile, skill-wise also, learning-wise also, agility-wise also, let's say, in every sense. So when I say agile, it would mean that I have these skills today, but I may need different skills tomorrow. And that applies to me, that applies to all of us. That, sure, you know, we've been following, just earlier today, somebody sent this Instagram reel to me, and I take knowledge from Instagram also, by the way. So it's talking about people who are coming from zigzag careers, non-linear careers, right? So somebody who's been into product, operations, and then, you know, something else. And it was an example of somebody getting hired for a Microsoft business unit, and that leader had come from a zigzag career, not coming from a very linear function. And why people will start getting attracted towards those candidates would also be because they will have a broad spectrum of skill, right? So it will again become skill focused, but broad spectrum of skills. So these are few areas that immediately come to my mind that can shift in the hiring strategy from TA or organization point of view.
Very interesting take. So Vishal, how do we practically map this learning agility that we see in the entry-level roles?
Like what you want to know, especially that how we are measuring, especially the learning.
Absolutely, in terms of when, you know, the things we have to redefine the top talent, when everything is constant with the use of AI and everybody is using that. Yeah. So how are we going to redefine what top talent will look like in the organization?
Yeah. No, I think I'll just connect to what Ruxar also meant, as well as Ashwini said, because a couple of years back, this fact was there that those candidates, those students who are using AI should not be, or should be kept out of the process also, because this was very kind of taboo. Now what we are shifting is, even though you are using, because internal organizations are also using varieties of AI tools.
Absolutely.
So why not let them use it and come out with their creativity while using those AI tools as well, because in their profession, in their profile, we will be giving those tools anyway, exposure point of view. So while using that, can you still show, because we are no more fighting on that, okay, whether you're using it or not. Now while using that, can you still show that you can think through, can you really put your mind to those hypothetical situations, what you will face in the organization. So that's one area where we are looking at it. And then again, how you will grow into the organization too. Zigzag point is very important, because we are no longer hiring only for set standard skill sets only. In last 2 years, or those skill sets, those hiring which we used to do 2 years back, we are no longer doing that at all. So when I, as a TA leader, I'm myself not sure what I'll be hiring after 2 years, then how do I vouch or like look for those candidates who are betting their career that, okay, we will continue to do that. So important part remains for me as someone like who's assessing talent is, can you really evolve? Are you really adaptable? And also, can you face the challenge in terms of unpredictable, uncertain environment too? Sometimes there are a lot of external factors which impact organization. There are a lot of restructuring happening too. Inside the workforce, like this point is just mentioned that, okay, how do you see your workforce, your internal preparedness to face those business challenges? Are you really prepared? And then probably you will start assessing the talent accordingly. So it's changing so fast. The fundamental skills, the soft skills remain very, very important. And that will give me some sort of certainty that yes, if this person is capable enough to learn and unchange, maybe that will survive from the agility point of view as well.
Great points, actually.
Can I add one
Please,
example?
please.
So I just wanted to add an example to all that we are talking from a team member, and this is like a recent thing that has happened. So we are in recruiting and we deal with a lot of data. Thousands of people apply, and there are reporting that we do. So there is a team that we have of 4 or 5 people who does a centralized reporting for the group, and there is a junior most person in that group, and suddenly he's become the talk of the town. Like the global leadership calls that we were having, and we were talking about him, where I was asking that, I am asking, he was from my team, and now I'm asking, can he spend some time with me because I need his help. Now, when we were talking about top talent, this is how top talent is changing. Who's he? He is the same guy who's part of the data management group or an MIS reporting person, where we have 4 or 5 people and we have manager, senior manager, but he is the associate level, let's say the junior most person here. And what he has started is, with all the tools that the organization is providing, he's learning on his own. I think the game changer here is the thought process, the curiosity. Are you ready to learn? Are you ready to adapt? And now he has automized most of his reporting that he was doing, so he has bandwidth. And what I am doing now with him is asking him to come to my group, a group of people that are working with me, and not build solution for them, but think through, sit with them and help them to build it. You don't give me the solution directly. Push them to think through how you have been thinking for the same reporting to automate, because a thought process does not exist. The tools are there, the data remains the same, but there are people who are able to use it better, analyze it better, look at different options and present the story better. I think that's how it is all coming together. So they suddenly become the top talent.
Absolutely, that's a great point. I'm happy that all the panelists have alluded to the fact that AI is certainly a productivity partner, and that's one of the core skills. I hear the other panelists or the panel before us also talking, or some of the speakers. It is easy to come up with a one course which can have all humanities, science and commerce. But I don't know how many of us have tried hiring from an institute which have tried these pedagogy. So even we as a TA professional or organizations are still evolving in terms of how to absorb this, and a lot of onus does lie on us in terms of how best we can train them in our own capability centers to bring them to speed. But yes, it seems to be the order of tomorrow in terms of how talent will be groomed, and it will be domain or stream agnostic, but it will be eventually, as one of the panelists said, that eventually the role that will exist for tomorrow is only going to be problem solvers. So that brings me to one of the other important questions for TA professionals again. And Megha, I would like to ask this question to you. As AI becomes deeply embedded in hiring, where should technology enhance recruiter decision-making, and where should human judgment remain non-negotiable? How do we ensure that in our pursuit of efficiency, we don't lose the human ability to recognize potential beyond what's visible in the data?
This is a very important question. I think this is an evolving phase that we all are in. And I think AI does not sit outside. I think we are looking at it as something which is coming from outside. What we all need to understand is the terminology that the industry is using widely is human-led AI enabled. So there is no way the human leadership is going anywhere. The human angle is not going. But where does it start? Where does it stop? Where does we leverage AI? And where do we stop? Okay, so I think everybody alluded towards the judgment, so that becomes very important as a critical skill. But I also want to highlight another point. What is AI? AI is learning from us. It's something that learns from the patterns of the past.
True.
What is hiring? Hiring is our investment in the future of the organization, in the talent. So it's a past trend meeting the future. So in between, you will need human intervention, human skills and human judgments, all the experience that we all come with to take that call of hiring that right talent. So I'll take an example. We do hire, all of us, I think, in our roles are hiring veterans who come after servicing the industry, after servicing the country. When they come back to the industry, if we just run a model on the AI for their resumes, they may not find the right fit. So I think that's where we need our human intervention to look through their resumes, to look through their experiences and find the right fit through the alternative skills that they bring in, the zigzag career, right? That cannot be a model that we can build and it can run from just a structured perspective. But as and when we start doing that more, those patterns will be picked up and maybe that can also become a part of the model. And I think I would proudly say that, you know, in this kind of scenario where the human plays a very important role, maybe if AI would have taken over and if we are worried, many of us would not be here where we are today. For example, I started my career with lateral recruiting. Then I saw an opportunity and picked up campus recruiting. That opportunity was given to me with the potential that I could show that, you know, I can deliver. So I think that's where human interventions will come, where we are looking at culture, contributions of the individuals that are bringing in, the learning ability or the leadership ability that or the potential the person is bringing in, the management of the ambiguity. I think the change management that we all drive at senior leadership, that all is very important. So I think at that level, human intervention will be definitely important.
Great. Ashwini, when contextual judgment, cultural alignment and empathy can never be outsourced to data, how would you view this in the light of?
Yeah, no, I think this is a really interesting question because a lot of times what happens is it gets misconstrued that, you know, when we look at a profile, when we get a resume, it's a certain set of skill sets or certain CGPAs or certain streams that we look at. Surely it's important. I'm not going to say it doesn't take away from the importance of the background of the candidate or the institute the candidate is coming from, etc., or the projects he or she has been engaged with. But where the human intervention does come in is it goes beyond the code. It actually hits the core, right? And I would say that it's about calibration, right? The human intervention comes in to calibrate what is a capability, what is a potential, and what's the actual static skill that we're looking at. And that calibration, as much as AI is engulfed and is evolving and is beginning to supersede a lot of other processes from a talent acquisition or from an HR point of view, I think the fact of calibration of what a capability is and what a potential is something only a human can do. And we have, you know, at Microsoft as well, there is a very strong team that is actually sitting there and trying to build that kind of a muscle with the hiring managers and with the business to be able to distinguish what is a capability. So we have a candidate who can operate AI, which is fantastic. But that's not going to cut it for us. We're not looking for that. We're looking for somebody who can partner with AI. We're not looking for somebody who can clear a code or write a really strong SQL code today for us. We're looking for somebody who can actually build tomorrow. And these are not just theoretical sentiments or philosophical liners that emulate our vision as a company or as a fraternity or as an industry. These are the actual core capabilities that we are housing today and that we want to build our muscle on, and I speak for myself as well. So it is an evolving journey, but I don't think AI can replace a human because there are certain set of agentic behaviors that AI is meant to do and which we all are encouraging of. And Microsoft being a frontier organization in that space, of course, is taking the lead on that. But there is a huge chunk of activities which can only be best managed by the capable hands of a recruiter. So.
Awesome. I love the word that you use, calibration is where the key is. I remember at Newgen Software Technologies, Mr. Diwakar Nigam, our founder, made it very easy for us, and that continues to hold true for us in terms of there's no, doing away from the fact that eventually the person that we would hire has to be absolutely good human being, and there's no non-negotiable as such. And that continues to guide us in the age of AI as well. And I do understand when you and me talk about and the confidence that we try and give from this panel to the academia there, that there's going to be no replacement of talent that is coming out from academia to the companies, and AI will be partner in many ways. But we also hear news wherein because of the enhanced absorption of AI, there's also optimization of talent that is happening across the organization. But I love the optimism in the room, and maybe we are still evolving to this fact, and we still have to figure out new potential, new horizons as far as the human utilization at a corporate is. So moving on to my last of the questions here is, in the future, the role of HR and TA leaders is clearly expanding. And how is it expanding? We're still discovering that among ourselves. It is no longer about just filling roles faster. It is about anticipating skills. It is about enabling business transformation and using AI responsibly and building future-ready organization. Ambly, in your view, what are the leadership capabilities that will separate high-impact HR and TA teams from the rest?
Okay, I'll try and keep this short. We're standing in between lunch and the time that we have. But the shift that you just mentioned, Alvin, to me is a transition from transactional HR to architecture HR, right? What that necessarily means is from processing tickets, solving for requisitions, to actually being able to build capabilities within the business, right? So to me, the top 4 capabilities that will set apart this leadership team would, 1, be AI acumen, getting fluent with AI and also being able to scale it within the larger teams. The second for me and most important is relationship building, and not just limited to relationship with our clients or stakeholders, but also being able to become a great people manager with high empathy, right? The third one, of course, is business acumen, so that we as an HR function can co-create solutions for the business. And the last one is what Vishal had alluded to around adaptability. So how do leaders, lead the change that we are talking about, the change that will eventually land with the transition within HR. So yeah, Alvin, I can just think of 4 of those.
Great. Rukhsar, with your dealing with IMEA and Turkey, how would you view that at a macro level?
So, as talent acquisition, I think just like everybody else, we are also learning on the go. And like she rightly said, I would probably build on that. A lot of this would be possible for us as talent acquisition leaders if we are much, much closer to the business. We understand our businesses, we understand what the organization is doing, and then draft solutions for them rather than saying that, hey, I'm talent acquisition, I know what to do. Customizing your leadership, your solutions on the basis what your organization actually needs. So imagine if I'm not planning to, but if I move away from ABB, my talent acquisition solutions or leadership should shift according to the business that I join. So I would say getting much, much closer to the business, anticipating their needs as a leader, that hey, they are not able to realize it because you may see coming from business leader, I need this tomorrow. But as a function, using available data analytics to foresee, predict what kind of skills, what kind of business needs are coming. So much more closer to the business will probably lead you to success in my eyes, and it has done that historically. I'm not going to repeat, but she covered quite a few important points that I've covered that in the first question, that make AI foundation as an organization. So in the organization, so whether it is talent acquisition, whether it is anybody, there needs to be a certain level of skill that every employee should have with AI. And that includes your talent acquisition. How many of your transactions are manual transactions today? How much of you can you automate, make agent driven for your own teams as talent acquisition, and get that bandwidth from them to have a more qualitative conversation so they can focus on something that's real value add, right? Apart from that, I think being agile like everybody else, picking up new skills, picking up the technology, the AI, and leveraging what is available, changing yourself, driving that change management, and ensuring that you are in mid of it. You're not leaving yourself behind and not letting your team stay behind. I still see organizations using AI for probably email drafting. Some of your employees you would see are only, but you are moving forward, but is your team coming along with you? So she did mention on the empathy and people management, but part of your leadership would also be bringing them along. They're dependent on you. The development is also on you. While everybody owns their own careers, the development also depends on what direction do you show them. So not repeating of what we have discussed, but I think a lot of it remains same for talent acquisition as it remains for the candidate. So you have to be proactive, leverage AI, have the foundation, be and always keep a lookout on potential. You know, we've spoken about in tech we see potential, or in product, let's say positions we are seeing potential, but what about talent acquisition? Are you hiring people from outside of talent acquisition in your organization just to have that different experience? So keeping yourself open to different experiences is what I would say as a leader.
That's a great point. Actually, going by the fact that we at Newgen took a liberty of, rebranding talent acquisition function as talent strategy. And as all of us recall, we've learned from the mistakes of others, wherein businesses are more willing to hire talent here and now, rather than planning in terms of if they have a requirement in a month's time, they will give you the position just before that. So great points, actually. So if I would like to, manifest, imagine all the same panel sitting here in 2031. 2031, and Anshuman, you got the clue.
I will not be probably in talent acquisition. Just probably zigzag.
But as a talent thinker, we would like to block a seat for 2031 Momentum. And we would like to, in terms of what will fundamentally be different about how organizations identify, assess, and hire talent in an AI-first world. How do you see that? And this is open for all the panels. We can just take one minute on each.
I would say that AI would no longer be like a topic of every conversation by the time we are there.
Okay.
Hopefully it gets as common as Excel, like I said.
It's like a business as usual.
Something new instead of talking about AI at that point.
I can maybe add on. I think we will maybe shift from hiring candidates based on what they know to how they can orchestrate along with AI, right? Like I still feel that AI will be part of the conversation. So I think that's the shift I anticipate.
In my view, I think while AI being a technology itself, maybe next 2 or 4 years, both organization as well as candidates, they will be much more selective, much more connected. We won't have to go through a long process of posting jobs or interviewing or other related aspects. People would be able to aware where to go, whom to connect, and eventually remove multiple layers between these two parties. That's how I assume it.
For me, where I think is, it will be more about skilling, which has already started at the core. So skilling will become like you need to come with a very strong skill that you bring onto the table that adds value. Plus reskilling will become very important. Learn, relearn, because everything will keep evolving at a very fast pace, which I think as a generation we have already seen, but I think the pace will increase. So all of us who are there, I think adaptability will be the core of it, and reskilling ourselves at the every core of change, because the change, as per the World Economic Report that we were reading, I think 40% of the skills will not exist after 5 years. So if we talk about 2030, then most of the skills that we are relying on right now as a core may not even exist. So we will have to keep reskilling ourselves continuously.
Ashwini?
Well, I take it as a huge compliment, even if I'm here at 2031, so I'll start with that. But I think with a decade or now, more couple of years from now, right? Talent acquisition is going to change. It's not about the AI, it's not about skill alone, it's not about the capabilities, and it's not about the mindset alone. And surely that's going to see evolution as we speak. And as I think in the previous panel discussion it was mentioned, every hour we're seeing an evolution. And that's going to happen. The only change I see is going to happen more aggressively and more fast-paced. But do I see a differentiator a couple of years down the line, in 2031? I think the structural, systematic process of acquiring talent and identifying talent, that is going to change. It's about the how of it, of course, and it's the skills and the capabilities, but it's the means to get to what the organization wants. So I don't think it's going to be more of the business wants this and the business unit wants this, so let's go and hire this talent. I think that's going to go through a structural, fundamental, conceptual change. So we can expect more to come, of course, but I think we're already seeing that direction happen in multiple quarters with talent acquisition. So yeah,
Absolutely.
I don't think it's going to be acquisition anymore.
Yeah, because of constant urge of predicting future, but we never know what we may hit into. Today we are talking of AI, tomorrow we'll be talking of quantum or some phantom in the room. Something else may emerge which we are not talking as of now. I remember one of the things that will, considering the fact that, the education will become more generic and, people will be studying, I think internal mobility of talent will become a huge chunk of positions getting filled. And I think campuses will always be there because a lot of talent will get pumped in through campus and will get recalibrated in the organization and will be deployed again. But internal mobility may take a major pie of hiring within the organization. And with that, it brings to the end of our session. And I'm very happy that the kind of discussion that we had and the kind of pointers that we all alluded to the fact that AI is here to stay. Be it the campuses, and no matter how hard we try, the alpha generation is getting used to it, and it is becoming a second thing that they become comfortable after machines. So we got to understand that AI is going to stay that, and we need to create our ecosystems around that reality for sure. The other very important aspect I would like to mention, we need more players like HirePro. And I would like to give kudos to the way, I remember when I was here in 2024, there was a lot of action insights that were discussed. And when I here today, there are a lot of things that is now becoming tangible action points. Surprisingly, why we still need HirePro as a mediator between academia and industry, but I think let's give it up for HirePro for playing that significant role in bringing these two worlds together and creating something that will make a difference. So thank you, HirePro, for bringing everyone there. I think eventually AI is changing the nature of work, we all know that, but the human element remains the absolute center of it. And I think with that thought, I would like to mention a Satya Nadella quote where he said, at the end of the day, technology is just a tool. It's about human ingenuity and human passion that is simply irreplaceable. So let that be shared challenge for both our universities and for the organizations here at Momentum'26 to build a workforce that does not just learn to use the tools, but brings the passion and ingenuity that machines can never replicate. Thank you so much for being a lovely audience. Thank you so much.
Well, indeed, I must add on to say what an insightful panel discussion this was. Let's hear a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to request Rahul Srivastava, Vice President, CareerNet, to please join us on stage to hand over Memento as token of appreciation to all the dignitaries right here on stage. And I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to our panelists for that rich and future-forward conversation. I think this definitely deserves a bigger round of applause as we capture this lovely moment. Starting with Vishal Bansal. As we once again extend a heartfelt thanks to all our panelists and our moderator for a very insightful and meaningful discussion and sharing all the valuable thoughts. I'd also like to request all the dignitaries on stage to kindly please pose for a group photograph. Let's capture this lovely moment. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we now break for lunch. The lunch counters are open, requesting everyone to please help yourself. While we kindly request everyone to please reassemble back at sharp 2:10 as we get started with the next session. Well, not to forget something really interesting that awaits for us, panel discussions, and of course, not to forget the report that we all have been waiting for. So see you all at sharp 2:10. The lunch counters are open. You could help yourself. Thank you. And once again, thank you so much to dignitaries on stage for your valuable time.
redesigning the future together.
Energy. I think after lunch, everyone's really quiet. It's supposed to be the other way around. A sumptuous meal means a lot of energy that's coming in. Good afternoon, everybody. Fantastic. Now looks like, yes, the deserts are kicking in. Fantastic. So since it's afternoon, and I don't want anyone to just feel lazy at all, so let's everyone stand up. Everybody, let's just stand up. Let's put all our laptops, mobile phones, everything aside. Keep nothing in your hands and just stand up. Yes? Fantastic. So we're going to do something quickly, very simple and Very, very easy. I want everyone to just come closer to each other, just in case if you're only limited people in one particular row. Just come closer. Ma'am, just come closer. Yes, come closer. Yes, just come closer to each other. Leave no gaps, leave no spaces. I want everyone to put both your hands up in the air. Both your hands up in the air. Hello, everyone. Fantastic. Now just right hand up in the air and just wave. Index finger up and down. Working. No worries. Right and left. Fantastic. Now put both your hands forward. Everybody, put both your hands forward. I have a mic. Both your hands forward. Now take your right hand up in the air and just take your index finger. Now at the count of 3, this goes straight to the palm of the gentleman or lady who's standing next to you. Like this. It goes onto the palm. Like this. The finger is straight. It goes onto the palm of the gentleman or lady who's standing next to you. Sir, your palm is like this. It has to be like this. Yes. And sir, your finger goes on to sir's palm. Yes. Standing straight. Yes, like this. Perfect. Now, very simple. This act is called as save and attack. Three, I want you to attack the finger that's on your palm and save your finger which is on somebody else's palm. So basically you attack their finger but you save your finger. I want to know if you're a saver or you're an attacker. So we're going to do this. So everybody both your hands up in the air. Both your hands up in the air. Both your hands up in the air. Just take your right hand index finger. Right hand index finger. Now don't ask me which is right hand. Right hand index finger. It goes straight to the palm of the gentleman or lady who's standing next to you. And if you have nobody next to you, you're very lucky today. Okay, so at the count of 3, you just have to protect. So you can drop the other hand. Yeah, the ones who don't have anyone next to them. Yeah, 3, 2. It has to be on the palm. It has to be on the palm. Palm of the gentleman, yes, or the lady who's next to you. 3, 2, 1, and go. But tell me, how many of you were savers? How many of you were attackers? Both? Lovely. That's a super woman right there. But that was a trial round. We actually do it now. So both your hands forward, everybody. Both your hands forward. Okay? Now right hand goes up in the air. Only right hand goes up in the air. Take your index finger straight onto the palm of the gentleman or lady who's standing next to you. At the count of 3, protect yourself and attack the other person. Yeah? 3, 2, and 3, 2, and go. Fantastic. Give a big round of applause for yourself. All the amazing superstars right here making this day amazing. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get started with much more amazing discussions. It's time for us to quickly pay attention to the audiovisual on screen. Could we have the AV, please? With that, as we move forward, today's conversations have already challenged us to think beyond degree, beyond stream, and beyond code. and shown us how organizations are rethinking evaluation for an AI-enabled workforce. But now, the question is, how do we translate these ideas into hiring practices that are fairer, faster, and absolutely future-ready? Well, to explore what the future of recruitment truly looks like in practice, join along with me as I welcome on stage Mridul Kumar, Senior Vice President Products, HirePro, to please join us on stage, who will be sharing his vision for the next era of hiring. A big round of applause. A warm welcome to you.
Am I audible? In the back? Great. Yeah. So first of all, thanks everyone. I hope everyone had a good lunch and you're feeling all fresh and energetic. All right. And once again, we'd like to thank all the esteemed guests today, the delegates, the leaders, the experts, both from the academy and the corporate. The first half of the session was really insightful, really exciting. I hope all of us, were able to get some useful insights out of that, and more than insights, some useful questions to take back and ponder on. To begin the second session, what we're going to do is we're going to just present the HirePro point of view around the world of AI and hiring. It's just one of the vantage points, how it blends with the rest of the insights that you get. So we'll attempt to provide our narrative, which we hope that you'll find it useful and insightful. The headline of the session, we have purposefully kept it a little vague. The idea is that, yes, AI is everywhere, AI is pervasive, it is ever growing, and it is encroaching upon a lot of places, and it is amplifying a lot of places. So when we talk about AI in hiring, how do we look at it? Is it just pure and simple AI, or is there something more behind it, right? So what we mean to say is that, the best of class hiring using AI is not just about AI. There's a whole lot that goes behind it. And then that's what we'll explore over the next 15-20 minutes, right? Before we go into the deeper things, a very simple look into, how the world has changed with AI, right? So the high level statement is that, today even a fresher who comes straight out of college is a manager. They're not managing people, but they're managing a team of AI as they do their work. It's a very different paradigm, right? And in this paradigm, measuring the past of the candidate is not sufficient. It is important, but it's not sufficient anymore, right? So when we look at degrees, when we look at experiences, when you look at the traditional test performances, they do not fully show, which candidate is ready for what the future holds, right? And that's why it is our conjecture that, yes, the world has changed very quickly, but the hiring practices haven't, right? And if hiring practices have to change, what does that even mean, right? So today when we look at AI, when we look at most of the talk in the industry, AI is primarily looked at as an automation tool, as a tool that makes things faster, that takes lesser people, right? That makes things more efficient. But at HirePro, we believe that, yes, speed and cost and efficiency are very important, but how do we hire better is where the true opportunity lies. Because the shape of work is changing, the shape of talent is changing. So how do you hire better in such a situation? And that's the best use of AI, right? And to hire better, there are two key problems that, So to hire better, there are two key problems that we need to look at. The first one is that now skills have an expiry date. There are some skills where AI is rendering them useless, and there are some skills that every practitioner has to acquire to get the best out of AI, right? Even in the world of AI, the knowledge about AI is expiring every 6 months. What you knew in December is not useful in July, right? So in such an ecosystem, how do we make sure that we evaluate the candidates for what they can be instead of what they were or what they are, right? That's one key problem. The second problem is the candidates also have access to the AI, so you can't fully trust what they bring on the table. They use AI to produce a perfect profile. They use AI to produce a perfect answers in a test, perfect answers in an interview. So a polished profile, a polished answer no longer proves the real ability of the candidate. So in this world, with an AI-enriched world, with these new problems that are in place, what you need is an unfair advantage, right? Because everyone is renting the same AI. So the edge will come to people who actually have more than just AI, right? And that's where, at HirePro, with its parent organization CareerNet and its partners Longhouse and My CareerNet, what we bring to the table is really the more than 25 years of wisdom that we have acquired over the years of hiring and how hiring has evolved, every few years. We have access to more than 1,500 recruiters who provide us the necessary judgment that we need to codify on the platform to make recruitment better and more effective. And throughout all of this, we have immense amount of memory in our systems and in our DNA by processing more than 20 crore candidates over the course of the years, by processing crores of assessments and interviews for all levels, all roles, all industries, right? So this unfair advantage, is what, we believe is going to become more and more important as AI becomes more and more pervasive, right? So Gen AI will remain. So the eclectic mix of, using Gen AI with the wisdom, with the judgment and the memory, right? That will produce the quality of hiring that no one can copy. Right? And that is what we have been building. That is what we are constantly making it better and better. Right? Now, how does this wisdom, judgment, memory, how do they translate into, our products? So there are 3 key philosophies that, the entire team follows. First is intelligence, that the platform needs to be intelligent. It needs to have deep context. It needs to have deep personalized context. It needs to use AI the right way for the right decisions. It needs to be trusted. Trusted means, any hire that the system recommends should be fraud-proof. The usage of AI has to be responsible and ethical. The platform has to be secure and data privacy has to be respected. And finally, the entire effort has to be effortless, right? Be it agentic, be it DIY. Right? Agentic is where the future is, but there are regulations in place. So what we want to offer everybody is an effortless experience, agentic where they want it, do it yourself where they want it. But in the end, they should, across all our products, across all our offerings, they should experience the intelligence, they should have the trust, and they should find it effortless. Now, from a product stack standpoint, we handle the full end-to-end life cycle across the platform. But if we have to double-click on 3 key areas, one would be attract, that how do you start wide, how do you bring suitable candidates in? Then how do you screen them, how you narrow the field, right? And then finally, how you go deep and evaluate them further until you're convinced that these are the right hires for me, right? So let's look at attract. Neelab had covered this in the first session, but just to double click a little bit more on that. So like I mentioned, 25 years of wisdom, more than 1,500 recruiters, crores and crores of applicants that we have processed over the years. It has given our system and our platform very nuanced intelligence about how do you attract the right people for the right job, for the right company at the right time, right? And that is what translates into our employer branding offerings, how you can build a suitable brand by engaging the candidates, by rewarding the candidates, by engaging the candidates into contests where they compete with each other. How do you arrange various hiring events, job fairs, and various other formats of, employer branding, right? This is where, at a high level, these are some of the very old terminologies, but through good data, through good experience, through good DNA, the platform that we have built and will continue to improve upon it, is going to get deeper and deeper, right? Focusing on the next, that now that you have cast a wide net and you've gotten some suitable interested folks, how do you surface genuine talent out of that? And that's where, we have built a really deep, really nuanced intelligence around the initial screening phases. Resume Match is probably 15 years old in the industry, but the level of deep context that, our platform is able to bring in with our years of experience and years of data is unparalleled, right? When we match a resume for a job, right, we understand, what the company's context is, what the job's context is, what the team's context is, where the person would perform the job, and then finally what the candidate resume is highlighting. Even if the candidate has utilized a bunch of AI to make the resume look better, we are able to identify the true extracts out of it that are meaningful for somebody to consider further. Similarly, once we find a good resume, how do we find out if a candidate is interested or not? So here again, through all the years of experience and through various kinds of jobs and levels that we have processed, we understand which channel works well for which kind of role and which kind of a candidate. Within the channel, what kind of messaging works better, right? And what kind of follow-ups are required and what to expect from a pace of hiring standpoint. And then finally, once the candidate has engaged, how do you do that initial bit of screening? For different roles, for different levels, the questions vary. It's not just about location, experience, current CTC, expected CTC. There is a little bit more that, AI can help automate, personalize before you go deeper into the evaluation. And all this is powered by the deep AI that we have built over the years, along with all the intellectual property data that we possess behind all these hirings. Right? And finally, how do we evaluate? Now, this one takes a little bit more attention because it's a very deep topic, because this is where, the rubber meets the road, in a manner of speaking. So over the years, what we have recognized is that, the evaluation stage for a hiring process is not a one kind that will fit all companies for all jobs and all levels, right? There are places where assessments are suitable. There are places where an agentic interview would be better suitable. And there are places where a human expert is required for even that first round of interview. And across all the three, over the last 1 year, we have made tremendous advances to make sure that, we are able to help you hire for the future by building future-proof evaluations. Talking about assessments, traditional assessments were all about multiple choice, fill in the blanks, classic coding, right? These are still important as a screening round per se, but for a true good hire, for the future ready hire, a candidate who is a leadership potential, a candidate who can join on day one, starts managing AI agents, and then get the best out of it. For that, you need different kinds of assessments. You need assessments where you are evaluating candidates' ability to use AI in a technical area or a non-technical area. So we have a bunch of deep assessments in that area. We also recognize that we can use AI to evaluate a few other non-AI skills better. Traditional assessments are always very structured, so they always evaluate one topic or one subtopic at a time per question. But AI gives us the ability to evaluate the subjective knowledge of the candidate, the breadth and the depth of the thinking, by giving the candidate a scenario. Could be a business case study, could be a technology study, could be a ethical AI-related architecture, so on and so forth. Then same subjectivity now is available to you as an agentic AI interviewer as well. Over there again, the way we have designed the product, it again rides on, decades of data, decades of wisdom, decades of, thousands of recruiters who helped us design it the right way. The quality of questions that the interviewer should be asking without a human needing to think about what questions to ask, right? The quality of follow-up questions that we can do so that, we know that the candidate is actually answering on their own. They are not relying on just memorized knowledge, right? Quality of evaluation, what do you report at the end? How do you figure out that candidates have not used AI during the interview to give the answers, right? And then there is a whole lot more around, for various roles, what kind of interview experience is ideal? What kind of accent is ideal? What kind of pacing is ideal? What level of drill down needs to be done? Right? So that's another form of evaluation. It sits somewhere between your traditional assessment and your human interviews. Then you have your interviewers as a service. So there are various roles where the pace demand is much higher, so you need to interview a lot faster. And if the candidates are a little bit senior, they may not warm up to the idea of an AI agent doing the interview with them. So in those cases, we have AI-powered interview services. So when the interview happens, there is a human expert who's speaking with the candidate. But at the same time, there is an AI assistant available to them who's guiding them on how to interview the candidate better. During the interview, the interviewer has the ability to check whether the candidate can use AI to write a piece of code. They have the ability to suggest, okay, just use AI as a hint tool. It will not code for you, but you can use AI's help to, clear out any confusions if you want. Or they can truly go deeper and say that because the organization is going to hire engineers and give them AI to perform coding, I might as well evaluate the same thing during an interview as well. And in all of this, really deep insights, that actually connect the dots across various stages. So as a candidate is traveling from an assessment to an AI interview to a human interview, right? How do you connect the dots, and finally, how can the system recommend that these are the right suitable set of candidates where you can engage deeper and then, consider them for a hire. The other specific concept when we look at this evaluation phase, and then this is something that, that has cleared a lot of noise for us, is how do you classify skills going forward? Because some of these skills are expiring very, very frequently. AI skills are expiring every 6 months. So today's tools, what is the current syntax? What is the current business philosophy? So these are some of the skills that expire within months. They are extremely important for them to be able to perform the job right away as they join the organization. But the amount of weightage needs to be given, needs to be adjusted. So traditionally, everybody would just focus on the current skills required only. Right? We have to give higher focus to some of the enduring skills. They could be thinking skills, reasoning skills, problem-solving skills. And that's where AI actually comes to the rescue and helps us evaluate the candidate's ability to think, reason, problem solve. These skills last for years, right? But most importantly, learning skills are going to dominate now. Because skills are changing, expiring so quickly, how fast can somebody learn what's next? How fast can they adapt? Right? And these are some of the evergreen skills that will make a talent truly remarkable in the future. So as we look at our assessment platform, our AI interview platform, or our interviewers as a service platform, across all of these, we focus very heavily on what is the right mix for the right customer and the job. There are jobs when this kind of an eclectic mix is not required because the job is urgent and there are some skills that will be required for the next couple of years. And all of this is configurable on the platform. All of this is agentic on the platform. The agent will help you. Once you've taken the agent's help, our experts will help you. So this is another concept that we wanted to leave you with, that as you start looking at skills to hire for, how do you segregate the candidate's ability between expiring skills versus enduring versus evergreen skills? Right. So in summary, what we're saying is that, we have come to a point where we've started measuring what lasts, and we'll continue on this journey, keep making it better and better. Whereas, rest of the world currently still, as from our observations, is still focusing on the expiring skills. Right. So that's just about it. From the platform standpoint, an intelligent, trusted, effortless platform at every step. Intelligence means Gen AI plus our wisdom, plus our judgment, plus our memory. Trusted in the sense that, everything is fraud-proof, AI is used responsibly and ethically, and the platform and the data is always secure. And effortless in the sense agentic or DIY, your choice. All options are available in highly, highly configurable manners. And it's already proven, like we mentioned at the beginning of the session as well, right? This whole concept, this whole platform, the nuanced intelligence, it has been built on the back of our experience with 20 crore candidates, 3 crore evaluations of all forms, across all levels, tech and non-tech, across variety of industries. Right. So in the end, I'd like to close by saying, if you want to hire for the future, hire with Hire Pro. Lots of hires. So, any questions?
Hi Vridhal, this is Anu. So wanted to check on Hire Pro platform, how are we making sure that candidate is not taking the probing? Like we have multiple tools that would listen to the question and then probe the answer on the screen while candidate can answer that. How are we making sure that is not happening?
Sorry, you were not very audible.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, much better, thank you.
Yeah. So what I was trying to ask is, on the Hire Pro platform, how are we making sure that candidate is not getting probed by a different AI on his screen?
So we have a very controlled AI usage. So, in technical terms, it's called the harness. Harness is where all our intellectual property and all our intelligence lies. So we always make sure that, it is responsible, it's ethical, it's not troubling the candidate, because the new generation, they are sensitive, so it's very respectful of the candidate as well. At the same time, we've also seen candidates trying to game the AI to get the answers and then provide it back to AI. So all those guardrails are in place. But one of the best approaches that we have recognized is the personalized adaptive follow-up. So there could be a situation where candidate has memorized some part of the answer and they may be able to answer the first part of the question. But when AI very intelligently starts doing the probing, that is where, the true skill level of the candidate reflects. But over there, it's not out of control. Everything is controlled by the platform. So AI is completely following the instructions that we have given, and it has taken us 2 years to make sure that the harness that we build around how to use Gen AI is accurate, it's reliable, it's ethical, it can't be broken into. Yeah.
So you're trying to say that candidate cannot use any other tool while on the platform, is it?
Yes, so there are ways to prevent it, but we also detect it. So like one of the simplest use case we see is that a candidate is attending an interview on a laptop or an assessment on a laptop, and they have a phone hidden on, somewhere else. And from there, they're gathering the answers and providing it to the system. And in those cases, we have figured out, how to analyze the candidate's speech, the content, the syntax, all of that to make sure that we recognize whether it's candidate's genuine, spontaneous answer or not.
But what are we, how are we getting to know that? What are we using in that? What type of technology?
Right.
To identify that candidate is using a phone, because it's a hardware out of, like he's using one hardware and he's using another hardware as well.
Right.
But how are we identifying? What technology are we applying over there?
Yeah. So philosophically, content is the holy grail. When the candidate gives an answer, we have the content of the answer. We also know how the candidate provided that answer compared to other answers. So we have seen cases, not just in AI interview, but even in live interviews, when a candidate introduces themselves, they have a different grammar and sentence structure because it's all very natural. When there is a subject matter question, you give them a little bit of a leeway to be able to think, stutter, stammer. But every now and then they make a mistake of giving a very non-spontaneous, bookish answer, which is not really suiting the speech style, which is not really suiting the syntax that you can expect from a human, or even the content of the answer sometimes, yeah.
So it would be recorded and the human in the loop would identify that, or AI only will identify that?
AI flags it. AI flags it and then humans decide what to do about it. That's a very important part of the AI regulation, that AI should not take any negative decision without a human in the loop. But our job is to make it effortless, right, and trustable. So through our agentic AI, we make sure that, we surface up all the flags to you, and as a human, you're able to very quickly review it, right? And in live interviews, just to add a little bit, we're also able to check beyond that. Like, were the two people professional with each other? Was there any reflection of a bias, either by the candidate or the interviewer? Was any privacy getting violated? Were they exchanging phone numbers to do some financial deal on the side? So when we analyze the content, that's why I said content is the holy grail. Content of the conversation, content of the answer gives us a very deep insight into, what we can extract out of it. And to extract it, last 25 years of cheating behaviors are codified on the platform. All the new behaviors we proactively research and we try and break the system. So yeah.
Just one more question, out of curiosity, since you mentioned privacy. We have new privacy rules that are going to get implemented by 2027. What are we doing for that?
So this is something, as a philosophy, we've been practicing for the last 10 years. Data privacy was something that was, baked into our architecture right from the beginning. So when GDPR came up, it was a very easy transition for us. We just had to get the documentation right. When DPDP came up, same thing happened again. But privacy by design is really the popular phraseology. Now, privacy by design includes responsible use of AI as well. So a couple of days back, Satya Nadella had this thing that, you're leaking your intellectual property to all these frontier models. So we have guardrails in place where not just candidate information, but even the intellectual property is not exploited by the frontier models and leaked by frontier models. But yeah, at a high level, if I would say, like for us, it was part of our culture 10 years ago. And as these new regulations come up, it has been very easy for us to adapt to it. All we need to do is furnish the documentation or turn on some flags, that's it.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Could you be louder?
Hi, this is Dr. Nishana now.
Yeah.
So, apart from all this technology and the implementation side of this, I just wanted to ask you one very basic question about the experience of the students about AI engine and testing. What I have observed in the recent times when the introduction of AI engine has happened, these students are facing a lot of issues in terms of not being able to complete the processes. Although I saw your presentation, it was very nice and you have all the means and checks. But what I feel that at the application level, how we can improve this, because AI is something is always there, but when it comes to interviewing experience of the students really face a lot of problems and they still feel that coming if the corporates are to campus, that's a much better idea than giving the AI interviews.
Absolutely. So not just HirePro, all of HirePro customers, for them also, candidate experience is one of the supreme criteria for planning any process, be it with technology or without. There are a couple of natural challenges that we have to constantly keep refining on. The first one is the change management itself. AI has certainly become very useful, very capable, very intelligent. So every organization is looking at maximizing the use of AI while dealing with candidates. So it is a change management because the natural instinct of a human is that why can't I just talk to a human? Why do I really have to talk to a system or a bot? But the reality is that, pretty soon candidates themselves will realize the true bias-free hiring is better done with AI because human subjectivity is something that, they can actually avoid by embracing the use of AI and performing the best in front of AI. The other part is really the technical challenges, bandwidth, machines, candidate missed an instruction or candidate was in an unfortunate infrastructure situation and things like those. Over there, what AI is helping us do is, AI is helping us provide better guidance, live guidance to the candidates. So if we observe that there is something wrong with the infrastructure, AI is able to guide the candidate. Instead of saying that, your internet is poor, AI can say, hey, here is what I noticed. If you do this, you'll be able to resume the interview better, right? Then there are all these other checks and balances in place that if, let's say, your machine crashes, how can you, smoothly resume the interview without talking to a human, right? But yeah, at a high level, some parts of the issues are change management. It's a new concept. People are unfamiliar with it. People are skeptical of it. So that is one part of the problem. The other one is simpler one where AI can actually guide the candidate to fix their own problems themselves.
As we know that with the advantage of this, just people will be able to take up into at any place and any location. So then in India, although we have a lot of good bandwidth areas, but there will be remote areas where bandwidth will be there. So can we make our platform optimized such a way that do not depend much on those infra and these things so that it can be optimized in a way that anyone from any point of time or at any location can take up the interview or be processed without being facing this and without the technology would
absolutely,
infra barriers would not affect it.
Yeah, absolutely. So in fact, our CTO is sitting right behind. He and his team, they have more than 20 patents exactly in that area. So in terms of, how to make this accessible, and COVID was a wonderful period for us for exactly the same reason that we were able to actually battle test our platform through all kinds of connectivities, all kinds of laptops, across the nation when all the assessments were happening remotely. So over there, it's always, there's always a little bit left. So it's a reverse exponential curve that way. But all those problems are solved, and, HirePro, specifically with the power of our patents, if you can actually stream an MP3 song on your connectivity, that's all that is required. You don't need fancy latest machines, 6-7-year-old processors, right? Any stable 3G, 4G is sufficient, right? But yeah, sometimes, situational issues happen. And then over there, that's where, through AI, we can provide the right guidance to the candidate so that instead of feeling frustrated, they feel empowered.
The last question, have you noticed any stats in the number of hiring numbers changed with this introduction of the AI interviews and the remote interviews?
Right. That's a very interesting one. So juniorish hiring, the adoption is actually very good. So there is one of the largest IT services organizations. They use us for around 70-80 different jobs. So in some of the roles, they were actually surprised that, when they were running the process without our AI interviewer, the number of candidates participating was a lot lesser. Then when we interviewed them about, the quality of the interviews, they said that, you've asked 90% of what I would have asked already. So in the next human round, I'll ask the remaining 5%. In senior levels, the change management is even harder right now. So the moment you get to 7, 8 years of experience, at that time, that level of candidates sometimes, not everywhere, but sometimes they avoid dealing with bots or assessments. They want to talk to a human directly. But that also slowly what we're seeing is every 6 months, the candidate behavior is also shifting towards embracing AI because they're realizing that, if the company insists on having such a process, this is a bias-free way for them to get considered if they perform well. But yeah, the teething issues are there in terms of adoption at the senior level.
Due to time constraint, we will not be able to take any further questions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause. We would also like to remind everyone that we have the higher booth right outside in case if you have any questions or if you want to have any meaningful discussions, you can definitely go to the higher booth and have wonderful discussions with our experts there.
Right. Thanks everyone. Have a great rest of the day. Looking forward to interacting with you later.
Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's hear a big round of applause for Mr. Kumar for that very insightful perspective on the future of recruitment. If HirePro's vision shows us how organizations can hire fearlessly, our next guest was set to show us what fearless building looks like in practice. At a scale very few in India who have attempted. Our spotlight session today was to feature Mr. Pavan Kumar Chandana, co-founder and CEO of Skyroot Aerospace, one of the leading voices shaping the future of India's space economy. Well, Mr. Chandana is unable to join us today. He's currently in Sriharikota, where Skyroot's Vikram 1, India's first private orbital rocket, is in its launch window. I'm sure each one of us will give a big round of applause on this news and wish him all the very best on a successful launch. Well, even in his absence, ladies and gentlemen, Chandana's story makes the point truly right. That is exactly what purpose-driven ambition looks like in practice. And that's also the territory of our next conversation that explores here. Beyond technology and skills, what increasingly shapes career choices is the purpose. Well, to set the tone, could we have a look at the audiovisual, please? Our next panel discussion is on the topic, Purpose-Driven Careers, where organizational purpose meets individual ambition. This will explore how organizations can build meaningful employer brands, connect with talent through purpose, and create workplaces where people can truly thrive. Well, join along with me as I truly take the pleasure of welcoming our moderator for this discussion, Mr. Mohit Sharma, Global Head, Talent Acquisition, KPMG Delivery Network, with over 22 years of rich experience in talent acquisition across IT services, GCCs, engineering, and professional services. Mr. Sharma is a seasoned talent acquisition leader who has built and led high-performing teams. Known for leading large-scale TA transformations and driving innovation in recruitment, he is also a respected thought leader who actively contributes to academia and the broader talent community. Well, let's hear a big hand for Mr. Sharma. A hearty warm welcome to you. I would now like to take the pleasure of welcoming our distinguished panelists on stage, starting with Mr. Ajay Krishnan Kutti, Head of Talent Acquisition, APJ Region, Siemens Healthineers. With over 2 decades of experience in talent acquisition and talent management across the IT and healthcare technology industries, Mr. Krishnan has established recruitment operations across 40+ countries. Well, passionate about DE&I, he is widely recognized for building inclusive hiring practices and for delivering hiring outcomes at scale while leading large global teams. A hearty warm welcome to you. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to Ms. Sanjukta Sarkar, Executive Director, HR Asia Pacific, Collins Aerospace, with over 25 years of HR leadership experience across technology, manufacturing, financial services, and retail, Ms. Sarkar leads the human resource function across the Asia Pacific region at Collins Aerospace. She's recently named one of the top HR leaders in Bangalore by Bennett University of Times Group and was previously recognized among the top 100 most influential HR professionals by Time Ascent Group India in 2016. A hearty warm welcome to you. I'd also like to take the pleasure of extending a warm welcome to Ms. Seema Padman, Vice President, People Global Hubs, Flutter Entertainment, and absolutely passionate about creating inclusive, high-performing workplaces. Seema brings deep expertise in talent management, leadership development, succession planning, organizational transformation, and culture building. In her current role, she leads the people strategy for Flutter's India operation, while also providing strategic oversight across the company's hub in Cluj, Porto, and Sofia. Let's have a big hand and let's welcome Seema on stage. I'd also now like to take the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Sid Mavin Kurve, Regional Leader, People and Culture, Zscaler. A seasoned global HR leader, Sid brings extensive experience in building high-performing organizations across geographies, absolutely very passionate about driving business priorities and leading large-scale transformation, while he's also a trusted thought partner, a coach, and a mentor. Let's give a big hand and let's welcome him on stage. Well, to all the leaders right here, firstly, thank you so much, dignitaries, for your valuable time. I'd now like to leave it to the moderator to take the discussion forward.
Audible? Yeah, okay. Afshan, thank you very much for the warm welcome and introduction. Pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure also to moderate the discussion today. We have been observing the new entrants coming into our organizations who have been asking questions beyond just about compensation, levels, designations, structures, right? I think there is an inquisitiveness towards why I'm doing what I'm doing, how is it linked to the purpose or the objectives of the organizations, why does it even matter, am I matter to the organization, and so on and so forth, right? This situation is leading to a challenge and an opportunity. Challenge because, and that's essentially is purpose-driven career. The challenge essentially is not like a poster on the wall, because everybody within 2 weeks know the reality when they get into the organization, right? It also comes with an opportunity for talent leaders to do it right, because if they do it right, it leads to a high retention, better productivity, of course better results, right? So the next, and with the AI interventions in the industry, as we know, with the agents coming in, especially for early talent, the how part is largely being taken over by the AI agents. Then the question comes on the why. So there's more focus on the why than the how part of it. With that, we in the next 40 odd minutes, we're going to discussing a lot about and have the perspective from the distinguished panelists today on how they've been saying what's happening in the organizations, how they've been taking the messages to the early talent community. Beyond that, just not about offering purpose-driven careers to the early talent, it's also about how organizations are changing their ecosystem environment to ensure that people thrive with them, people find meaningful to be there, and thereby deliver better results, right? With that, let's start, and in not specific order, maybe I would like to have each of you define what does a purpose-driven career mean to each of you, basis your personal and professional experiences.
So I can start. So for me, when talent, opportunity, and passion come together, right, when they align, I think that's when you are at your career best. The talent, the capabilities that you bring in, the skills that you have, when they combine with the opportunity at hand, and then your passion that you bring into the, right, when the three sort of are in alignment, that's probably when you're at your career best and you find meaning in the work that you do, right? So if you think of talent and opportunity as oxygen and fuel, the passion is the spark that you bring into it. And you know, when those three come together, it's magic. When you are, when you talk about meaning, you're talking about something that aligns in terms of, you're earning your daily bread, but you're also trying to get your daily meaning through this process. And since your career is not an event, it's something that lasts over several decades, this whole process needs to be repeated over time. All of that put together will, more often than not, get you to be in a purpose-driven kind of a career, in a career that will meet the purpose that you've defined for yourself. So for people, when they are looking for an opportunity, there are a few non-negotiables in my mind. So the first is make sure that your individual values align with the values of the organization that you're looking to work for, seek the opportunity that you're seeking. For example, if you are an environmentalist, right, at heart, working for a petrochemical company may not necessarily align with your values, right? Or, definitely you see that there could be a challenge over there. At the very minimum, there has to be some alignment between your individual values with the values of the organization. The second in my mind is a path to impact. You've got to know what role you're playing, what impact you're going to have. For us at Zscaler, which is a cybersecurity company, our products typically take care of about 500 billion plus transactions a day, right? So 500 billion transactions a day. Every engineer that joins us needs to know and is made aware of what latency of 1 microsecond can have, right? Leave alone downtime. Even if it's a latency of 1 microsecond, that can have a catastrophic impact. So that's, driving to that impact, whether you are a developer or you're debugging a product, you need to know what's the impact that you're driving towards. The third is learning and ensuring that you're developing in some form and shape. For me personally, if I'm not learning, if I'm not developing on a regular basis, then that's something that's a downer for me. That's something that all people should look at as to how they are growing in their careers and what is the development path for them. And lastly, it's a bonus to have great peers, great managers, great leaders, people who will invest in your careers. So the combination of that, you cannot go wrong in terms of ensuring that you're in a purpose-driven career.
I can go next. Can everyone hear me? Okay, thanks, Sid. I love the analogy of oxygen, fuel, and spark. Coming from an aerospace industry, it gives me a lot of visual depiction of how our planes take off. But I'll come at this question a little from another point of view, which is my personal career journey and what I believe, how my purpose has evolved over time. Firstly, I want to say that, we are talking about purpose, but it doesn't mean that everyone has to have a purpose of saving the world, right? Everyone has different purposes in life, and like Sid was mentioning, as you move into the company, you experience it in different ways, and what you make of it and what drives you and what drives your passion, your need, your social belief is what your purpose would be. What your purpose would be at 22 may be completely evolved when you're 32 and, so on and so forth. So at this juncture in my career, my purpose is really paying it forward, right? And by paying it forward, I mean helping people be more successful in whatever they set out to be, like whether it's career, whether it's fulfillment, whether any growth or tangible aspirations they have in life. I seek to help people drive and chart that path for themselves. And that's why in my own organization, I usually play the role of a mentor or a sponsor. Outside the organization, I'm usually volunteering time to be mentors to people in the early career, mid-career. And that's my purpose. And this is what I've found after many years of being in the industry. But at the foundation of it, like Sid said, values define where you go in, right? So you choose a company, and all through my career I moved a few jobs, and in each company I have thoughtfully joined based on what values they depict. And it does not mean that the values they have on their charts or artifacts around the organization, but do they live by those values? Do they show those values up during everyday interactions, and is it embedded in the ethos of the organization? That's what drives me, and that's how I choose my companies, and that's where I join. So that's purpose for me.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ajay, and CareerNet, thanks for the invite. I wanted to steal something that Seema told me before we ended. It's difficult to talk about purpose right after lunch. So maybe I'll start with my career journey, because I wanted to be a doctor. And the dream shattered just by maybe 20 seats at that time, if you remember olden times, limited seats, and went ahead and became an engineer by profession, right? But I wanted to be in the medical field for a long period of time. I had a thing for science. And the last 22 or years, I have practically been in the medical and the medtech industry, never made any changes. So it goes back to the purpose. So the purpose would have started with a broken dream, but the passion that is there for whatever you are having from a domain standpoint of view, I think holds good. Because the moment you have a domain experience and you keep working on that, I believe that helps you in whatever task you are, right? Secondly, for all the people who are from the talent acquisition industry, right, it's the most fulfilling job, because every day you're practically giving jobs to so many people, entry level to the topmost out there. Can't get any more fulfilling from an HR standpoint of view when you're giving out jobs to the people. And most importantly, we keep changing jobs too. Also, it's not that we are in one company throughout, but the moment you see other people who have offered jobs in other companies grow and become great leaders and great managers and people to work along with, I think that's the most fulfilling purpose. But I also want to call out, since there are a lot of early career people in the room, you don't need to have a purpose at the beginning of a job. It's very difficult to find a purpose when you're starting a work, right? Especially as an entry-level entrant. It may take a bit of a time for us to figure out where we need to go from a purpose standpoint of view. So don't take it too strongly if you don't find a purpose on the first job. But I think it's also a organizational responsibility to tell the people also that it can be a derived statement later point of time. You don't need to have a purpose from the beginning, but as an organization, as a manager, help the people find a purpose as they go through the journey. With that, Seema, over to you.
Thanks. Pretty much aligned with everything the other panelists have said, and I think for me, a couple of things. Probably it's a repetition, but I'll also talk about a dilemma with a story that I have. So as Ajay said, if I look back at myself 10 years or 20 years back, I possibly had a very different purpose. It was learning, it was being very competent at my job, making the most of the opportunities I have, and it has evolved over time. So to have it all figured out is a myth. Purpose change with the context that you're in, and it is different for each person. So you could have something, there are people who aspire to make impact. They want to leave a legacy. They want to build institutions. There are people who want to do something for society and change things. There are people whose purpose is relational. They want to make sure that they bring financial security for their family, for themselves, so that they have independence to pursue a purpose later on in life. So it can vary, and to think that your career will give you purpose probably is also a myth, because you can find purpose outside. It doesn't necessarily have to come from your career. And I think the story that I'd like to share in brief is about a dilemma I had when I was joining my current organizations. It's in the betting industry, and so naturally, I got into a space of, what does this mean in terms of the company's purpose, and how does it clash with my own values? And I think, there are some professions that are inherently, filled with purpose. If you take a medical professional, a doctor, for example, the by nature of the profession, it is seen as purposeful. But we all know that, you find all sorts of medical professionals out there. There are people who are inherently altruistic, and there are people who are probably, in it for some other reasons that may not seem very altruistic, and they are very single-minded about, what they do with that job. So it doesn't, purpose doesn't stem from a profession. So when I was sitting with this dilemma, I was talking to my mother as well, and she quoted an interesting paradox. So my brother is a doctor. And at one point, when he was thinking about starting his own hospital and scaling it up, my mother said that, she was in this dilemma that if he needs to be successful at the hospital, if the hospital needs to be successful, it meant people have to fall ill, and that's a paradox, right? So to kind of think about, that even in the noblest of professions, you can be stuck with dilemmas was an interesting point, so which helped me make my decision. So it's not about the organization having a purpose, because every organization exists because of a human need or a human condition. And there are organizations which have the noblest of purposes, but can have really terrible practices. So that situation made it clear for me that, in the context that I am, what is the best I can do? Can I be the best that I can be? And so my purpose has evolved over time as well.
Thank you. Nobody comes with a tag of a purpose. It's not a stamp. You have to discover, leaders to help people to discover, and it's not a static thing. It evolves over a period of time. Thank you. Let's get into some, with our talent leaders sitting in the room, let's get into some of the HR practices and how you are saying, maybe it's a question to you, and how you see organizations today are taking those messages to the talent, which is very purpose driven, and at least have those questions back of your mind in terms of the jobs. So gone are those days when you should just go to the campuses with the job descriptions. You have to have a story around it. So what's been some of those practices?
So I think we'll be living in an illusion if we believe that students have a very clear purpose, right? Like Seema mentioned, it takes years for people to even really figure out what their purpose is. I know there are tenured folks who still are trying to figure out what their purpose is. So for students who are 20, 21-year-old to really, for us to expect that they'll have a very clear purpose defined is going to be a little unrealistic. That said, what we look for obviously is the best talent. And we look to figure out how we can cultivate and co-create that purpose in their minds. One of the things that we do to begin with, of course, is and I can talk about our flagship internship program, which we call it Skybound. For folks like that, for the interns that we hire, we are very clear about the specific projects that are going to be working on right up front. And this is not something that we come up with frantically towards the time that these folks are joining. This is planned well ahead of time. These are meant to be very clearly, these are not POC projects, right? These are very clear projects that will eventually see the light of day in the products that we sell. So those projects are defined well in advance. We make sure that our the students that we are hiring and those who are coming as interns to us know well ahead of time what those projects are, so they can start preparing ahead of time. So they know that, on day one when they are in the office, what is it that they need to be doing and what it would take for them to be successful in those projects. The second thing that we do is we identify a mentor for them, again, ahead of time. And the manager and the mentor, they start connecting with these students also before these people join in. And these mentors are usually not your first level managers. We're talking about at least a director plus kind of a person in the organization who would be a mentor for them. So what that does is it elevates the kind of work that these interns are going to be doing. In many cases, these folks will be working with a VP, working on a problem which may be a CXO level problem. We had a very recent situation where we hired an intern. We converted him to a full-time employee. He was, responsible for solving a problem that a CXO had and had been bugging him for a long time. There was another team that was working on it as well, but this person was able to find a solution, right? So we obviously want people who have a certain affinity to the cybersecurity world, right? They may not have their life's purpose may not be to, to secure corporations and secure individuals. They obviously need to have an affinity to this area and this area of work. The work that we give them ensures that it meets that purpose, right? And we give them top-notch work. We give them the mentorship. We give them the right kind of support, both before joining as well as after they've come on board, right? So that they are successful and able to meet that purpose and intent.
So work proactively, expose them to what's the end product look like, what you're building is how this is going to look like at the end.
Correct.
Right? Good thoughts. Ajay, question to you. Now, not all the job profiles today, we go to the market, and Seema, feel free to chime in from the industry you come in, right? Not all the job profiles we offer to the campuses may necessarily have some lucrative purpose behind it, right? I mean, from an entertainment industry, it could be different. Healthcare, from my mind, is an easier one to sell. What have you been seeing in terms of the organizations, how they have been taking some of those difficult ones to the student community?
Thank you. Mohit, like even entry-level jobs in healthcare, right? Our purpose statement is strong, touching people's life every day, sustainably, right? But that doesn't necessarily need translate to a purpose statement for a graduate engineer who is joining from the market, because I don't think they're going to write a line of code or do something which is going to save a life on the day one, because then we are putting patients at risk, right, if they do that. So it's a evolution in terms of journey. What we generally do is more of very transparent at the time of hiring itself, call out these, where they are going to be headed from a career standpoint of view, so that they know, and exactly in maybe 1 or 1 year, 1.5 years time is when they will really be touching a code which is going to make a difference in people's lives, right? That's one part. Second is we also prefer to take people as interns first before we get them as a permanent hire. So generally our standard practice is to give them a 9 months to 1 year internship program with a conditional offer which is attached to that. By the time end of the year, generally most people don't understand the purpose statement and what we stand as a company. But there are students who don't relate to us, and sometimes we don't also relate to some of the people who may be joining us, right? But that population is a very small amount of population. Last 3 years, maybe 5% shed out when it comes to people who are either rejecting us or we rejecting them from a. So as long as you are actually kind of defining that very clearly and having that transparency, it's always a very neat way of actually kind of doing that. But I am actually from an easier industry to kind of throw a purpose statement a lot more cleaner, I would say.
Seema, anything you want to add basis your experience?
Sure, I'll try and just add a couple of lines. As I said, my own dilemma, and I worry that other people will have that dilemma. And interestingly, I haven't come across people asking that. And I think the realization is that, when it's classified as a betting industry, then immediately there's seen as, one of the not so attractive industry from a purpose perspective. But if you look at, most of us invest in the stock market, and that's essentially betting, right? It is the same. And my take has been, what do you do as an organization, making, what practices do you weave in to operate ethically, to make sure you're safeguarding people, and what is that? And that's what struck me as I joined Flutter as well, that they were very careful about how they went about things, mindful in terms of introducing guardrails, be it around age, financial security, and that's something that it was so embedded in every individual who joined the organization. And so, as I said, you can have a very noble purpose, but have really abhorrent practices within the organization. There's multiple examples of that. But you could have an organization that visibly may not seem as very purposeful, but really high on integrity. So, I think not to overlook that, purpose doesn't need to be visible. It can manifest in different ways. And as I said, purpose is different for individuals as well.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
So be honest, stay transparent, authentic. That's how we should take it. Thank you. Let's move on. So one part of it is actually to how do talent leaders actually go to the campuses, to the early talent community and and talk about what does it mean for an individual to join an organization. But the real story happens after that when they come on board. How do the organizations actually ensure there's the right environment, ecosystem, culture, learning, all of that put together, give enough meaningful work for people to stay being more productive and deliver better results. What are some of the views, maybe Sid, back to you on what are some of the practices, organizations you have been seeing, observing where to ensure that when people come in, right, they stay well engaged and find meaningful work?
Yes, so like I mentioned earlier, right, I think the purpose that a person is looking for is not just purely from what the company has to offer, right? Oftentimes it's their own personal preferences as that define at what stage of their career they are and what does that mean in terms of the purpose, right? At certain times, all somebody wants is a job, right? They want, and that happens oftentimes when you're just off campus, right? All you're looking for is when you're going to get placed, where are you going to get placed. They might join a company which is in health, they might join a company that's in betting, they might join a company that's in aerospace. I don't think they discern that much. So I think for us, once they have come into the organization, one needs to understand through the process of regular conversation that the manager has with an employee, what stage of career and what stage are they at and what are they really looking for. If they are in it purely for the compensation, are they looking at a career growth, are they looking at something else? And so, that's where the role of the manager comes in terms of ensuring that they play an effective coach to that individual so that they can meet the career purpose that they're looking for at that stage in life. So I don't think there is anything different or significantly different that one does except for making sure that, like I said in the beginning, give them great work, make sure that they are developing, that they're learning on a regular basis, make sure that they have the right opportunities available to them, and figure out how sometimes their passion can be driven towards the values of the organization. But if not, then eventually, employees decide to part ways, right? So I think, there's no rocket science to it. It's just those non-negotiables that I mentioned in the beginning.
One of the practices I'm across is the organizations also put deliberate effort towards helping their entrants to discover the purpose and connecting it back to the organization purpose as well. So I think that's one of the things which organizations also have been. Sanjukta, anything from your side basis your experience?
Sure. I think I can, extend what Sid and Ajay and Seema spoke about. We are also, as an organization, moving from publishing job descriptions to what we are calling the impact statements, which is really about not a list of tasks that you would do or activities that you would do, but how it connects to the larger whole. And so it's not about the micro task you do, but the microcosm within which you will operate and what impact you will have in the aerospace industry, as an example. And coming into the organization, the same thread holds good. As we get into induction, we first talk about the aerospace industry. We believe, like Ajay said, people who love aerospace industry stay in aerospace industry forever. And we see that all the time. They get sucked into the domain so deeply that they cannot imagine making a car after making an aeroplane, right? So we spend a lot of time helping them envision the aerospace industry, the technology disruptions that are happening in the aerospace industry with respect to sustainability, with respect to technology within the aerospace aircrafts. And it helps that Collins puts in about 70% of what you see in an aircraft on a day-to-day basis. So we paint the picture really top-down to how their work at the desk is helping the larger whole. And we call this the systems engineering thinking, which is what we are developing every engineer to think and do. So that's one. The second one, I think, really is close to my heart, and a lot of companies do this. It's called reverse mentoring. right? So reverse mentoring is really an early career talent or a Gen Z coming in, mentoring a millennial or a boomer or a Gen X, right? And this dialogue really opens up a lot of mind space in terms of what the new generation is coming in, what kind of expectations they have, how organizations need to flex and pivot in order to enable them to have a safe and secure and really growth-oriented workplace. And that also helps people have open dialogues. We have something called crucial conversations where we ask people to be open about what you're feeling, being in Collins. You know, what's working for you, what's not working for you, and then helping us in the leadership team develop, pivot, and reorganize ourselves to think differently. You know, we are a very, very old company from the US, and we've had one way of doing things, and this is how we keep flexing. I remember that the openness of dialogue is so high that once my CEO and I were having a chat with the young talent coming in from college, and we were asking the group of people, you know, what do you love about our company? Why have you joined us? And we expected answers like, oh, great work environment, super work, you give us a lot of, you know, empowerment, etc. There was this one young lady who said, there is enough time for me to do my solo travels. Now, that was not the purpose we were going for. But it so happens that the flexibility in the environment, the time, the flexibility of the managers, and the ability for someone to feel safe to speak up itself gave her a purpose and told her that she could pursue what she wanted to do. And I commend her for that. And the third thing I think we do is, much as I am skeptic about AI and how it's going to disrupt us, we have a retention algorithm that runs really beautifully in our organization, which actually gives us a sense for each of our team members, their retention anchor. And that means what is that anchor that's holding them to our organization, and we are expected to have conversations with them on that, around that anchor, and how are we developing that, how are we investing in that anchor, how are we helping them thrive within that anchor. And that, I think, has gone really, really successful and done really well in our organization.
Glad you brought the element of reverse mentoring. It's, of course, a very good practice. I've also seen, you know, there were days when big picture thinking used to be learning intervention for managers. Now it has been more for early talent as well, and for them to start thinking, you know, seed that strategic thinking much earlier, and thereby you connect the purpose to the work as well. I'm just conscious of the time and the cognizant of the fact that we also do have academicians in the room and a few of the bunch of students as well. Maybe Seema, question to you, and what's your advice to both, right? I mean, for the academicians as well as students on, especially for academicians, on what's the role they can play for students to discover. Do you see any opportunities for them to collaborate with industry leaders like you on, and what are those opportunities? And what's your advice also to the students?
Sure. I think it's too much pressure to expect students to have it figured out. If you ask me what my purpose was at 21, you know, I probably didn't have a clue. I just wanted to get a job, right? You know, I wanted to work. I wanted to be independent. So it evolves. And so rather than helping people, students find purpose, if you can seed the thinking that helps people discover their purpose, would probably be more helpful. So to kind of say this is a lifelong journey, because 10 years from now, the purpose I have today will be very different. You know, you know, what I see as purpose today might not be what it is in 10 years' time. So constantly being curious so that you discover that purpose and you know, hone that ability to discover your purpose, knowing that it is not static. You know, so things around ethical dilemmas, things around career pivots that people have made, or, you know, what is critical thinking, learning, all of those aspects are the ones that will help you sharpen your purpose and discover it and rediscover it as you go along. So I think enabling students to think in that manner, because it's too much pressure on academicians or industry to help somebody find their purpose, because it differs by individual, it differs by the time of your life. So that's what I would say. Yeah. Enhance the thinking that helps people discover their purpose and, and go along with that.
Thank you. Sanjukta, anything from you?
Yeah, I have a few thoughts. First I must commend that a lot of academic institutions have taken huge leaps and bounds in terms of going beyond just the curriculum and doing a lot more. We were just discussing that outside of this panel today. A few things, right? I think we should repurpose career fairs and have some problem sprints for students, right? We should give them some real business challenges and make them work those to get a feel of how it really works, how it really feels like to work in a corporate or a business environment. The second thing is use alumnus not just as guest lecturers, but use them as career coaches for your students. So, and don't just look at the leadership teams of the organizations. I think the new recent graduates, the people who are just out of college, 3-4 years into their jobs, they relate to the students far better than a senior leader would. And I think we should push those kind of alumnus into the campus, not just to teach subjects, but really to help people, guide them, career coach them, and help them understand how the transition from a campus to a corporate goes. And the third thing, and this may sound strange at first, but I feel like we in India, the rote learning culture has evolved, hopefully is evolving as well over time, but I think we have to figure out how to have critical thinking embedded in the curriculum and think about, Seema kept talking about ethics, right? Ethics of AI, work philosophy, like subjects which also make your right brain think. Because art and science are getting more and more enmeshed in, we talk about design thinking, we talk so much about the art of science, and I feel there's not enough of that in the campuses. So some of those would be great. Other than that, I think, co-creating curriculum, which I think a lot of companies do. I'm in the advisory board of 2 colleges myself, and I think there's a lot of value I gain from it, and hopefully the colleges do too. Also, I feel like we in Collins celebrate failures, and that's another case study we can give to campuses. This is a big project which failed. Now think about, and that is critical thinking, like think about what could have gone wrong, what could we have done better, by having this gone wrong, what are the consequences? I think some of these we've got to think differently in terms of how we teach students today.
I just have one point to add. Right, and I want to take a point that Sanjukta mentioned and take it forward. The role of the TPO today in colleges is largely placement, right? A lot of the KRAs for the TPO is what percentage of children have gotten placed, right? And the T in that, which is supposed to be training, is basically training towards getting placement versus training in terms of helping them identify what their next career goals should be, what their purpose should be. So one ask I have of colleges is to think about this a little differently, right? Be a little less unidimensional in the approach that you take, which is only around placements, and start thinking about how this office can be really a career counselor for students, right? Maybe there are some colleges that do it better than others, but largely not. And today, there are a lot of thriving career counselors outside of colleges, right? And those that can afford it can go to several of those. But it's a domain of those who can afford it. So since, you have that audience, you have the students available, make sure you're able to repurpose the TPO to be able to help them in terms of career coaching, career counseling, because that is what will help them really also understand what their purpose is, or at least get the initial spark of the, initial spark in terms of what their purpose should be.
Thank you, Sid. I think from both Sanjukta and Sid, and for academicians in the room, I like the point about bringing alumnus to the campuses, just not for any guest lecture, but more about they spend time with the kids. It could be in the cafeteria, canteen, over samosa, chai, something, and have the real conversation of what exactly you do, right, and why you do it. You know, how did you work on the purpose and so on and so forth. I think those are some of the conversations is what we strongly recommend the academicians to organize. Brilliant. The clock is quite distracting. It's just time up. I mean, we'll open it for the audience and restrict it to 2 questions, maybe. Anybody having any difficult questions for the panelists? So while we wait for somebody to raise hand, I also would like to take the liberty of sharing one of my experiences. Yeah, please. One of my experiences, I was very fortunate to be associated with one of the B schools where they actually put in efforts to put a 10-week purpose building program, where they came up with a framework of how do you link values, help students to understand what they're passionate about, and then link it back to the professions, right? Of course, not necessarily everybody would choose that profession because employability possibly at that point of time becomes more important, but at least they understand how do you work on building a purpose. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Pradeep again from Nagarjuna College of Engineering and Technology. Hope I'm audible? Okay, thank you. Don't know, maybe the session was too intensive for me because purpose-driven is what we are missing. Normally, as Sid rightly mentioned, training and placement officer is mostly training for placements. But now my question here, if we have to bring this purpose, maybe it is from one unidimensional perspective where we talk from our perspective. How do we bring in industry experts, the leaders? Because now a lot of insights we can get here and we can transfer the knowledge. But now how do the students come back and connect with you all people? Because I don't see, because LinkedIn's, I know there are a lot of things going on to every individual every day. They're not able to receive all the messages or connects. But how do the students could reach out to you people? I would just like to understand so that I can go back and tell students, come on, this is the way you go and connect. Because Madam said like co-curriculum, right? So co-create the curriculum. It's a wonderful thing which is required for today because we always say industry, institution, connect. But institutions are unable to connect with the industry because industries are busy with their own goals. But I totally understand there are some people who would love to extend their support. So how do we connect? Maybe one, because I'm asking this because I would be happy to connect with the industry to bring the learning from industry to the academics, because as an autonomous institution, we would love to make those tweaking. Second, how students could connect with you all. Please help me know.
So thank you very much for bringing this up. Thank you. I think question is about, if I understood correctly, one part I'm clear is about how students can get your time on the leaders, the time of the industry leaders for them to then work along with them to discover purpose. Of course, the academicians are there doing their bit, but how they can bring, how they can get the face time.
Maybe I can start actually. We are not as busy as you think. Our job is mostly done by AI these days, right? So we are practically having a lot of time. But I don't think the students should directly contact corporates. It's not a very feasible method of doing that, and I think that's where your office has to come into play. Creating that meaningful relationship with corporates is very unique. Like if you look at Healthineers, for example, we may have MOUs with only maybe 10 universities out there. We don't have hundreds. And with that 10 universities, we spend quite a lot of time, which means we send our people over there. Students get a chance to speak to our people from our employee standpoint of view quite frequently. Please try to nurture those relationships rather than investing in too many corporates at the same time, because all of us have limited time in our hand, right? So pick up maybe 7 or 8 companies that you can partner with and keep investing. That relationship takes a bit of time to get through. But once it is done, trust me, that is going to be a huge and meaningful. And where we are right now, it took maybe 7 years for us to reach where the kind of maturity state that we are with those 7 institutes. Do the same thing. Please don't expect students to write on LinkedIn to any of us. We get, I don't know how many messages every single day. It's very difficult to sometimes cater to or answer to all of those messages, right? So I think the conduit should be through you and then towards the corporate. Happy to hear from you.
I think I just want to add to what Ajay said. Yes, of course, we are not as busy as you think we are, but actually, you know, I just spoke about being in the advisory committee. This is exactly what the institutions are doing and we are doing with them. It is in our vested interest that you churn out students that are ready for the workforce, right? And so it is our responsibility to be able to help you do that. And so if the college or the academic institution can formally create that forum for the institutions to come together, there is no dearth of people who are happy to help and willing to help as well. You underestimate your students, by the way. We get a lot of LinkedIn requests asking for to be mentors, so maybe they do reach out to us directly. But yeah, like Ajay said, a more concerted effort would be better.
And you should also leverage your alumnus, like Sanjukta mentioned earlier. Thank you very much.
Yep. Good afternoon. This is Dr. Vishwaraj Sen from Sikkim Manipal University. Sir, I have got 2 quick points. Number 1 is, in order to strengthen, what I believe, in order to strengthen the industry-academia relationship, you mentioned that we can spend time with the students in the cafeteria for some meaningful discussions. I would request that if the industry also can step up, give the academia some dummy use cases, because in the industry, in the academia, what we are teaching is the technology, the theoretical part, and the projects that the students undergoes. Those are largely academic in nature. Now, if some real industry use cases that you have already done, if this can be shared with the academia, I think then we will be in a position to actually roll out the so-called industry-ready people while they are in the college. This is my point number 1. Second point, as you mentioned, that the role of the KRA of the TPOs largely depends on the outcome of the placement. Yes, and there is a reason for it. Because all the institutes are now going for the NIRF ranking. And if you look into the graduate outcome, there is a parameter there. 40% of the weightage, largely around 20 marks or so, is coming from how many students are placed. So maybe that thing has to be changed. And if you are not able to change that, then this will remain, sir. That running after the number of students who are getting placed. These are my 2 humble submissions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. While you're looking at me, I assume the questions is for panelists. I think there are 2 questions. One is about the role which we can play.
I think the use cases is a great point, and I was also mentioning that sometimes we have to give you, case studies or failures. I was saying failures, but any use cases could help you. And I think part of this, when I was saying concerted effort, it's not just about co-creating curriculum, but it's all of this. It's all of career coaching, investing time to, teach kids, investing time to make sure that they are getting the direct exposure to how business works, etc. So all of that. To your second point, as I see it, placement is an outcome of all that you do, right? You have the right relationship with the corporates. You make all this happen. Corporates will anyway be drawn to you. They have a relationship with you already. They will pick up your students because we have invested in them already. So let's keep placement as an outcome, and let's look at placement as what, and all that we do towards getting placement is how we do it. And all that we are talking about is how you do it to get to those 100% placement metric.
If I could just add to that, right, like when we have the problem statement, like the second statement you mentioned, I would go to my manager and ask for a head count. So please do that from your side, maybe add 2 or 3 people onto your team. Ask them to do the one part of the job, because what you're doing is actually quite a lot of heavy lifting from a job description standpoint. Okay, one side you have to place, other side you have to do the relationship. A regular work hour may not be helpful, so please add more people onto the team to kind of have that distinction of work, right? Because going to the market, finding a job is a very difficult one, I empathize with you. But getting that relationship is a second or rather a more important priority, because if you have that first, the second automatically comes into play in terms of placement. So I've seen a lot of colleges now starting to demarcate those roles very cleanly. They would have one person whose job is to go find jobs for the students. The other one is purely corporate relationship, right? So figure out whether we can move in that fashion too.
Thanks, Ajay. And since you were looking at me, I feel an onus of adding some bit to it. I think forget about how NIRF ranking and all that happens, but I think just a recommendation, you can actually have a metric for yourself on how much percentage of your students were actually placed in line with the purpose or the profession they chose before the placement season, and demonstrate that as during the industry visits to your college, on top of it. Right? All right. With that, Afshan, over to you. Thank you very much to the lovely audience and all the panelists.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we should hear a big round of applause for all our panelists and our moderator right here. What a fantastic, interactive and informative session this indeed was. Thank you so much once again to all the dignitaries on stage. Well, I request you to please remain back on stage for a few more minutes. I request Mr. Abhishek Sarda, Vice President Higher Pro, to please join me on stage and hand over memento as token of appreciation to all the dignitaries on stage and capture a wonderful moment. Well, as we capture this lovely moment, I would also like to remind everybody, ladies and gentlemen, now we are all set and ready for the launch of the State of College Hiring in India 2026. Well, Higher Pro's flagship report and the most definitive read, combining the voices of industry, academia and students. And post that, we also have one more much-awaited panel discussion. So a lot more that's going to await for us this lovely day. Let's capture some beautiful smiles right here on stage and freeze them for a lifetime. I'd also like to request all the dignitaries on stage to please pose for a group photograph. Let's capture a lovely moment right here. And in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we now take a very short and a very quick tea break, requesting everyone to please assemble back in exactly 10 minutes from now, because we get started with the report launch, the State of College Hiring in India 2026. And post that, we have the much-awaited panel discussion, a lot more that's going to happen this lovely day, making it absolutely exciting and memorable. So requesting everyone to please help yourself. See you all in exactly 10 minutes from now. With that, once again, thank you so much, dignitaries on stage, for your valuable time and for a fantastic session.
see Momentum just as an event. We see it as a movement. Let's be bold, let's be honest, and let's begin the work of redesigning the future together.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good, refreshing break. Welcome back, everyone. Yes, I do see smiles, I do see waves. Yes, we are back here. And we move on to some much-awaited sessions right now. Well, firstly, every conversation today has definitely pointed out one thing. That is, the future of college hiring is changing very rapidly. Our next session puts that transformation into perspective through data. It is now time to unveil the State of College Hiring in India 2026, HirePro's flagship report and one of the most comprehensive studies on college hiring in the country. Bringing together employer intent signals, academia outlook and insights from students, the report offers a data-driven view of how organizations will recruit and how institutions can prepare for talent for 2027. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, to present this report, please join along with me and let's give a big round of applause as I welcome Mr. S. Pashupati, HirePro's Chief Operating Officer, to please join on stage. Let's give a big round of applause and let's welcome Mr. Pashupati. Well, joining along with him, I would also like to take the pleasure of welcoming Dr. John Jose, convener, All IIT's Placement Committee, to please join us on stage. A hearty warm welcome to you, Dr. John. I'd also like to take the pleasure of welcoming on stage Ambili Chandran, Recruiter Manager, India Scale Delivery Google. Let's give a big round of applause and let's welcome her on stage. A hearty warm welcome to you. I'd also like to welcome on stage Ramesh MV, Assessment Solutions Leader, HirePro, to please join us on stage. Well, as we have all the dignitaries right here, it's definitely now time for the grand unveil of the State of the College Hiring in India 2026 report. I would like to leave it to the dignitaries to take it forward.
Good afternoon. Check. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, I would say, to the last leg of the conversations today. So we briefly wanted to present some parts of the report. And HirePro, as you know, is known for assessments. So this was one such survey which was not proctored, assuming that people would give genuine answers. So there's a lot of work that has gone behind in terms of churning the data and other things. So I would request Ramesh, who heads our assessment practice, to walk us through some of the specific insights that we have from the report. This is a shorter version of the report. The longer version is also available online for everybody's consumption.
Thank you, Pachu. So I'll quickly go through some of the key highlights of the survey which we ran across these three involved parties, the students, the corporates, and academia. So you can see the numbers below, the kind of reach which we had in trying to understand the views of people across the country. So the first question which we were interested in is an age-old question, whether students who are being hired from the campus, are they ready to deliver on the job? Are the skills they are being equipped with in the college are in line with what industry is expecting? Or are there still significant gaps in terms of what corporates see as the students bringing to the table? And surprisingly, there is a huge gap between what corporates think. So only about 9% of corporates thinks that students are ready on day one, once they are hired to start delivering on the job. Whereas students themselves feel they are very well equipped. Almost 68% feel that they are ready to start delivering on day one. If you look at the corporate responses, you'll see about almost 51% of corporates told us that students need at least a month of training, if not more. A big chunk said almost 3 to 6 months of training is required before they can start delivering. Only about 9% agreed with the students that yes, they are ready to start delivering. So our next question was, why is there a gap? What is it exactly that the students are missing in terms of specific skills? What is it that the corporates are looking for, which they are not able to find what the students have? So if you look at it, there is a variety of skills which we asked corporates in, which ones are mostly missing, which ones are least missing. So if you see right at the top, only about 5% of corporates said there are no significant gaps in terms of what they are looking for from the students versus what skills the students actually have. And of course, that reflects in the 9% we saw in the previous slide where corporates said that these people are ready to deliver. The specific applied technical skills in terms of coding, programming make, of course, the top number one gap, which is still seen by corporates. But if you look at the other areas, a lot of soft skills start becoming more important. Business communication, ownership mindset, critical thinking. These are also areas which corporates are increasingly looking for, particularly in an AI world where having skill is one thing, but being able to adapt to newer technologies, being very agile in terms of your learning capabilities start becoming more and more important. The follow-on query which we had was it that students are not aware of what corporates are looking for, or is it that they are aware but their preparation is still lacking? So if you look at the next slide, the different areas which corporates are looking for, how they rate them in terms of importance versus how students rate them in terms of importance. So while coding ability, communication, problem solving still make the top three in terms of the previous slide, the preparation in terms of students is quite good in terms of what corporates are expecting versus what they think is important. But the gaps, if you see, in terms of cultural fit, in terms of learning agility, and in terms of domain knowledge. So these are areas where corporates are playing a higher emphasis, whereas students don't seem to think that these are as important when looking at the specific employer. So these are some areas probably which even academia can focus on, try to build students' capabilities in some of these areas as well, so that there is a better overlap between what students are preparing for and what corporates are actually evaluating them for. Right, so that was one area, so to say, we looked at in terms of how prepared students are for their first job. The other area we looked at was how is AI impacting some of these areas? What is the impact on hiring? What do corporates think? What are students thinking? The good news is that a majority of both students and corporates have a fairly positive view of AI. So almost 59% of corporates and 70% of students think that either AI will help them get better jobs, or definitely there is not a negative impact. Whereas only about 10% of corporates and about 27% of students think there is going to be a negative impact on of AI on the job market. So if you see, almost 30% of corporates are somewhere in between. They're still unsure of what is the kind of impact which AI will have on their hiring plans and how it will impact hiring in the future. But students seem to have taken a position, almost 97% of them, either clearly or on the positive side or on the negative side. We've further probed corporates in terms of where the impact is going to be. So almost 40% said that roles will transform, but it is not that the roles will go away. Only about 10% of corporates said that there can be significant reduction in the hiring which is going to happen. But majority were fairly positive in terms of what impact it will have. There is definitely a transformation happening. It is not that the roles are going to go away, but the kind of roles which will emerge will be different from what is going to happen today. So in preparation for that, we also asked them, how is it that you are looking at in terms of AI skills when you are looking at hiring some of these candidates? The good thing is almost 44% said that it is still a preferred skill. It is not that they are mandatorily rejecting candidates who do not have these skills. There is a chunk which is focusing specifically for technical areas. About 29% said that for technical areas, they definitely need these skills. About 12% said that they are actually not relevant, and right now, some of them don't even have any expectation that students come on this thing. So the good news from this is, of course, students who are better prepared in terms of having AI skills have a better shot at getting placed during the process. But somebody who doesn't have it need not lose hope. Corporates are still willing to invest and equip them with the required learning and required skills once they join the workforce. The other area we looked at was the transition which has happened over the recruitment process from being a mainly offline kind of a process pre-COVID, then immediately post-COVID moving into a completely online kind of a process because of the external constraints, and then now sort of transitioning into a hybrid mode. Most of the companies we hired for, almost about 63% said that they use a mix of both offline and online processes. There is widespread comfort with the virtual process. Almost 98% of respondents said that they are more than happy to participate in a virtual process. Only about 2% said they are not comfortable. But there is a gap in terms of what corporates think and what students think. The impact of this virtual process has been in terms of, one, the authenticity of the candidate responses, and second, the quality of interaction which is happening. So both on authenticity and interaction quality, students seem to think that the online technologies have improved the situation, whereas corporates think that the the situation has actually deteriorated. So we see this trend across corporates who we talk to as well. So in terms of making, let's say, online assessments more cheat-proof, so to say, or building in more and more proctoring technologies, etc., seem to have given confidence to the students that somebody who is answering the assessment is doing it in a genuine way, but the same confidence is still not built in the corporates who still see some amount of fraud which is happening there. So highlighting, of course, the need for more and more careful and more stringent technologies to sort of come up. So the last slide here is talking about the student expectations which are there. Again, we have a more detailed thing, but so one of the key learnings which we had was that while corporates think salary and CTC becomes the #1 factor for students in terms of determining which employer they go with, we found that that is not actually the case for students. Only about 26% said that salary and CTC ranks #1 in terms of their priority, but almost a similar number, 21% said that learning and growth is as important to them. So there is again a gap between what corporates are using probably in terms of attracting students to their particular employment versus what students are actually looking for. So a key learning for corporates is to start focusing probably and rather highlighting that in terms of your, let's say, pre-placement talks or in terms of the communication which is going out to the students, that learning and growth is also a priority, how they can build a career with the organization, how a long-term growth with them looks like. Focusing on those areas may actually give them very good results in terms of attracting the best talent. We see that on the other side as well, where candidates are rejecting jobs which are below their CTC expectations, but almost a similar number also reject jobs which are not good on learning and growth opportunities. The last slide I want to talk about is, it was a bit of a surprise for us as well. There is a common narrative that the young generation does not want to come to office. They want to be either in a hybrid mode or, probably have a fully remote kind of a job. But I believe students seem to have understood that a lot of learning, growth, and mentorship opportunities come through when you are present in person, when you're interacting live with some of your seniors and other corporate employees. So almost more than half very clearly gave us a preference that we would rather be full-time in an office rather than look for any hybrid or fully remote kind of a thing. The surprising thing was that fully remote was only about 3% of respondents who said that is what they're looking for. So I will stop here. So this is more like a quick summary, broad highlights of the survey which we wanted to showcase. The actual report is much deeper. You can get the report by scanning this QR code. It will redirect you to our website, so you can get a soft copy of the report as well. Hopefully, we have found out something which is of valuable to both corporates, academics, and also the students in terms of what areas we should focus on to achieve some of the objectives which we are looking for through the campus hiring process. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Ramesh. Thank you so much for taking us through all the details. Well, before we move on, I would like to request Mr. Pashupati to please remain back on stage as you would be moderating our next session. But before we move on, ladies and gentlemen, as we see the QR code right here on screen, we have a limited set of 100 printed copies of the report that's available at the Hire Pro booth outside. Well, if you're not able to grab one out there, then you don't need to miss out because a soft copy is just right here. Requesting everyone to scan the QR code placed at the screen right here. You could just quickly scan it and get your copies. Well, as we continue to scan and grab them, we move on to the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, our final panel of the day brings that data to life through the people living it. From colleges, from industry, and from the recruiters standing across the table from booth. While titled this panel discussion, Across the Table, 3 Perspectives and Just One Conversation, this session brings together leaders from academia, industry, and talent acquisition to discuss how employer expectations, institutional preparedness, and student aspirations can come together to shape the future of college hiring. As we get started, we set the tone for this wonderful discussion, and I would like to request a quick audiovisual for the same. Could we have the AV, please? As we get started with our panel discussion, I would like to request our moderator to please join us at the center of the stage. Let's hear a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Pashupati. A hearty warm welcome to you again. I'd now like to take the pleasure of welcoming our panelists on stage, starting with Dr. John Jose, Head Center of Career Development and Associate Professor, IIT Guwahati. With over 2 decades of academic and research experience, Dr. Jose has made significant contributions to computer architecture, research, and the development of future-ready computing systems. Through the Mars Lab at IIT Guwahati, he works on developing scalable, high-performance, and energy-efficient computing systems that address emerging challenges in modern hardware design. Let's give a big hand and let's welcome Dr. John on stage. A hearty warm welcome to you. I'd now like to take the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Manvatira Ponappa Uttappa, COO and Head of Delivery, Communications and Media, Wipro. A seasoned technology and operations leader with over 27 years of rich experience driving large-scale transformation programs. strategic delivery and operational excellence across global telecom and media sectors. Mr. Uttappa is also Wipro's Global Head of Campus Recruit, wherein he builds and nurtures the campus ecosystem, creates AI native talent programs and NGA pipeline. Let's give a big hand and let's welcome Mr. Uttappa on stage. I'd also like to take the pleasure now of welcoming Mr. Nikit Gupta, Head of Talent Acquisition and Campus, Myntra, a talent strategist with an eye to building a top-tier product, sales and marketing, and engineering technical teams for leading high-growth product companies. Mr. Gupta brings deep expertise in designing and executing recruitment strategies, brand building initiatives, and recruitment programs globally. Let's give a big hand for Mr. Gupta. I'd also like to take the pleasure of welcoming on stage Dr. Sudhir Patnaik, Professor and Center Director, Corporate and Industry Relations, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Bringing together over 27 years of rich experience across academic research and software development, Dr. Patnaik has held leadership roles at organizations including Prudential Financial, Intuit, and Mrs. and many more. Today he leads corporate and industry relations at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, where he works to strengthen an industry-academia collaboration and also student employability. Let's hear a big hand and let's welcome Dr. Patnaik. A hearty warm welcome to you. I'd also like to take the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Sumit Naik, AVP, Talent Acquisition, Cognizant, with over more than 23 years of rich experience in building and leading high-performing teams. Mr. Naik has led large-scale hiring strategies and built high-performing recruitment teams across diverse business environments. Well, he's absolutely passionate about designing efficient, technology-enabled hiring practices while championing diverse and inclusive talent acquisition. Let's hear a big hand for him. I'd also now like to take the pleasure of requesting Professor Tripti Singh, Professor in Charge, Training and Placement, MNNIT, Allahabad, with over 2 decades of rich experience in management education, research and academic administration. Professor Singh has played a vital role in strengthening industry academia, engagement and also enhancing student employability. Well, what a fantastic panel this lovely day for us. Firstly, thank you so much to all the dignitaries on stage for your valuable time, and we definitely look forward for a much interesting and wonderful conversative discussion. With that, I would like to leave it to the moderator to take it forward.
So I would say it's a little late in the afternoon, and I remember in school last periods always used to be fairly painful for the, I believe later on I realized it was painful for the teachers as well. So it's a very, I'm a little nervous moderator primarily because I need to question professors as part of this panel discussion, but trust me, sir, I'll behave well. And we've been kind enough to release the notes before the conversation, so I think that kind of makes the job also a little easier. So maybe I'll start with you, sir, Dr. John. So we want to kind of do a pulse check of how is it currently things are in the campus, because one, it's the campus season that's kind of starting off. Apart from that, one of the things we noticed is, we have been having conversations since morning saying that COVID also kind of reset a lot of cultural elements in the college, student behaviors, their expectations and other things. So give a sense of what is really happening in the campus right now. What are some of the things the students are asking about? With change in geopolitical conditions, people are probably trying to stay back in India. At the same time, people are very uncertain about the impact of AI. So multiple things happening in the life of the early 20s, late teenagers. And also, if you could kind of talk about how probably some of the institutions like IITs, the placement heads, could collaborate with some of the other colleges to kind of have a common platform to kind of address some of the things that you're seeing right now with some of these students.
So thank you, Pashupati, for having us here. So I will have just 1 minute, right? So that you tell the time frame also. Teachers will never stop until the bell rings. So I'll take a very short thing. So post-COVID, from the IIT's perspective, along with my colleagues who are there in the first row coming from various IITs, students understand the transition, that it was not like pre-COVID and what are the skill set that is being required. To understand colleges with very good alumni network, the students are well aware of what is the expectation, and then they try to interact more with alumni to know what is the expectation that is to be there. So the younger alumni who are into first 2 years, they will give a different thought process, whereas somebody who is more than 10 years will obviously have a different perspective of how industry is being growing. Really, in all the campuses, students are a bit worried about in what way AI and emerging growth in that field is going to impact them. But on top of this worry, students who are having a collective friendship, rather than sitting alone in their rooms, those who are having a gang of 4 or 5, they tackle in much more better way how the impact is going to be. So gone are the days once you land up in an institution, it is not like you win alone, you are going to be in a team. Whoever has a good team, they are going to be the one that is going to win. Obviously, there is a hype about salaries that has been there, where your life in IIT has been defined by the salary package. Still, I don't think so. The students are too much concerned about the salaries. It is a society, the parents, the coaching centers are putting in this notion. When you get a 10 lakhs per annum, and when you see your friend is 50 lakhs per annum, you look at the 10 lakhs guy as a less fortunate soul. But people who talk with the corporate leaders or those who are into 10 to 15 years, I really feel that it is not the Lakshmi component. It is a Saraswati component that is going to be more dominating over the years. And people who have good mentors are trying to understand that. And forums like this will obviously help into what is a corporate and expectations. To all the corporates, we would like to tell that don't consider our campuses only for hiring an internship. You also try to be givers, so that what is your learning, come back to our campuses, be it an IIT or NIT or any other institution. There are a lot many things that they value once they come out of the placement cycle. So that's my kind of an initial opening remarks. Things are very positive. It's more dialogue that happens between them. When they are in a non-exam, non-internship, non-placement mode, our students will listen to corporates very carefully.
Thank you. So, moving on to Uttapa, first of all, congratulations on the new role. So, as I was telling you, people move, campus to corporate, move from corporate to campus. So, can you give us a sense of what is really happening in terms of early talent? How are organizations preparing, given some of the business scenarios that are happening? Coming from business, you can probably give us a little more insights. And what are some of the innovative ways of how people are trying to engage, I would say, early talent? Because it's not just hiring, but a lot of these activities happens right from their first year, second year, and so on. So give us a sense of, how probably some of the changes that are happening, probably also responding to what Dr. John said about what is really happening in the campuses as well.
Yeah. So good evening all. Thank you, Pashupati and HirePro, for getting us all here together. It's a wonderful forum for us to actually interact, to build a network in this space. And thank you again for actually getting us all together. So in terms of, of course, as an industry, representing the industry, we're at the cusp of too many changes, too many, I would say moving blocks. Interestingly, and a lot of optimism is there in terms of how things are going to change, in terms of be it the trajectory going forward, be it in terms of the technology landscape, be it in terms of the opportunity landscape. So there are always hindrances, there is always impediments for an industry when it actually comes to a geopolitical situation, or when it actually comes to the AI that is actually bringing in more opportunities while it brings in a lot of challenges as well. The challenges are more towards how do we actually make the bulk of your workforce productive? How do you actually make the existing workforce inculcate? How do you actually make the existing team that you are actually recruiting come with the right mindset and the bent of mind wherein they can actually adapt to the changes so rapidly with the changes that are happening. So, in fact, we as an organization from Wipro, one of the things that we started doing was that we started adopting what we call as the Center of Excellences, which is primarily the approach that we took was to actually shift the paradigm, shift from what the approach that we used to take of hire and train to train and hire, right?
So with this approach, as part of the Center of Excellences, we have roughly around 72 Center of Excellences across India that we have identified. And the intent is that we, at any point in time, we have the COEs connected with the colleges, with the faculties. The operating model is we have, we identify the faculties for a particular stream. To take an example, if we are talking of cybersecurity, so for one of the campus or the colleges, we get the nomination for the faculty for cybersecurity, and we get them certified. We get them into our campus in Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Chennai. We get them Wipro certified for a duration of 6 weeks. We train them on Wipro curriculum. Wipro's SMEs, since I was talking about the example of cybersecurity, the Wipro cybersecurity SMEs actually work with the faculties to make sure that one is the curriculum, the second is the certification of the faculties in terms of what is the latest that is happening in the industry when it actually comes to the cybersecurity space. And then we have this faculty certified on Wipro, then they go back. So the approach this is quite a profound approach, because the reach that each of these faculty has within that campus is quite large. So at any point in time, we are actually talking about a reach of close to around 20 to 30,000 students. The bright students who want to actually get into the corporate, we train them over fifth and sixth semester as part of the Wipro curriculum. At the end of sixth, based on the performance of each individual, we have a very stringent evaluation criteria. Roughly around 7 to 8% is what the students who actually clear the assessment. So once we have them cleared, we actually get them for the internship into our campus. They work with us during their 7th semester, and at the end of 7th, we actually give them, at the end of 6th, we give them a conditional offer. At the end of 7th, based on the performance of them as part of the internship, we actually give them a final offer. So that's a model which is actually where we are actually seeing a good translation of the students or the recruit that we actually do in terms of being productive from, if not day 1, at least the day 7 or day 8. So that's something that we have actually done, and we are seeing a early shoot of the success with that. So overall, I think the industry as such is seeing a lot of optimism. There's a lot of newer opportunities, while it also poses a lot of challenges in terms of the way how things are evolving from, if you actually look at an IT life cycle, right? From a traditional SDLC, the entire life cycle is actually shifting to AIDLC. So what it means is the number of hops that we used to have, the number of human hops that we used to have in an SDLC is actually becoming very, very minimal when it actually comes to the AIDLC. So that means while the roles that were there or the roles that are there will certainly get translated to a newer roles, it will also pave the way for newer opportunities. It will also pave the way for newer type of working, wherein it would need a different specialization for our teams. So overall, an exciting time ahead. Look forward for engaging conversation today.
Sure. It's very heartening to see how the industry is actively participating from a curriculum standpoint. So that kind of brings us to this question. Today, if you look at, if you ask anybody in the educational world that how are you getting or kind of gearing up from an AI standpoint, so there is this thing that, okay, we have also started off a course which is AI, like the way you have CS, electrical. Similarly, AI is a full-time course that is there. Second, there are more electives on AI that are kind of getting defined. So I'll probably start with Dr. Sudeep, but other people from the academia can also contribute to that. If you look at, as far as the industry application is AI is concerned, it's not really confined to one particular department. Today,
AI is being used, say, in marketing, sales, engineering, recruitment, HR, and all of that. Given that fact, how is the curriculum getting defined for all the other departments that are already there in these colleges? Mechanical, civil, chemical, and so on. So just creating a AI vertical course, does it really help, or what's really the plan?
Sure. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for the invite and thanks for a great question. Like sir said, please stop me, otherwise we'll continue talking, right, until the bell rings. So, good question. The way I have seen is, I have a different perspective. While it is good to start introducing AI as a subject, in fact, there is a school of AI too in many universities, right? So AI itself has started to becoming a school by itself. But in the core computer science department, if you see, AI is introduced in semester 5. When we talk about AI, let me just step back and tell, right? It's not just about introduce AI as an elective somewhere in some semester. I think academia thinks in a very different way, is to make sure that you have the fundamentals built in early in your semester before you can even understand the AI. So at least in our university, if I may say so, the machine learning, which is even before machine learning, the foundation of all of this AI that we are hearing is probability and statistics, isn't it? That is introduced in the 3rd semester. Then comes the 5th semester where you learn about machine learning, which sits on the foundation of this mathematics and probability and statistics. Then comes the deep learning, right? Now it is in the 6th semester is where I think I see universities introducing Gen AI as an elective. So there is a method to madness. It is not just AI from semester 1 or semester 2, right? Because without mathematics, I don't think it doesn't matter. Otherwise, you will just become AI enabled. Right? I think the goal is for students is to not only learn about AI, but also work with AI and study AI and embrace AI. Let me give you one example of why I say this is irrespective of discipline. You mentioned about core engineering, mechanical, civil, chemical. Do they study? Yes, they do. Right? In some part of their semester, there is a course on AI, there is a course on machine learning. But irrespective of the discipline, one has to think this way. Students, irrespective of their discipline, or all of us, right, irrespective of what we have studied, we all know how to use Excel sheet, we all know how to use PowerPoint. The student also, irrespective of their discipline, will also learn how to use AI, right? We don't have to see it something that is different that we have to. It will become part of our life. It will become part of a student's life. Therefore, I think, yes, the future belongs to AI, but it depends on how we prepare the students on that journey, rather than creating any sort of paranoia on, will it eat my job? Can I learn? Yes, you can learn, right? If you can understand probability, mathematics and statistics, you can learn AI. That is how I will conclude. Thank you.
Anything you would like to add, Professor?
Good evening all. Thank you for the opportunity. I think at NIT, at NIT, we have actually started a little early. 2nd semester onwards, we are trying to inculcate in the syllabus. And just because the course coordinators have the flexibility, the last unit is normally, in AI interventions. And you would be surprised to know that even at the ministry level, we are submitting reports in terms of what kind of AI interventions we have introduced while teaching. So that is definitely very much there on the campus. Plus, parallelly, whenever the students are doing their projects, we are, most of them out of interest and curiosity are majorly doing on AI-based projects. So that is another add-on that is happening. And then through the clubs that we have and the different kind of groups these students have, there's a lot of coding culture, which is now basically, the AI tools and other things, it's actually happening. And the students are very much aware that we have to be into it, and they're positive about it. But I think the connect is, the misconnect I would say is, definitely they don't know how to go about it. So whatever their peers are telling, they're working on it, definitely. But the industry-centric solution problems are not coming to us. So there's a gap, every time I say that we want industry to give us problems, let our students work on this. And then coming to the internship part, we have again a model where we have 2 months internship, 6 months internship, and for MTech students we have 11 months of internship. So that is the connect we are trying to have with the industry. So in the coming years, I think we'll see more and more of industries engaging on the campus. So that has now become a necessity, I would say. It's not just an option that, we are inviting industry. We want them to be on the campus, and a long-term engagement, preferably from the second year, is what we are looking forward to. So this is how I see the scenario.
Interesting. In fact, it so happens that we being in recruitment, during the counseling time, that's when most of the parents reach out to us. And they would ask, saying that there's a CS course and now this is AI course, so should we pick that up, and so on. So sometimes very difficult to explain to parents, saying that these are all buzzwords. So when we say this is plain masala dosa, that is benne masala dosa. So it's, as long as it's a good masala dosa is what really matters. Similarly, as long as people really take the fundamental course well, it really works out. But it's also very interesting to see that the academia is definitely trying to do this, but then somewhere industry also kind of sets the expectation bar a little higher. I mean, I'll make it a little controversial. So we can ask this question. Ek baat bataiye, if you look at in the past, we used to have people would come in, write code for 2 years, then they'll start reviewing the code, solving problems. After 3-4 years, you'll put them in front of the customers. Now we have this concept of forward deployment engineers, where you're expecting the person right from college to do all 3 at one go. आपको नहीं लगता बहुत नाइंसाफी? I mean, how do you expect that a person fresh from college will start doing all of this? So what are your thoughts on this, Niket?
See, first of all, thank you. Great gathering. It's my second year at Momentum, and it's the Momentum seems really good. And Pashu, you've been not a nervous moderator. You've been a very tough moderator, putting us on the spot. So thank you for that. So yeah, I feel if I go back to college and want to start again, I probably will not meet the job guidelines. But see, it's also the ecosystem which is supporting. Take a step back. The ecosystem has also evolved, and now like what Professor Patnaik was saying, students are now ready. Back in the days, there were students who were not having access to computers or a technology. Now it's a household thing. So expectation is also walking ahead of you. You expect a student in a school to code. Forget about college. The student in a school is coding, and coding very, very well. So from a college student, no matter whether you're from an NIT or an IIT or from any other professional degree course, the ecosystem wants you to walk ahead of it. So I don't think it's a bit of controversy on this. It is the need of the hour. People need to be ready. Forward deploying engineers or professionals are available. That's the reason industry is also probably banking on it. And that's what it's I would say the classic analogy of chicken and the egg. It is available. That's the reason industry is also trying to thrive on it, make most of it, and with the great partnership of putting internship into a thing, like what my colleague Uttapa said, that earlier it was hire and train, now it is train and hire, and we're getting a different quality of students altogether, over a period of last 20-25 years, India has seen a lot of engineers coming out from college who could be founders, who could be different problem solvers. So the landscape has changed on both the sides. While there's a lot to be done, but yeah, it's a great state to be in.
Sumit, you want to add something?
Yeah, I could probably give a view of what I see at Cognizant, right? Some of you all might have read it in the newspapers or on media print. Very recently, we at Cognizant, we launched 2 new job families. One was called as Frontier Engineers, and the other being Frontier Business Operators, right? Now, this is probably a step ahead of the FD narrative that we keep talking about, right? Where, what is the expectation that I have from these frontier engineers? These frontier engineers are basically people who would be invested in building the AI systems, and they don't leave it at that, right? They are also responsible to own the outcomes of it. Right, so that is what the frontier engineer does. Now, when it comes to the business operators, they are mostly on the run side of it, where it is their job to orchestrate between humans and AI agents and ensure that the day-to-day operations keep running, while also keeping accountability and keeping the governance mechanisms in place. So, the way I see it, in the overall, as organizations evolve, right, with AI, there will be many such roles that might come in to play, and very rightfully so, for the simple reason that the work design of future of work, or the as per the AI work strategy, that is evolving, and as that evolves, you will see newer roles, role designations coming in, and all of which would be wouldn't be one where there is a fixed work set that needs to be completed. Rather, most of it would be rather, would have the foundation of systems thinking, if you understand that, where what we're trying to achieve is a better way of doing the same task, or redefining the overall workflow.
So if you look at historically, a fresher always would say, I'm not talking from a college hiring perspective, but otherwise, saying that wherever I'm wanting to apply, they'll say they need experience and don't have an experience. And unless give me a job, how will I gain the experience, right? I would like to quickly refer to one of the things that Ramesh had presented in the report. There are certain hard skills, there are certain soft skills. Now, hard skills, I'm sure it comes through certain training, interventions and other things. But there are certain soft skills which I believe are a little difficult, at least the way I see it, to kind of gain in campus. And we'd also want, I mean, this is open to all, saying that we want you to kind of open up the pack and show to people. For example, there's this very standard thing saying that problem solving as a skill is missing. And then the poor student goes and solves all puzzles and everything and say, okay, I prepared for that. Then we say that you need to have teamwork. So how do you think some of these softer skills the students inculcate in campus, given the fact that some of this you learn once you come into an environment? So for example, one of the things was some professional mindset. Now, I mean, as long as I'm in college, I have a very free life. I come in, I go and do all of those things. Only when I come into an office environment is where I understand deadline and all of the other thing that is there. How do you think we can help the students to build some of these skills? Because that always is brought up, saying that as one of the reasons where we are looking at the so-called more mature talent, which can really come by. So anybody could kind of pick it up.
So I think on this, right, particularly I would say personally my experience has seen both the paradigm. One, in fact, the positive is that the Gen Z are so bold that during our times, when we all grew, for us to actually start facing the customers in a project, it used to take a good 6 months' time, right? Versus Gen Zs are the ones where we are confident because they are, I would say they have certainly a, the fabric of confidence that they have is certainly something that actually brings them significantly a huge value addition wherein we see with the Gen Zs. So hence they are able to quickly adapt, and there is absolutely no, I would say they're not shy in facing the customers. They're very bold, and they don't, there is no apprehension of holding back certain things, right? So from that standpoint, of course, in the organization structure, we have a mentor-mentee model, wherein every fresher that we actually onboard, once we actually deploy them into projects, there is always a mentor that we actually associate with, till we start seeing that the individual can be fairly independent. Independent in terms of the articulation to the customer, independent in terms of how well the individual is able to show that he or she is able to, connect to the team. It's very important when somebody is actually talking to the customer, they need to represent the team. They can't be a silo, they can't be an individual who is speaking. So from that standpoint, there's a whole lot of, the soft skill training that we actually do, team building activities that we actually do, to make sure that the individual do not come out as a silo, right? So that's one thing. While on the other side, there is, of course, in any layer, I would say that there is always the different contrasts that we get to see. There's always certain people, certain freshers, campus recruits who are shy in exposing themselves. They do not appreciate, they do not like the spotlight to be on them. They get very nervous the moment there is a spotlight on them. So there's a different, the set of soft skill programs that we actually make them go through, wherein they would probably take additional 3 to 4 months for them to be, I would say, customer ready to be facing. But broadly, when it actually comes to soft skill, I spoke about soft skill, but if you actually look at how the industry is actually changing, the entire pyramid structure is changing, right? So gone are the days where we used to have a traditional pyramid wherein, approximately 1:12, that is, when we all started, we used to have a team lead. Every 9 or 12 engineers used to have a team lead, right? So that's how it started, and that's how the pyramid structure used to be. But now, if you actually look at the pyramid, it's actually translated to a diamond, wherein the lower pyramid is very small, narrow, whereas the mid and the top layer, again, the mid layer is bulky, right? Which means that there is a more, the opportunity for the Gen Zs or the campus recruits to actually associate with in a pod. So we spoke about the forward deployment engineering. So FD also is one of the opportunities where a lot of Gen Zs can actually come in, because the adaptation to the technology is so fast with them that they can actually adapt to a, because one of the things that is expected, as my friend said, in a FD is that they need to truly understand a whole lot of things. It's not necessarily only software. They need to understand the hardware. They need to understand a bit of, the environment, because, when it actually, they need to depict the production or the sandbox environment, right? Because they are responsible at the end of it in terms of end-to-end ownership. So from that standpoint, how they are able to adapt quickly and be part of the larger pod, together along with the senior people, because the pod of an FDE is going to be a combination of the architect, the domain consulting, as well as somebody who is actually probably a gold certified, a gold jacket certified individual is part of the pod. So that's where the pyramid is going to be changing. It has changed. It also provides brilliant opportunities, newer opportunities for the Gen Zs to be part of it. While soft skills is very important, there are ways and means where the industry is always there to actually nurture and talent, because certainly we cannot expect everything in an individual. There's always a learning curve associated. So the industry is always there to actually make them productive.
So I would add just 2 points. There are a lot of training and placement officers here. There are a lot of people from the corporates that are there. And traditionally what happens over the years is we keep on blaming each other. And the placement officers tell the companies then expectation was too high, last year hiring pattern was different, and the same thing happens from the companies. Last year your talent pool was good, they are not AI enabled. Let us look at in a larger perspective. Who are these students? These students are neither a permanent product of academia. The students are our students. When I tell our students, mean today we lay the foundation at the campuses. Tomorrow they work for India. Tomorrow they work for some other country. In a larger pace, they work for mankind. And generally what happens in campuses is 9 to 5, the typical working hours, is basically same for all the students. Whether they attend the class, whether they bunk the class, the pattern is same. What makes a guy into corporate in the most respectful way is what they do from sunset to sunrise. And that's where whenever we have a residential campus with a heterogeneous mix of people coming from different vernacular medium mix in the hostels, naturally campuses with a good hostel support mechanism, automatically your soft skill grow because you have to speak to another guy from a different perspective. And campuses with a wide range of activities, there are lot many places where student work as volunteers, be it picking up a guest from an airport to arrange the local hospitality. Naturally, they are start giving. So we have to change the mentality of a student from what we get to what we can give. So always students look at what I get from the company, what is the package, rather than how many of our students we can inculcate a culture of what can I do for you. When this transformation happens in classrooms, in placement and training cells, our training is not only about a guy who is regularly in t-shirt and shorts, suddenly on the day of the interview he come in coat and suit. That doesn't mean that you get a job. So this paradigm shift has to start, and for that I always recommend that we always teachers, we have our own the limitations, but when we have a coexistence of industry visiting the campuses and talking to the students, that makes a huge impact. This is one aspect of it. And sometimes when it comes to the soft skill, the other side, when AI is penetrating, any assignment that we give, we get it solved tomorrow morning if you ask them to submit. But when we talk to the students, maybe at the entry level jobs, it is very easy. Tomorrow they are going to be our leaders. At that time, how many of our students can talk face-to-face technology? When they get 1 minute time, they can go to ChatGPT or any other tool and get the products. We are glorifying products than the process. The process is more important than the products because these are the guys who has to sit in panels like this down the line. So when I talk about the AI impact, there are 4 types of students that we have. Somebody at the bottom of the pyramid, they are AI users, use ChatGPT for everything, for writing a letter, for submitting an assignments. There can be somebody who make use of AI to make their products better. Somebody who write AI softwares, AI tools, AI models, and somebody at the top layer of that who build systems where this AI is going to run. Where are India heading to? Are we going to be AI users down the line, or do we need to target students for the first level, the second level and the third level? So there is a collective responsibility. I'm sure that this kind of forums, I'm really stressing it again, these kind of forums will have a lot of takeaway for training and placement officers. Your duty is not to write to company and fixing interview. When they come, are our students well equipped? And placement training starts on the first year, not on the third year. That's all.
It's very interesting because we have seen certain behaviors, especially when people are attending some of these hackathons that we do. One of the first things is they understand the importance of deadline, and especially when these are more, I would say, in-person presentations, I mean, that's where the real talent emerges. So I mean, I really appreciate some of your thoughts where you, I mean, to a certain extent you represented the students as well, saying that nobody hears our version of the story. This is a very interesting thing somebody said that all organizations come and talk about as part of the branding what they do, but who's going to talk about what we are supposed to do? So that really is coming in. So in a way, there are a lot of changes that are happening, but there's also some reality that we wanted to check. If you look at all three leaders from academia, you represent elite institutions. If you look at today, some of the newer institutions that are coming in, they have the ability to be fairly nimble. They are defining curriculum the way they want. They have embedded internships, say, right from second year. And some of these places where these education institutions run some parallel courses where, they have like a 9 to 12 class, and from 12 o'clock they're kind of working. All these kind of models are coming in. But how easy it is for institutions like yours, where you have parampara, pratishtha, anushasan, and all of those things coming into your way to say, this is how it should be. So how easy it is to kind of change the curriculum?
So I'll just say that in spite of the parampara and pratishtha, the stakeholders are the same. The community is the same, and the same aspirations and same talent is there. But yes, of course, I would say as older institutions, we definitely have a maturity of the research, which is now becoming more industry focused, and that has always given us an edge. The second advantage has always come from the alumni. So in the panel that comes to us, we have one of the MNITians sitting there. So that has been a very good advantage. The third is that the students are more aware of this competition than even the faculty. So they are more geared up in terms of what is happening in other institutions. They have the database of the other institutions, and they're coming back to us, this is what we want. And I think that has also given us an edge. And I think the next best thing, again I'm repeating, is that NEP has given us a lot of good direction. So the introduction of the humanities courses and multidisciplinary courses has given a lot of edge to the students in terms of they're able to express in terms of what is their actual interest area. So we have 0 credit courses, and we are teaching courses on art, music, and such activities are coming up. Majorly we are also, we are still picking it up. I think the soft skill part that we were talking about, I think a lot of community service we are encouraging within the campus. So as a part of the campus activity, we have a NGO kind of thing where students are teaching the slum dwellers. Now this is, something very proudly these people are doing, a very good expression of their, personality, and the soft skill, development is also taking place. So that is one part. Plus, I still feel that just because the only place I would say where we are lacking is vis-a-vis new institutions would always be the infrastructure, because the funding is a little limited. But as far as the talent and competency, we are just the same stakeholders. So that is really an advantage, I would say, because even the faculty, we are the ones who actually have the genesis of all. So we are able to train the next generation and the new recruit of faculty that is coming up. And most of the researchers are happening in the industry-specific domains. So that is again an advantage for us, I would say.
If I may add to absolutely correct point of view, but the way I have seen, these reputed institutions have the advantage of brand, credibility, research depth, and employer trust, right? And that's been going on for years. But the way I have seen these younger institutions, I think they have more appetite to embrace new changes and to adapt. I think adaptability, if I may use, that is where I think you will see Sir mention about train and hire. Sumit sir has initiated a nurturing program. If you ask who is ready to embrace these, I think the newer institutions, right? So in the time that you will see, while they still rely on research and employer trust and all, you never know where disruption can come from, like how AI nobody anticipated, right? So that is one change that I see, is where newer institutions have an advantage, and they also are more open to collaborating with industry. Few red tapes for any kind of approvals, right? So they are the first one to jump at any opportunity that industry provides. That is where I see it going, but nothing wrong with all our branded institutions, right?
Sure. So I think we come to the last question, not just for this panel, but for the day. So IT services and in general the tech world has created, I would say, so many jobs for so many years. Now, there is this favorite question which everybody asks today, which is people from media, parents, especially those where they are deciding whether they should be doing engineering or no. So basically the nation wants to know that how things would shape up. I mean, it's a very wishful question. They want the answer to be yes, but still you would want to understand your viewpoint. How things you believe are going to shape up, say in the next 4 to 5 years. What is the kind of message that you would want to give to a class 11 or 12 student who is wanting to do possibly engineering, probably wanting to get into a tech job? I mean, of course, Sumit, I would want you to lead this, but you know, you have a lot of interesting jobs in Myntra. So do you see, how do you really see that opportunities could open up? So yeah, we could start with this.
Thanks. I'll give you a nation wants to know answer, Pashupati. Okay, so let me try and break this down. So I think fundamentally I echo, the thoughts that the panel had over here in terms of, looking at AI as a vertical versus it cutting through the entire ecosystem, right? Now, if I were to talk to students, I would think that they need to first know what to expect, right? Now, if you were to look at how the work world is evolving, it's evolving from, if I dare say, from facts to instincts, right? And I will explain to you why I say this. If I was a fresher probably 10 years back, I would have a fixed body of knowledge, probably in terms of coding skills, could be the curriculum, the syllabus, whatever that is, or a certain proficiency, right? Based on which I would get hired for a job in an organization. Vis-a-vis now, what am I looking at? I am looking at someone who is good at a particular skill stack, and layered on that is the AI fluency piece, where I would be automatically, as a fresher, be pegged for a higher order job. So if I'm saying a certain percentage of the fresher job is being done by agents, then what is the fresher's job? The fresher's job is then enhanced to a higher order job where the person would need to be good enough to validate the output that is given by the agent, and should be also able to orchestrate, right, the finds. And wherever there is an output, there is also that judgment that needs to come in of whether to trust the output or not. So that is the first point. Now, building on that, if I were to be a fresher, what should be my focus areas? We talked about AI fluency. Second is probably, again, my take would be depth in domain, then having a generic coding skill. I would say that because I believe any graduate with the right domain knowledge and with the right tooling can definitely punch way above his or her weight category. And third is something that we discussed in the speakers lounge, is the communication aspect. Now, very recently I was there in a couple of colleges where I interacted with a lot of these freshers, and what came out stark on the face when they were trying to explain their projects to me was some of their inability to break it down in layman terms and give me an overview of what the project is. Rather, they took the jargon route, wherein they would give jargons for what they did and what it would achieve. And when I would break that down into sub-modules and ask them, what does this exactly help me achieve? Don't tell me what you did. What would it help me achieve? Now, that gap is something that needs to be bridged quickly. And if you were to look at most of freshers, irrespective of which college they are part of, they spend most of their first years and second years only trying to be able to articulate what they are trying to solutionize. Okay? And the last bit is again on the same lines, which is critical thinking, which would aid them to work with agents better.
Definitely. Thanks, Sumit. I would like to thank all of the panelists for your time and the great insights that you shared. So with this, we come to the end of this discussion. So thanks again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a big round of applause for all our panelists. I request you to please remain back on stage for a few more minutes. So requesting you to please remain back on stage for a few more minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic panel discussion indeed it was. And it's now time for us to capture a lovely moment. I would like to request Ramesh MV, Vice President Hire Pro, to please join us on stage and hand over memento as token of appreciation to all the dignitaries right here on stage. A warm welcome to you again. Well, a thoughtful discussion indeed. Extending a heartfelt thanks to all our panelists and our moderator for making this more exciting. I'd also like to request all the dignitaries on stage to please pose for a group photograph. Let's capture this lovely moment. Requesting you to please join us for a group photograph as we capture this moment. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, could we once again hear a big round of applause? What a lovely day it truly has been. And as we freeze this moment for a lifetime, extending a heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries on stage for making it possible. Well, thank you so much, dignitaries, once again, for your valuable time. Well, I would like to request Mr. Pashupati to please remain back on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible day it definitely has been. Well, I'm sure there are so many answers coming in from every corner with regards to how incredible the day has been. But something really exciting and something very special that awaits all of us. And what it is, I'm not going to reveal that. Well, I'm going to let you reveal, sir. So here you go. Something exciting, and here we are.
Yeah. So I think I've been made to stay on the stage too long now. So I thought instead of me doing the work, we've been talking about AI and agents and how it could probably be put to good use. So let's see how, if I can ask one of my colleagues who happens to be the first, I would say, AI employee of the organization to kind of come and help things. So fingers crossed. So
Hello everyone, what a day it has been. Something shifted here today. We began this morning, hello everyone, what a day it has been. Something shifted here today. We began this morning with a question. What do learning, hiring, and employability truly mean when the world is changing faster than any syllabus, any job description, or any 5-year plan can capture? And today, you helped answer it. We launched the State of College Hiring in India 2026, a report that held up a mirror to where we are and asked us honestly, are we ready? We watched the winner of Hack Vega 2.0 walk onto this stage, a young mind who did not wait to be told what the future looks like. They built it. And we sat with some of the most thoughtful voices in industry and academia. We talked about what specialization really means as new roles emerge. We asked hard questions about how talent and skills should be evaluated in an AI-enabled world. Frankly, here is what stayed with me. Across every panel, one thread pulled through. Adaptability is the real currency of this AI age. Not who can code the fastest, but who can keep learning, keep reframing, keep finding relevance as the ground keeps shifting. And if you ask today's panelists to write their CV for 2030, it would not lead with titles. It would lead with impact created, failures learned from, problems solved without a playbook, and opportunities opened for someone else along the way. The gap between a campus and a boardroom is not as wide as we think. What sits in that gap is not incompatibility, but conversation. And today, we had it. Careers are no longer built on compensation alone. Purpose matters. Trust matters. The question a student asks before accepting an offer is not so different from the question a hiring leader asks before building a team. Both are looking for meaning. None of this happens in one room on one day, but it starts here. It starts with the willingness to sit across from someone who sees the world differently and to leave with something you did not arrive with. I hope you leave today with something like that. A question that unsettles you a little. An idea that refuses to stay quiet. A conversation you want to continue over coffee or on the drive home. You did not just attend Momentum'26. You made Momentum'26. On behalf of everyone at HirePro and the CareNet Group, thank you. We cannot wait to see you at Momentum'27. It is now my honor to invite Pashu to formally close today's proceedings. Thank you.
thank you, Hira. So this is our AI assistant who was listening to all the conversations and summarize. So she currently helps some of our recruiters to screen resumes better. She watches over interviews, not just the candidate, but also the panelists to see that they're doing a good job and so on. I would first of all like to thank all of you who made it for this event today. This is something we kind of started off 3 years back, and we are very, very happy that every edition kind of leaves us a lot of energized and also wanting us to do more, I would say, next year. Special thanks to all the people from the industry and academia who not over from Bangalore, but we saw this time participation from, I would say, every nook and corner of this country. So thanks a lot. I would also take the opportunity to thank the IndiCube team who has partnered with us for this event. And I would say I'm really proud of the HirePro and the CareNet team to make this phenomenal event happen. It's been the last, I would say, 2 months of, I would say, a lot of effort.
lot of uncertainties till today morning, saying how things would go. We were praying for no rain to happen, no traffic to issues, and all of that. But phenomenal, I would say, contribution from the entire, I would say, CareerNet and HirePro team to really make this happen. So thanks again. So, and I would say see you all in Momentum 27. Thank you.
Well, I think that definitely calls out for 3 loud and amazing cheers for everybody who's right here. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Fantastic. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being part of Momentum 26. Indeed, the conversations do not end here. We invite each one of you to stay back for some brews and bubbles, an opportunity to reconnect with fellow delegates, exchange some beautiful ideas, and continue building the relationships that make gatherings like this so beautiful and meaningful. Well, on behalf of everyone at CareerNet Group, thank you so much once again for being a part of Momentum 26. We wish you all a fantastic evening, and we look forward to welcoming you again next year. So with that, thank you and have a great evening ahead.
We don't see Momentum just as an event. We see it as a movement.